Vanessa on. Let me get the lighting set up a little bit here. Hope everyone's doing really well. Okay, it's going to be a little bit dark. Actually, what I'll probably do is put it up here. Might be a little bit better. And then we'll get Vanessa on and we'll talk about all of the evidence that we've acquired. And there's a lot more still being acquired at the moment. I'm pretty mind blown, to be honest with you, with what's being uncovered. And hopefully you will understand the importance of all of this as we go through. As good as I can for everybody. Hopefully Vanessa will be able to just join, but I might have to send her a little bit of a message. So I think everybody can comment if they want to. Please feel free to comment as we're going through. But Vanessa and I are going to be talking about the evidence, and I think Vanessa's going to actually show some of the evidence that she's got as well. Let me just go to make sure she's. I don't know if can someone just put a comment saying they can. Oh yeah, there's people commenting. That's great. This is the first time I've done a YouTube live, so do forgive me if I don't know what I'm doing at all. I've never done one before. Normally it's been on TikTok. Okay, Vanessa's on now as well. All right, let's get positioned a little bit better. Hi, Vanessa. Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good at the moment. I'm doing the live from a friend's house because she's got a table I can put all my stuff on.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining me. And it was actually your idea to sort of do this, wasn't it? And go through some of the evidence. You're going to show a few things and I'm going to...
It's got to come out. The truth's got to come out.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And yeah, absolutely. And what I'm finding is just every day my mind is being blown. So I suppose I'll just give a little bit of context. Is that okay with you, Vanessa? And then we'll get you to introduce yourself.
Yeah.
So I suppose now I don't want to spend too long before we start talking about you, but I just want to go back a little bit, quite a way actually, to the Reformation, okay, which was in the 13th century. Which is when government started to be formed, okay? And government, when you convert it to Latin, it actually means mind control. And they actually, back in the 13th century, they had a German company called Gutenberg's that was able to rapidly print, or more rapidly than before, according to the research, religious material and actually disseminate that or distribute that around the world. This was back in the 13th century when you had the Knights Templar, which is where the Freemasons actually stemmed from. Now, the Reformation, which links into the Vatican, because it was a religious movement around Christianity, that was in the United Kingdom, it was in the 16th century. So anyway, if we come forward now to 1870, I think this is a really important year that we just need to cover before we talk about Venessa. The evidence suggests that there was an infiltration of Rome involving the Freemasons in 1870, and they actually almost imprisoned the popes in the Vatican City, according to the research. Now, there was a guy who was a bishop, I believe, that was trying to oppose the Freemason movement and trying to modernize the Christian faith. And he died in 1991. He was called Marcel Lebrief. I can't remember the same. It's an unusual spelling, so I'll probably get that wrong. But he died in 1991, which is when key events in my research started to happen. Okay, you had David Icke came out saying he was acting on behalf of the God's Head, saying the world will be devastated by earthquakes and tsunamis. He's linked to the intelligence agencies, and it was the year after that the Companies House register started to become electronic, and the Vatican became a legal entity. And the reason I'm saying this is it was the year after that, so 1870, the infiltration of Rome appears to have happened, and they were trying to oppose it. And then 1871 is when a letter was written, according to the research, by Albert Pike, who was a high-level Scottish Rite Freemason and an occultist, Mazzini, who was the head of the Illuminati, linking into the Vatican, setting out a 3 World War deception. Okay. Now, there's dates around this. There was the Second Council of the Vatican took place between 1962, which is very important in relation to you, Vanessa, and 1965. This council, Vatican Council, led to almost the modernization involving the Freemasons of the Vatican. Now, 1962 is around the date that you claim, Vanessa, that the infiltration appeared to have happened with your family, which you claim is the real royal family. 1965, which is, remember, you had the date of the Second Council of the Vatican. It was from 1962 to 1965. 1965 is when the main company in the fraud, Jordan and Sons Limited, was actually incorporated on Companies House. And it's also the same year that, now I know this is a lot of information, but there's a reason I'm saying this so people get a context of this. It's also the year that De La Rue, who is the main currency producer for the world, started printing banknotes for the Bank of Iran. Now, this links into the immigration deception and agenda and the risk of conflict and divide between faith groups that we're now seeing, and how that ties into the World War III planned deception in the Albert Pike letter written in 1870. 1969 is very important as well to you, Vanessa, because 1969, we had 1958 was when Charles became supposedly the real Prince of Wales. He was initiated to become the Prince of Wales in 1958, and actually that was officially put in place in 1969. Well, when you look at the infiltration of Rome, there is a key date of 1969 as well, where things started to happen around that year. And just a couple of very quick points before we move on to you, Vanessa. This ties in with Donald Trump as well, because Donald Trump's grandfather is from Munich in Bavaria, or he's from Bavaria. I'm not too sure if it's Munich. In 1870, that area of Germany became a part of the new Germanic Empire. Remember, this is the same year, 1870, as the infiltration of Rome. Okay. Now, his mum was actually born on an island off the coast of Scotland, and her surname was MacLeod. And I'm now finding very critical connections to the surname of MacLeod throughout the research. So, Vanessa, just a bit of context there, and there's a lot more we're going to be talking about as we move forward, but please give an introduction of yourself and maybe just tell people what's happened to you.
Well, my name's Vanessa Emery, obviously you know that. What it was, I went out on a trip with my father, with my brother, to Blackpool Pleasure Beach. My father had an interview with Walt Disney. The nanny walked us around the park while the interview was taking place. We were both picked up, grabbed, put into a car, cloth over our faces, taken to a guest house in Blackpool, Bloomfield Road, run by a Geoffrey Poole and a Kathleen Jarvis. It was all then taken out to Kent, where things went drastically wrong. Absolutely horrific. Brother was switched over. Another lad placed into his position. When he got to 19, the second lad was murdered by the stepfather. Do you want me to start showing photos of when me and my real brother were together?
Yeah, well, maybe just going to that initial interaction. It was at Blackpool Pleasure Beach, wasn't it, where you're claiming that you were taken from your parents?
Yes, to
Yeah,
Bloomfield
and
Road in Blackpool. It was a guest house. We were
okay,
taken there. I never saw my dad or my brother again. And then my brother had been taken to Kent, and they obviously came back for me, because when I came back to Kent with the people that picked me up, my brother was already there in the house. So they obviously took him from the guest house first and then came back for me.
okay. So maybe show us a picture of your parents first, then, Vanessa.
Yeah, my real parents.
Yeah,
Yeah, hold on 1 second.
no worries.
Try and stand this up. Got it. Right, where's my mother? Can I turn the camera around?
Yeah, you can switch. Yeah, you might. Yeah, see if you can turn it round and show. Yeah.
This is a picture of my real parents. This is my father I was taken from. And if I turn the page over, on the back, Joyce had wrote Jeffrey Poole. Well, I knew that wasn't Jeffrey Poole because this man is Jeffrey Poole. That's the one that had the guest house. His wife was Kathleen Jarvis. And
Okay.
he was the father of, well, he's meant to have been my mother's father, my stepmother's father, sorry, and I'm looking for Gillian. I did have these in order, but I didn't know which way we were going to go.
Okay.
I'll get to Gillian in a minute anyway. Well, on the back of this photo of the real parents, it says, photographed by Scriven's Studio, Miss, I think that's Dilks, Sykes Street, Castleford. Further
Okay.
copies or enlargements may be had at any time. Well, she'd put on here Jeffrey Poole, Rose Poole. There isn't no Rose Poole because Rose Poole then changed to Rose Norton. The name Rose was to cover my real mother's name up,
Okay.
which is B.E. That's all I know of my mother's real name. Initials are B.E. And Jeffrey Poole's, and my father's is M.G. I have a ring.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second.
Just so everyone knows, so I was sent images of what Vanessa is now talking about back in May last year. I obviously haven't seen them in person, these artifacts or these items, but Vanessa's going to be talking about some of those, I believe.
Right, this ring, if you can see inside the ring, hang on, hold on. Can't really see it, can you?
Yeah, it's
It's the
difficult to
letter
focus on.
MG. And then it's got BE. And then it's got October 1965 written in it.
Okay.
I have got photos. As we go along, I'll show you the photos because I've had the ring blown up so you can see clearly.
Yep.
There's also I've got left 3 of these, 3 little lockets.
Okay.
These little lockets. Inside are pictures. There's inside one is 2 tiny little pictures of me and my brother when we were little. Let me try and open this.
So Vanessa, just explain a bit more detail how you came about these items, please, so everyone sort of knows how you got them.
When Joyce died, Mick was still living in the house. When Mick died, the house was empty, and I acquired some of the stuff from the house, but the main evidence to who I really was and my real brother, that was found behind a wedding photo, and it was this wedding photo in a frame at the time. This is the wedding photo that I found all the evidence behind. And the rest of it, photos and everything was behind it. I'm just going to go through it now. Get these little pictures.
What I'm going to be doing in a moment for so everyone knows is obviously this information from Venessa was passed to me, and I've conducted quite substantial research based on the information that Venessa has given me. And I'm going to go through some of that in stages in a moment and show and explain how that links into the company's house fraud and why that's so important. Sorry, Venessa.
Yeah, this is the photo of the 2 little pictures cut out in the actual locket. There's my brother, and there's me. I had them blown up on a photo so you could actually see them out the locket.
Okay.
And there's other little pictures of me and my brother when we were little. No, that's when he got to 7 years old. They were here. No. Sorry, Gary.
That's all right. That's okay.
If you hold that just 1 minute for me. Here's one. Right, here we go. There's my brother when he was little, a real brother. There's a picture of me and my brother together, taken to Kent at 4 Elm Road. When he got to this age, at 7 years of age, he was taken from the door. I didn't see him until a week later. I asked where my brother was. They'd made up so many stories I didn't know what to believe, but he'd be back in a week. A week came, they were switched in with this lad with the same name of Jeffrey Emery. Well, on the back of this photo, on the real Jeffrey Emery, Joyce has wrote on every photo, Jeffrey Emery, Jeff Emery and Vanessa, Jeff Emery. They've all got. Anyway, he was taken. He was replaced a week later as the same name, Jeffrey Emery. When I was telling everybody outside, my friends, that he wasn't the real Jeffrey Emery, they threatened to cut off my fingers. That's where they cut the ends. I don't know if you can actually see.
Yeah, I can just about see where they cut. I think the scars there.
Fingers. Yeah, they're shorter than. They took the tops of my fingers off with secateurs, because they were fed up with me telling everyone what Barbara David had done, taken my brother out the front door. Anyway, after that, things started getting worse. We were getting beaten. Doors were always locked. I was always put in my bedroom. Eating in the bedroom, never allowed to go out. Then I had to start babysitting the second Jeffrey Emery because he had epilepsy. Every time he had an epileptic seizure, Michael Emery was beating him in an epileptic seizure. Anyway, things went by. At 13 years old, we left 4 Elm Road and moved to another street in Aylsham. When I got to 17 years of age, I watched my stepfather murder the second Jeffrey Emery with a wooden bed leg. Now, after everything had happened, I took the neighbour round up into the loft of my parents and showed her the murder weapon there. She actually saw it there, and the blood-stained bedroom that still had blood on the floorboards. The police didn't actually go to that house till a year later. The house had been empty for a whole year for them to go in and look for that murder weapon. They went in when new owners moved into the property and said there was nothing in there. But
can I just interject just quickly? You're talking about murders here, and I confirm, just whilst we're on this point, that multiple high-profile murders are now being connected to this international government fraud, which actually involves the police, involves the government, the Freemasons, and it is linking in with religious establishments. I just wanted to sort of support you on what you're saying about the murders there, Vanessa.
Yeah, and there's another photo of me and my brother and my mum, and she's wrote on the back, Joyce, Jeffrey, Venessa, Emery. So you can see the difference between the two Jeffrey Emerys.
Yeah.
The real Jeffrey Emery. That's the imposter Jeffrey Emery. And that's a week later. Now, the year 1975, they took him because I was the bridesmaid 3 months after for a man called Jimmy Plimmer, who was meant to have been my uncle. I found out none of them. I'm related to none of them. Anyway, as my brother that was switched reached the age of 19 years old, Michael killed him. Let me just find that photo of my brother. There he is. This is the brother that was murdered at 19 years of age. The same lad here is him.
How was he murdered, Vanessa?
With a wooden bed leg and shot in the back of the head with a pistol. That pistol was found when they emptied the whole house. Michael had told my children, no, your mum's making it all up. There's never been a gun in the house. Well, in 2018, after he died, my son emptied the loft, found that pistol and brought it round to me. That same day, the uncle, because I'd been to the police station, as soon as Michael died, I went to the police station and reported everything. As soon as I contacted David to bring all this up, and he sent out mental health to remove that pistol, they took it. Two coppers turned up. They weren't real police officers. They were just dressed in police uniforms. because nobody to this day knows where that pistol was taken. But that's the pistol that Michael shot him in the back of the head with.
Okay.
As we go along, this is the family. Michael Emery, evil man. David Emery, Darrell Emery, Barbara Emery. None of them are Emerys, only Michael.
And on that point, Vanessa, I can confirm that multiple alias names are being used, linking in with the police, linking in with the government. Even our prime ministers are using multiple identities on records, okay, as part of this international government fraud. And just quickly on what you're saying again with the murders, I've researched the murder of Daniel Morgan in 1987, and I can confirm that every single bit of research that I come in from, whether it's the police officer, the actual suspects, even connections, it seems, coming in from other cases as well that I'm looking at, are all linking into this international government fraud. But I'm almost certain that and Dando murder is 100% to do with this international government fraud. Sorry, carry on, Vanessa.
This is a picture of my stepmum. Her first name, her real name, when she first picked us up from Blackpool, was June. Auntie June, we were calling. Then it changed to Joan, and then it changed to Joyce. So that's my stepmum. That's my real mum. They both look alike. But I find out now through DNA testing that it was my actual mum's sister that brought me up, my real mother's sister.
So what I'd like, Vanessa, what I'd like to do is cover a little bit what happened first with a bit more detail. Just talk, because then I can tie my evidence into it as well. So just to summarise for everybody, what Vanessa is claiming is that a meeting took place with her and her family at Blackpool Pleasure Beach in around early 1960s, I believe. Vanessa, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and that meeting was between Walt Disney and Vanessa's family, where she was taken from that meeting, never saw her parents again, went initially to a house in Blackpool, and was then taken a few weeks later. Was it 2 or 3 weeks later, Vanessa?
It seemed ages. To be honest, I'm not quite sure how many weeks it was, Gary.
Okay.
It was ages.
So she was then taken to Aylsham, which is in Kent, and we're going to be talking about these different locations a little bit here. Are you happy if I just, on Blackpool, can I just talk about some of the evidence surrounding that?
Yes, of course you can. I'm just sorting these pictures anyway.
And then what we'll do is we'll try and move forward in a timeline as to what happened to you as we go forward from that. So one of the first things that I needed to establish is try and determine if there was any truth in what Vanessa was saying about the Blackpool Pleasure Beach side of things. So I established, without what Vanessa had told me, that it was a very, very important location, Blackpool Pleasure Beach, and that it was actually very important to Disney. And now this isn't what Vanessa told me. This is what I established after speaking to Vanessa, remember? Now, Blackpool Pleasure Beach was actually the inspiration for the Walt Disney resorts. A lot of people don't know that. And the first resort was opened in America, in California, in 1955. So if we look at the timelines here, 1951, 1951, according to the research, the Stone of Destiny, or Stone of Crone, that is required for an authentic coronation of a king and queen in the United Kingdom, appears to have been stolen or gone missing, and a fake stone potentially used in the coronation of the queen in 1953, 2 years later. Okay, you can actually go and research that, and there's evidence about that. And it even says that a big part of the stone may have actually gone to Kent in a field. Remember, Vanessa is talking about Kent, where she was taken. It's where I was born also. And there's overlapping evidence that, if we get time later, links my family to Vanessa's evidence as well. So the Stone of Crone went missing, potentially a fake one used for the coronation of the Queen in 1953. 1953 is also when the MK Ultra program started. Now that began from Operation Paperclip in the 1940s, which involved members of the Nazi regime being taken from Germany over to America, and they had positions such as scientists, etc. This then became the MK Ultra program, forming in 1953, the same year that the Queen was coronated. Okay, and that is mass non-consensual experimentation on the public, whether it be subliminal messages, radiation, through your television, through sound, through frequencies, being able to try and control you through that technology. And any of you that doesn't believe in that, just consider this. If you flicker an image on a screen and it's done in the right way, you will not consciously recognize that image because you'll be too focused on what you're watching, but subconsciously your brain will acknowledge it. Okay, and it can program your brain. So the MK Ultra program, then this actually ties in with Blackpool Pleasure Beach. Now, why does it tie in with Blackpool Pleasure Beach? Well, because Disney is actually linked to Adolf Hitler. Not only is he linked to Adolf Hitler, he is connected to the research to Werner von Braun. And Werner von Braun was one of the people brought over from Germany as part of Operation Paperclip in the 1940s. And he actually became the father of NASA, okay, which links in back with Charles. Charles, as I've said, was initiated to become the supposed Prince of Wales in 1958. Well, that is when NASA was actually originally formed. NASA being one letter short of Satan. 1969, when Charles actually became the Prince of Wales, which is where Companies House is based, remember that, or it was, that creates the criminal companies now running the world. That's also when the first moon landing supposedly happened involving NASA. So Blackpool Pleasure Beach was an incredibly important location. And I'm just whilst I'm on the point, Vanessa, I just want to explain some of the connections through the Companies House records, because this is so important for people to understand how this ties into the Companies House fraud. Because remember, Companies House, okay, is a way of companies registering, which they're claiming is a way of regulating and ensuring that fraud is prevented. That's why they actually set it up according to the government. Remember, government means mind control. Everything has been inverted. It's actually been used as the main system of fraud against humanity, to be able to funnel money through fake companies into a very sinister agenda involving the Vatican and the Collider technology and everything that we're talking about. So 1955 is when the first Walt Disney Resort actually opened in California. And that's obviously 2 years after the Queen was coronated. The year before, 1954, is when CERN was actually first founded. And CERN is the company that is overseeing the Large Hadron Collider, which is in Geneva in Switzerland, where all of my research converges on a threat to creation, where they're funneling the money into the Collider technology. And on the 18th of this month, an article came out, you can go and search it, where they have just had nearly $1 billion, I think it's £1 billion actually, I believe, donated to a future circular collider program involving CERN to build a new collider 3 times bigger than the collider that is already in Switzerland at the moment. So this is a very recent article. So 1955 is important because the Companies House research links into connections to the company that I was removed from for refusing to file forged bank documents. This all started for me in 2022. I was a director for a company called Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. As a director, I wanted to view the bank documents, approached the acting chairman. He ended up getting angry at me and resigned, which triggered this whole investigation. I then found fake bank documents. The police force provided 2 emails inadvertently confirming that they were allowing the banks to produce forged bank documents to be used by criminal companies. They admitted being part of the fraud inadvertently. This then escalated to the Serious Fraud Office, the Independent Office for Police Conduct, and the Home Office of the government, and I found they were all involved. All of them. The governments, the prime ministers, your councillors, the heads of the NHS, the heads of the police and crime commissioners, they're all involved in this very sinister agenda. Just quickly, so we've got this clear importance of the Blackpool Pleasure Beach, which is what is tying in with Venessa, because remember, Venessa is claiming this meeting took place with Walt Disney. So how does that relate into the company's house records? So I'm just going to find the screenshot that shows you some of the research, if I can read it. So Disney did indeed take part in meetings at Blackpool Pleasure Beach in the 1950s, right? So this reaffirms what Venessa is saying and how important Blackpool Pleasure Beach was to Walt Disney. Now, for some reason, my screenshots are quite blurred, but it says an article from 2019 suggests that Walt Disney had connections, as I've said, to Hitler and the Flemings as well. So not only to Hitler, to Werner von Braun, but the Flemings. Now, remember, the Flemings were the ones, I haven't told you this today, but the Flemings were the ones that initiated my removal as a director from Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited after I continuously refused as a director to file the forged bank documents that I had acquired through the company. And Deborah Fleming, who was an NHS chief executive, ended up initiating my removal as a director. So they removed me from the company as a director, and it seems as though they filed the forged bank documents anyway. So you're talking trillions of pounds worth of fraud, trillions of pounds around the world. This is not just the United Kingdom, this is worldwide fraud, and it links into the crimes against children, very, very serious crimes, even worse than the sexual abuse of children. Vanessa, whilst I'm looking at where I need to go, is there anything you wanted to say?
I just want to show you where the clones come into this.
Okay.
1 sec. As you can see, this is my real brother, what he looks like today, under the name now of Paul Emery. I took her DNA on Ancestry. Brother, my real brother. This is the one that was murdered. Doesn't he look like the real brother?
Mm. Yeah.
Can you see?
Yep.
And that's the real one. They changed his name from Jeffrey Emery, his real identity, to Paul Emery. I did ask him for a DNA test. He agreed. I paid £209, sent it to him. He was going to send it off on this particular Monday morning, but his wife had pressured him not to take the DNA test because she said I was a scammer. I do believe his wife is involved. She was positioned to be with him, paid to be with him. She has been listening to the lives, but she's now finally blocked me.
Okay.
I'm just looking for the pictures of my son, my real son.
Just on your research, Vanessa, you used Ancestry, didn't you? Quite a lot to do some of your research. Ancestry, the website, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And
yes,
what did you find?
I found, well, I had to send off to Joyce and Michael's death certificates because the stepsister wouldn't give them to me. But the funniest part is with these certificates. Let me just put that there. Just 1 second. The certificates.
Whilst Vanessa's looking for that, I can confirm that Ancestry is actually part of the international government fraud. Okay, I've done the research through Companies House. It links back into the same companies, and Vanessa has information via her research for her families that they have also been forging information through their public records as well.
Right, I found the Joyce's death certificate made me open my eyes. It says her maiden name was Paul. Well, that's the name she was given by Jeffrey Paul. I don't believe it was her real father anyway. But it says that Joyce was married to, wife of Michael, Frederick, John, Paul, Milton, Jeffrey Emery. That's a long name for a man, isn't it? But when he died, it came up Michael, Frederick, Jeffrey. Now, he'd also used the name for 4 Elm Road and took the house in the tenancy name of John Emery. So he'd used a lot of names in this ancestry because they're all using fake identities anyway.
Yeah.
Michael Emery has come up stepfather. I already knew that. That's his real father, Leonard Emery.
All right.
This is his real mother, Catherine Mary Stack. This is the most interesting part of it all. This woman here is Michael's real mother, Catherine Mary Stack. Here is Michael, aged about 8 years old. It says on there, you can't see it, but it does say, Mum and Michael at Aunt May's 1963. Well, if he's 8 years old in 1963, why did he put a birth certificate in saying he was born in 1942? Well, now I'm going to show you why he did that. Michael stole a dead identity of a Michael Emery who died in 1942. But what's more interesting is the address where Darryl lived. Darryl Emery, meant to be Michael Emery's, why has it gone dark? That's it. Meant to be Darryl Emery is meant to be Michael Emery's brother. Well, 41 Bennett Road, Bournemouth, this Michael Emery died. On one of Darryl Emery's birth certificates, because he had two, a red one and a green one. On the green one, it was the same address as this dead Michael Emery, that Darryl lived at 41 Bennett Road as well in Bournemouth.
Now, just for everyone that's watching, Bournemouth is where the inquiry started with me at Exbourne Manor. It's the same town. But
this is more intriguing. Remember me saying that I watched Jeffrey Poole give them all books of blank birth, death, marriage certificates?
Yeah.
Well, this Joyce died before Michael. Look at the number on Joyce's death certificate. Now look at the one on Michael's death certificate. You can see they've both been ripped out. 100738, 100739. They've both been ripped out the book that they had in the first place. I also sent for Jeffrey Emery, the fake Jeffrey Emery's death certificate, which has been written out in pen. Says he died of anoxia and an epileptic form attack. He didn't. He died being hit over the head with a wooden bed leg and shot in the back of the head with a pistol. I watched it all. They'd threatened to take me out and break the law. 6 months after, I took an overdose over that conversation because I couldn't sleep. I could not get David and Michael's conversation out their head that they were going to take me out. Never happened because in the end, right at the end, they're all scared of me now. I found Michael's real birth certificate. And I knew that he was born in 54 because when I was younger, I bought Michael a Father's Day cup. And it had his year of birth written on it. That cup got destroyed and broken years and years after. But I finally got his real birth certificate. And it says Michael Hugh Emery. His father's Leonard Emery. And I've got a photo of Michael's real father. And his mother's Catherine Mary Stack, formerly Stack. But I don't even believe that that's their real name, Stack, because let me get the craze part up. Now, if you remember me, I've just showed you a picture of Michael visiting Auntie May in 1963.
Yeah.
They've always said that their parents have been a Lee. Their mother's maiden name was Lee. Well, take a look at this.
Now, this is really important, everyone. You need to really listen to this because this ties into my evidence and to the Cray twins. Carry on, Vanessa.
This woman here calls herself Barbara Emery. Doesn't she look like Violet Annie Lee Cray? And there's May Lee. The same May, the same Auntie May Michael was visiting in 1963.
And that's the Cray's mother, isn't it? That top picture?
Yes, it is. That makes her their sister.
And just so everyone's also aware, my family, bearing in mind I'm from Kent, used to associate with the Cray twins. Okay, also, which becomes important with what we're going to be talking about in a minute.
There's a big pile of letters here, all from the police stations, where they did nothing about it. There's about 9 letters from the police there, did nothing about it. Names of officers I've had to deal with, did nothing about it.
Okay.
Where was I getting to next? Mr. Jeffrey Paul. Oh no, let's just look at ancestry a minute. I knew the village people were dressing up in ancestry in old Victorian clothes. I have read ancestry inside out. Now, funny enough, I've known this girl has always been connected to this crime. She lived across the road from me. Her name is Tina Ferguson. There she is. Get that light off her face. There's Tina Ferguson. Yeah?
Okay.
She's dressed up in ancestry as Hilda Pye. When they left the house that night, I'd had it out with her in the street. They did a moonlight flip and moved. But they'd got a skip and they were throwing antique clothes out in the skip. When I collared her down the shop and said, "Hello, Hilda Pye," she just laughed at me, just run off. See, they're still thinking they're getting away with all this, but they're not.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're certainly being exposed massively. You know, they're definitely going to be worried about all of this evidence. It's pretty irrefutable stuff that's now all coming out. I'll just cover a couple of the overlaps with some of the things that we've talked about, and how you and I are actually very likely going to be very closely connected in all of this for whatever reason. So I mentioned the MK Ultra earlier. I'm just going to talk about how this ties in with things. So when I researched MK Ultra on the Companies House records, now remember, the Companies House registration system is what the government creates. It's really important that everyone understands this. And for whatever reason, there is a trail of evidence proving everything through the Companies House registration system and then being supported by all the other stuff that we're talking about. So when I was researching MK Ultra, I came across a company called MK Limited, and its original name had the name Medway in it, okay, which is Kent, is where I was born in Medway, in Chatham. And through that company, it straight away links to a Masonic lodge in Gillingham, which is also in Kent, right near where I used to live, near Chatham. And then I moved to Rochester with my dad. Within that company is my former school, which was called the Thomas Aveling School, which is on Arethusa Road in Rochester. That's where I went when I was living with my father. Now, as if that wasn't shocking enough for me, coming in from MK Limited, the MK Ultra research, I found Waterman companies, including Waterman offshore companies. Now, my surname is obviously Waterman. There were some names on there I didn't recognize, being Ernest. The other one, I think it was Elizabeth. But the addresses within and around that company were all around where I was born, the area where I lived and where I was born, which was predominantly Rochester and Chatham. But it also had a postcode of an address there, and that linked straight to a Knights Templar building, a 13th century Knights Templar building in Rochester. Bearing in mind what we're talking about, the Reformation and the Knights Templar back in the 13th century, where this all began. There we have the Knights Templar. Coming in from the Waterman companies, very quickly you hit loads of Olympic Games companies. Now we're going to talk about the evidence of Venessa in a minute and how that also links immediately into Olympic Games companies as well. Amongst those Olympic Games companies, you have David Beckham Limited. David Beckham has just been named on the Jeffrey Epstein list, all right, and he is massively implicated in the international government fraud. Now, when you go in through there, there's royal family companies as well. And in fact, my friends that I grew up with link immediately, literally one company away, even though there's about 5.3 million companies, one company away, you have a company called Ingenious Film Partners linking with my friends that I grew up with. And that is on page 40 of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales company that links all areas of the fraud practically. Now, just quickly on the Blackpool Pleasure Beach, the research of Blackpool Pleasure Beach shows that it was founded in 1896 and had partially closed during the war and then returned to prominence from 1958 to 1961. 1958 is the year that Charles was initiated to become the Prince of Wales, and 1962, roughly, is when Vanessa is claiming the infiltration of the family happened. This is fitting in with what Vanessa is claiming, as I've said. Now, Amanda Thompson is shown as the current managing director for Blackpool Pleasure Beach at the time of my research. Now, my father's adoptive family is linked to the Thompsons. Remember, my family used to associate with the Cray twins. That's what I've been told. I've seen a photograph helping to support that. Well, now we have a Thompson connection to the Blackpool Pleasure Beach, where Vanessa is claiming that she was actually abducted from. Blackpool Pleasure Beach, at the time of the research, various members of the Thompson family having managed it since 1929.
No.
Amanda Thompson. Sorry, Vanessa. Did you say
I
something?
didn't say anything, no.
Sorry. Amanda had been the managing director of Blackpool Pleasure Beach from 2004, receiving an OBE in the important year of 2012. And that's an important year because that is when CERN, supposedly, the Large Hadron Collider, discovered the Higgs boson or God particle on the 4th of July 2012, but also it's when you had the Olympic Games in the United Kingdom here, and the water sports element of that was held in Weymouth, which is in Dorset, which is very relevant because the Deborah Fleming, who initiated my removal, was an NHS chief executive for the NHS in Dorset, Hampshire, and Isle of Wight. Now, she was shown, Amanda Pearson was shown as being given some sort of reference from Companies House in February 2020, which is 2 months after the COVID outbreak. Now, everything I'm talking about, I'm saying it because it is all overwhelmingly irrefutably connected, including the interventions that you were all forced to have from 2019. It's all to do with this, okay? Now, Thompson is prominent in theme parks all over the world. This is Amanda Thompson of Blackpool Pleasure Beach, having chaired the Europe, Middle East and Africa Committee and is part of the advisory board. She was nominated for the board of directors for International Association of Amusement Parks and Attractions from 2018. This is when Gordon Bowden started to expose the non-verification elements of the Companies House fraud, okay? He was an ex-military person and he identified that there was an address in London called 788 to 790 Finchley Road where there was over 260,000 addresses registered there, even though there's no one in the building. All right, it's an empty building, and I know that because one of my contacts went there and sent me a video confirming it's still empty. This means they avoid accountability and liability by having nobody there that you can actually hand a letter of litigation in relation to any criminal activity to in relation to a company. This includes David Cameron had companies there and Tony Blair as well. Now, so from 2018, this happened. He started to expose the Companies House fraud, and this led to global attractions industries. Her involvement, Amanda, to global attractions industry from 2021, where she led that organization. So this shows you how important Blackpool Pleasure Beach is, and she was the first European woman to do so. It's very important how very relevant and obvious how important Blackpool Pleasure Beach is in all of this. Now, Companies House records show that a company called if I can get my phone working, called Blackpool Pleasure Beach 1910 was incorporated obviously in 1910 as Blackpool Pleasure Beach Company before changing its name in 1986, around the time that Vanessa Emery claims to have witnessed a murder. I believe the shooting was around 1985, 1986. Vanessa, roughly?
May 1986.
Right, okay. So Blackpool Pleasure Beach changes its name that same year. Now, a lot of people are going to say, well, that's just coincidence. Trust me, there are far too many things tying with key dates and key things happening all the way through this. It is not a coincidence. Now, Vanessa claims to have witnessed that murder. The Companies House register has been forged for this company with the incorporation document displaying Velvet Coaster Limited instead of what it says on the register. 1910 is the same year that the Savile Club was Incorporated. That's right. Jimmy Savile, the Savile Club, was incorporated the same year as this Blackpool Pleasure Beach Company. Now, the Savile Club actually was originally founded back in the 1800s. I think it was 1868 or something like this. But the actual Savile Club company that I found on Company's House, 1910. Now, that links directly into the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners. So that connects Jimmy Savile to the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners. What have they just done since I've exposed it? They're now scrapping the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners, right? That's because it links to Jimmy Savile, it links to the Vatican and the plans surrounding the collider technology that I have been exposing. So they're now scrapping the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners. And they were actually originally started in 2012, which again ties in with CERN, because this is when CERN discovered the Higgs boson, or God particle. So I suspect, or I'm pretty certain, that the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners was created to funnel money through from the police through into the agenda surrounding the collider technology. Because what the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners were heads of organisations brought in to oversee the chief constables, and they actually decided the funding of the police. So that enabled the ability to control the money flow through the police and how they were managing their crime reduction, which actually the police are behind most of the crime now. All right, according to my research, I'm linking serial murderers into it, high profile deaths into the police now and the government. All right, there's no coincidence that the Metropolitan Chief has just announced in the last few days, for the first time ever, police officers will have to confirm whether they're a Freemason or not. Now, that was as a result of an inquiry of the Daniel Morgan murder that I told you about at the beginning, where he was axed to death in a car park I can't remember where it was, and that is now linking in with the police being implicated in that from every single angle. It's linking into this government fraud. Vanessa, anything you want to say whilst I'm thinking what I want to say next?
I just wanted you to tell the audience about my son. When I gave birth to my son, he was taken from his cot, taken down to my parents. I never knew to this day why they did it. It took 2 days to get my baby back, and I knew that it wasn't my son, when I'm now going to prove it. When I was given Barbara's real address in New Zealand from one of Daryl's children, I went on Google Earth and zoomed in, and my real son, let me just turn the camera. My real son is stood on Barbara's driveway. There's my real son. This is the son I've been bringing up. Don't they look alike? That's my real son. Stood on the same woman's drive, the same woman who kidnapped me and my brother. And there's the son I'm bringing up now. Both called Stephen Emery. I don't know what they've changed this boy's name into now. I haven't got a clue. If I had got a clue, I'd have found him on Facebook or anywhere by now. I've even thought of writing to Barbara's address to the tenants that live there, but I'm not going to get no answers if I did that. They'd probably cause trouble for me with the police and mental health again and all this. But you can see where the clones come into it in my family. Every person in this family has 2 children, 2 kids with the same names. Now, that night my son was taken, I was given a house in, I will say, 18 Newman Road. And I was living next to this man, who calls himself Ted Sennett. Well, after Michael, his ancestry account was sent to me, I finally found out the truth. I thought, oh my God, I saw this. Eileen Emery, William John Stack, Martin Emery. Ted Sennett, is Martin Emery. That's when
1989.
Yeah, that was when they'd gone to a funeral. That was the funeral they'd gone to. I found on Michael's ancestry. And that's the same man, Martin Emery, a.k.a. Ted Sennett, here when he was in his 18s. The whole village knows him. He still lives here. He's panicking at the moment because I actually walked into the pub and shouted out, "Oi, Martin Emery, why are you using the name Ted Sennett?" He went absolutely ballistic. And I just walked out laughing my head off. I found out everything. And another thing that I found, Gary, is I was always
Mm.
led to believe in the family that my auntie Pat Norton, Patricia Norton, lived in Castleford. I went to see her every year as I was a kid. And then one of the uncles accidentally slipped up on Ancestry and put her real identity. It wasn't Patricia Norton. It was a Martha Elizabeth Austin. And they said she died in 1967. She didn't. My Auntie Pat, which is Martha Elizabeth Austin, died in 1918. I think she died after Geoffrey Pooley, died in 89. She died after him, so she must have died in 1990, 1991. But were they backdated all this with different names? It is hard to work out. But I've actually
Yeah,
done
I mean, yeah, you've done incredibly well with what you found out. It's amazing what you found out. And
and
maybe you just want to what?
I will say this man lives in the village. This is one of the main big players in all this crime. Calls himself Eric Norton, says he's related to my Auntie Patricia Norton. Can't remember her today when I bring her name up. But I asked her why they changed her name to from Martha Elizabeth Austin to Patricia Norton. You know what they turned around and said to me? She preferred that name. She didn't even know that her name had been changed. So I got that one out. That's the main player in the village. I've already told him I'm going to expose everything about his family, because his family are actually working in Company's House. And I've also got these. If you all look carefully, I got this from Ancestry. If you look down the far left lane, this lane here is the real dates of people's births and deaths, yeah? But it's all been changed here. If you look, this one was the 15th of October, 1879. It's now May the 9th, 1980.
Can you point with a? Have you got something you can point at as as you're like a pencil, just so you can point at the bit you're talking about?
Yeah, 1 second.
Because it's quite hard to see it.
Ancestry actually shit themselves when I took these off, because when I went back on the next day to look at them again, it says, "Oops, we've hit a snag," and removed these. All three of these have been removed, but I'd already took them. I'd already printed them. Right, here we go. If you look down this column here, first column, that's the dates of people's real births and deaths and whatever it is. But if you look right next to it, this is the 7th of August. It's been changed to May the 16th.
Can you point at it with your pen, please? The bit you're actually looking at, if you can.
Yeah, this bit here.
That bit there.
Says the 7th of August, yeah?
Okay, yeah.
Next to it, it's been changed to 1818, May the 16th. They've all been changed, all these dates. These are the original, down the first line. And then they've all been changed here. Same as this line. These are all the dates of their real births and deaths. And they've all been changed.
What's the heading of those columns? Is there a heading title to the two columns?
Just West Yorkshire. People that I was looking in the family at West Yorkshire. Right, I can't actually read it. Where they've scribbled the writing, you can't actually read what it says. It's small. Because it's so small. But you can actually see down the column here that they've changed all the dates here.
Okay.
But I've done all that, so I've got all that clocked and saved. So,
sorry, go on.
I was just saying that Joyce just left clues. She left a photo of her and Barbara together, and on the back of it, she's got July in capital letters written in red writing. But I don't understand that, what it's all about, that picture. But yeah, these are. Oh dear. Another thing. This is gobsmacking as well. When I took a DNA test on Ancestry, I got results back, and it came up looking a picture of my sister. I thought, well, hang on a minute. They look spitting image of each other. Just trying to find it, Gary.
Okay.
This is the stepsister. Yeah. You just find the one that contacted me on Ancestry. Spitting image of my sister. One sec. They're all clones. It's a picture of a girl with glasses on. It's not in that pile. I've been through that pile. Picture of. Sorry, Gary. If
That's
you
all
could
right.
just,
Whilst you're looking for it, I'm just going to explain the connection to Blackpool straight to the intelligence agencies. Okay, so let me know when you found it. So in that company that we were talking about, Blackpool Pleasure Beach of 1910, remember the same year that Savile Club? Have you got it?
No, not yet.
The Savile, same year as the Savile Club, you have Graham Robertson Stevens is shown as having been a director for that company for one day in 2009. You got it?
No.
Okay, for one day in 2009, he's connected to over 5,800 companies, which includes a company called Lassington Reach Management Company. This is the exact same name record, okay, that name of Graham Robertson Stephen that links immediately to the research of the former head of MI6, Richard Moore. Okay, now they've just recently brought in Blaise Material, I think it is a funny surname, who you would have probably have been seen talking about the fake risk of conflict with Russia. It's all a lie. They are all working together. I've got the evidence. They're all working collaboratively on this international government fraud. But just to show you how quickly it links to Exbourne Manor. Okay, so we're still talking about this same Blackpool Pleasure Beach company. Andrew Richard Blakehouse connects Lassington Reach Management Company to St James Mews Charfield Management Company Limited, which has a registered address of Queen's House, 11 Queen's Way. They love their royal connections in all of this, okay, in New Milton, Hampshire. This is the same address used throughout the fraud, linking to Exbourne Manor, Freehold Limited, the company that I was removed from in multiple times. And it also links to the research of the Grenfell Tower, the fire, because I'm almost certain that was deliberate as well as part of this. Pretty much every terrorist incident and disaster that I've looked at actually links to the same companies involving the police, involving the intelligence agencies, the heads of the military, and this international government fraud. Now, I pray that they are all deceptions and that they are just using those disasters to funnel money through from the public and the investigations, but it's looking as though they are all real and that people have really been dying as a result of what these people are doing. Hi, Vanessa. Sorry, did you want to say something?
Yep, I found it. Right, this is my evil stepsister, the girl that got everything. She had houses, 3 houses bought for her, cash outright, and she's never had a job. Where did she get the money from? Anyway, I took a DNA test and this young girl came up. Spitting image of my sister. She's from Queensland, Australia. As soon as I asked this girl what connection she was to Michael and Joyce Emery, she blocked me. I believe that could be Joyce's real daughter. This is what my brother looks like today, my real brother, spitting image of me. This is a picture of Gillian Poole, Geoffrey Poole's daughter, and Kathleen Jarvis's daughter. This is a bit blurry, this one, but that's her there again, and her husband, Kenneth Williams. Right, I've done them.
Okay.
You noticed how many you can see the clones in the actual story, though, can't you? Another thing.
I mean, there's definite. Yeah.
I pretended to my children I'd lost my birth certificate. So what I did, because I took my original up to show Daryl my birth certificate, he sneaked off upstairs and laminated my birth certificate, yeah? Where you can see it's laminated. So I pretended I'd lost that one and sent for a new one. I should have had an exact copy of this birth certificate come through, but watch this. On this birth certificate of the original, it says the signature of the registrar is L.F. Fulbrook. Fulbrook, yeah? When I got the new one, after Daryl had took pictures of my original, it's come back L. Hallicoot. Well, it should say, an exact copy should have Fulbrook written on it, not Hallicoot. I thought, and they've actually written this one. And guess where it came from? Cheshire, the same place Daryl lives. So he took a photo of my original birth certificate, sent it to someone in Cheshire, I went home and received a new copy that come from Cheshire with a different registrar's name on it to the original birth certificate. So that was all frauded. This is to prove that I went to Harriet Harman's sister, Sarah Harman. 1 minute. I'm not going to show this letter because it's private. It was after a mistake in the hospital, but it's Harman and Harman's solicitors. Harriet and Sarah had a solicitors in Canterbury. It was them I went to for a hospital mistake that was caused to me. So that's proving that I've been with Harriet Harman's sister. But you can get to read
whilst you're talking about Harriet Harman, it sort of ties into a couple of things I was just going to say. As you know, Vanessa, I've told you before that my wife's sister is friends with Harriet Harman. Now, bearing in mind, I was living in Dorset, you're in Kent. Although I was born in Kent, I moved to Dorset. Now, not only is Harriet Harman friends with my wife's auntie, where she tried to get me to write my reports through her so that Harriet Harman would basically draft it. But Harriet Harman was associated to the Paedophile Information Exchange via the company, the National Council for Civil Liberties, that she was actually connected to. Okay, and the research via that actually ties in with what I'm about to mention, because within the same company again, okay, Andrew Richard Blakehouse connects Lassington Reach Management Company. Sorry, I've said that bit. Sorry, Stevens, the same person, connects Blackpool Pleasure Beach to Blackpool Pleasure Beach Amusement Consultancy, and Philip David McCandlish connects this company to Kidfest Limited. That's right, KID Fest Limited, that was incorporated in 2015, and it has Companies Made Simple on its incorporation document, which, through my evidence, makes the links to the Paedophile Information Exchange and Harriet Harman, and a company where they've removed a company name from an incorporation document to hide the link to the Paedophile Information Exchange, the fraud, and the World Trade Center disaster. The World Trade Center disaster is 100% all to do with everything that I am exposing that we're talking about here today. Did you want to say anything, Vanessa? If not, I'll move on to...
Just looking through photos at the minute. I'll let you carry on a minute.
Okay, no worries. So there's someone mentioned Sonia Poulton earlier. I can tell you 100% Sonia Poulton is compromised, okay? And in fact, when you come in from Blackpool Pleasure Beach, it makes connections to Poulton's Park, which is a theme park in Dorset. Okay, and the research, there's loads of evidence in relation to Sonia Poulton, who claims to be an independent journalist that's investigating the likes of Madeleine McCann. Well, I spoke personally to Sonia Poulton in 2023 after I'd found connections to the Madeleine McCann case, which again is 100%, there's no doubt in my mind, to do with this international government fraud. 100%, everybody. She refused to assist me, and then one of Sonia Poulton's companies suddenly dissolved. I found connections through to the fraud. She is linked to a company called CPM Codden, or Codden CPM Limited. Well, that links to the Pizzagate scandal of 2016, which looks as though, unfortunately, close your ears if you don't like to be offended, that suggests they are skinning children alive of part of the connection through to the Paedophile Information Exchange, and how that connects into the blood of the children and links back in with the Vatican and the Red Shoe Society and the plans against all of creation involving the Collider technology. So when you come in from Hillary Clinton, who was supposedly implicated in the Pizzagate scandal, it hits CPM Codden, or Codden CPM Limited again. And on the incorporation document, directly there by Hillary Clinton, is the Virgin Management Company. That's right, linking in with the Virgin Foundation. And who else has been named in the Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell court records? That's right, Richard Branson, who founded the Virgin Foundation, everybody. It's all to do with this. Anyone that isn't exposing this company's house fraud, unfortunately, you cannot trust them. There's so many people have been implicated in this. Remember, it's linked to the international drug trade because there's been no verification which means fake names, fake addresses have been able to be used deliberately by our governments, meaning they can launder money in relation to international drug trafficking, international terrorism, international conflicts, and the very, very serious crimes to do with children that I'm talking about, all of this, and enable them to funnel the money through to the agenda. Now, there is a link back in. We have a connection coming in from this Blackpool Pleasure Beach company to the Isle of Wight very, very quickly. Remember, Deborah Fleming was the NHS chief executive for Hampshire, Isle of Wight and Dorset. She initiated my removal from Exbourne Manor. Anything you want to say, Vanessa, at the moment?
No, I've got all my stuff ready in order now to show you the rest of the stuff.
Okay, no worries. Blackpool Pleasure Beach Limited, another company, was incorporated in 1985 as Red Zig Limited and changed its name for the only time during the research on the 1st of September 1986, around the time that Emery's claimed to have witnessed the murder. Vanessa claimed to have witnessed the murder. Bagshaw, also the same director, connects to Hotchkiss Patents and Investments Limited, that was incorporated in 1896 before changing its name to Pleasureland Limited in 1994. Moving forward, I'm just trying to skip to the most relevant bits, really, to all of you. There's connections to Chamber of Commerce. Most of those are linked to the fraud. So are the what's the name of them? The Citizens Advice Bureaus, because what they have enabled is a system to prevent this system of, or try and prevent this system of crime being exposed at the early stages. So a lot of people are directed through to the Citizens Advice Bureau for any legal advice. And if there's any risk of those individuals exposing this, then that gives them the ability at the early stage to silence those individuals before they risk going through the legal system and exposing all of this. Nicholas William Robert Thompson of Blackpool Pleasure Beach connects to Morecambe Leisure Park Holdings Limited. It was incorporated in 1938 and it dissolved in 2023 as I continued the exposure. And last time I looked, over a fifth of all companies on Companies House have dissolved since this has been exposed, and many, many more are in the process of closing down. I anticipate that you're probably going to see at least half of all companies on Companies House dissolved as this exposure continues. On this company incorporation document, you have Waterlow and Sons. That's one of the most important companies in the fraud, because Waterlow and Sons was actually purchased by De La Rue, the main currency producer, in 1961. Remember, we've already mentioned that year, 1961 earlier. Well, that's when it purchased Waterlow's. And Waterlow's was a company going right back to, I think it's 1810, and they were involved in putting security strips and things like that within documents. So I presume that's going to be the metal strip within the banknotes. So that was purchased by De La Rue as well. De La Rue was actually under investigation by the Serious Fraud Office that was being headed by Lisa Osofsky in 2019 in July. Okay. Well, that's a very important month. Why? Well, it's when Jeffrey Epstein was arrested. It's also when there was a protest in Wuhan in China surrounding a incinerator plant that was being built. And it's also the same month, that an article came out saying that Prince Harry was wearing the same pair of shoes over a prolonged period of time, and other evidence I've got suggests that those shoes actually were made from the skin of Madeleine McCann. And there's loads of evidence I could talk about in relation to that. Thompson, so we're still talking about Blackpool Pleasure Beach, links to British Association of Leisure Parks, Piers and Attractions Limited, that was incorporated in 1996, leading up to the World Trade Center disaster, which 100% was planned. An international collaborative attack against all of humanity, linking in with Vatican and involving the US government, UK government, Russian government, international governments that have all been infiltrated. And any of you evidence will know that this all connects to an organization which is actually called the Satanic Temple United Kingdom Company on Companies House, okay, that was actually incorporated in 2023. And it links to the blood of the children. So this company was incorporated in 1996 and was had a registered address in Canterbury, not far from Aylsham. This is very important to understand this, because you also have Justin Welby, who's the former Archbishop of Canterbury, massively implicated in this. And of course, Canterbury is not far from where Vanessa was taken to, or where she claims she was taken to. And that area also has massive links to the Cray twins as well. Okay, I actually worked in Maidstone Police, which isn't that far away. Initially, when I was in Kent Police, well, Maidstone Prison is where which Cray twin was it? I can't remember. It was one of them. Reggie, I believe, was taken from the Isle of Wight prison, which is where he was supposedly, to Maidstone Prison. So we've got the connection to the Isle of Wight. And there's actually a lady called Carol Ann Kelly, who supposedly converted Reggie Cray to being a Christian. And he was then taken to Maidstone Prison shortly afterwards. Well, Carol Ann Kelly, the research on Companies House linked back into all of the same companies that we're talking about in all of this. Anything you want to say, Vanessa, at the moment?
No, you carry on. I'm listening.
Great. Right, so basically, there's loads I could tell you about Blackpool Pleasure Beach, right? But that hopefully has made you realise how important Blackpool Pleasure Beach is, which obviously supports what Vanessa is saying, okay, about the Blackpool Pleasure Beach interaction. Now, where's this?
My parents owned Blackpool Pleasure Beach.
Right. Now, this actually ties in. We then make a connection, and I know that there's so much I could be here for hours, so I'll try and limit it a little bit. But there's a connection here via Blackpool Pleasure Beach to Reichman and Wing companies. Okay, now I suspect that is linked to the Reichman family, which was in the 1980s, 1990s. They were the fourth richest family in the world, and those same names link to my family via the research on Companies House. Okay, all of my family, most of my family are implicated irrefutably. They've all turned against me basically when I started to find evidence. This includes my mum, who I suspect is not my real mum. I suspect because there's links to Julian Assange in all of this, and a doomsday cult. And the research surrounding Julian Assange shows that they were swapping birth certificates and drugging children and swapping children around at birth. So this ties in with what Vanessa and I are talking about here as well, okay? Well, that links in with the doomsday cult tied with Julian Assange, which my family, in fact, all three of my families, collect to Julian Assange, okay? This includes my family. I was brought up with in Kent, my wife's family down in Dorset, and my brother-in-law's family who live in Gloucestershire, but they have beach huts in Mudderford, which is near Christchurch in Dorset. So we have this connection to the Reichman companies coming in from Blackpool Pleasure Beach, and we are literally really close to where we first started. Okay, you've got to remember there's over 5 million registered companies, and we're already making these very important connections. Supposedly, they were involved. The Reichman family phased out when the Canary Wharf development happened. Okay, I'm just trying to get my okay, with the instruction involved in that was Margaret Thatcher. And they were involved. Sorry, let me just read that. So the Reichman family were involved in the instruction and surrounding the instruction by Margaret Thatcher, which failed in 1992 in relation to the Canary Wharf building. Now, that is that important. In 1992, remember, is when the Vatican, I don't know if I said this earlier, but the Vatican became a legal entity in 1992. But it's also when the Companies House register started to become electronic. So we now have this link in with that date again with Canary Wharf. Well, that's really important because the leader of Qatar later purchased shares, the majority of the shares, I believe, in the Canary Wharf building. And he was actually educated in Sherborne in Dorset, and my wife's employer called Charles Sherwin worked in Sherborne. He had a dentist surgery, which actually ties back in with Vanessa in a minute. If I remember, I'll talk about that. It ties back in with Kent and in Vanessa. And when you research Charles Sherwin via that dentist surgery in Sherborne, guess what? You come straight to Virgin Foundation companies again. So it links back in with Richard Branson again and the Jeffrey Epstein files. But when the research claims that the Reichmans had founded Olympia and York, okay, a company called Olympia and York. Olympia York UK Limited was incorporated in 1988, the year before the World Wide Web was created for CERN. Now, this is all very important in relation to this. And I noticed the picture that Vanessa showed earlier was 1989. That's the year that the World Wide Web was created for CERN. Its creator was called Tim Berners-Lee. And Tim Berners-Lee lived in the same village as the Flemings that initiated my removal from Exbourne Manor, and that is Wimborne in Dorset, everybody. All right, so he actually created the World Wide Web, and it was created for CERN in 1989. So you can see we then lead into, well, you have 1989, 1990 is the Gulf War, which again is part of this international collaborative deception against humanity, uniting over the fraud, the Middle East with the West over the international government fraud, leading into 1991, which is when the bishop at the Vatican was trying to stop the infiltration of the Freemasons in the Vatican when he died. And then you had David Icke came out and said the world will be devastated by earthquakes and tsunamis. And remember, he links with the intelligence agencies. So you have this Olympia York UK company that was created in 1988, the year before the World Wide Web. Now, there's loads I could say here. Again, this ties into it. So the Lockerbie bombing from 1988, which happened in 1988, links back into the research of a collaboration of deception over the terrorist incidents. And what I mean by that is you have an organization linking right next to Pan Am American Airwaves Inc., okay, on Company's House, which is the airline that disaster involved, called Raytheon Systems. Now, Raytheon links almost immediately into Jeffrey Epstein, and right there you have a member of the Rockefeller family, right there. But why is it so critical? Well, when you research the suspect, or one of the two suspects that were supposedly convicted of the Lockerbie bombing from 1988, it goes back and links to Raytheon. The actual almost the exact same name, practically the same spelling of the suspect, goes back to Raytheon, which means back to Pan Am American Airways Inc., involving the Lockerbie bombing. So it's 100% going to be a collaborative deception. And this is the same I'm finding with every supposed terrorist incident. I'm finding the same sort of things happening. And the World Trade Center disaster is just unbelievable what I've found in relation to that. So anyway, going back to Vanessa, anything you want to say at the moment?
I've just got a few things to show.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Right. What I did was, because you couldn't see the initials in the ring, I had it blown up. MG. This is the Queen's coronation book, my mum's. When you open the first page, there's no publisher's name whatsoever. But if you look closely, pages have MG. MG stamped on them all. The book actually is in black and white and colour. And the same name on the back of my mum's original photograph of my mum and dad. They've got names like Miss Dilks, Miss Beaton in the book. But if you get to page 19 in the book, okay, on the bottom right corner, it says Prince Charles's second birthday should read 14th of November 1950. Well, this was a practice book, the original practice book before it was. I don't think it was ever published, to be honest. They made it all up, the book that they did publish, and the initials MG match the father's wedding ring as well. So that's the book. And Joyce also left a tiara, which I wore on my wedding day for 2 days and got divorced because I knew that the husband I married was involved in all this. I do believe when I got married it was real diamonds on this, but Michael put it into the jewellers And the jeweller happened to live next door to them in Queen's Road. So he took this away to have it cleaned, and I think that they put these crystals on instead. But Joyce said that it all told a story. She also left me a bowl, a fruit bowl, which is at home, too heavy to bring here. When you lift it up, it's just got a big picture of the crown on the back. I said, what do I want this for? She gave me that before she died. But she said, oh, it all tells the story. She couldn't say anything around the family members because she'd been taken out. They used to beat her rotten when we lived in 4 Elm Road, when all this abuse was going on. There is medical notes where Joyce went to the doctor and asked the doctor to get me out of the house and get me into a council property because of very bad domestic violence. I've got that evidence in my medical notes at home. I sent for all of them. There's got to be 4,000 bits of evidence about my medical notes. Not one piece of paper on the medical notes has got my next of kin written on it. Not one. Anyway, going back to what happened after they died. Oh, Joyce, this was also found behind the back of the photo frame. Joyce had cut faces out and stuck them to an A4 piece of paper, which I couldn't make sense of it at the beginning. This is Joyce sat in the middle because she worked. This was like a home where they looked after residents, but they're all doubles of people that I know. These are all doubles that patients in the care mum was looking after them. But that was left behind anyway. When all that happened and it was all over, they'd both been buried. I saw the original will of Joyce and Mick, burgundy, very professional, signed with a fountain pen by the solicitor. My mum and my dad, Mick and Joyce, had signed it as well. Well, David took the will, and for weeks he wouldn't sort anything out. He was the executor, but he left me to do everything. Now, when he gave me the will to take to the council, it was black and white. I said, hang on a minute, it's burgundy. It's meant to be burgundy and gold writing. And you can see he's wrote 1993 on it with a pen. And I said, if you used coloured ink, this page would have been burgundy, not black. Anyway, he made a mistake. I showed him the mistakes he'd made, and then he started making more mistakes. He gave me another copy. He put 1913 on it instead of 1993. And then, this was the funniest, this is the one he wanted me to give to the council. And then notify the solicitor that they were dead, a white one. I said, where's the original? Just give me. Then he was trying to tell my kids that I was colourblind. After the stepsister had already seen the real one was burgundy. On mum's death certificate, it said that Tammy was the next of kin of Joyce's death. Tammy weren't even there. When I went to ask her why she'd put her name on that death certificate, she said, David and the solicitor told me to do it. I said, that's fraud. You weren't there. So your name shouldn't be on there. Well, he told me to do it. So that was all frauded up. What else have I got? Oh, yeah. After all this had gone on, I decided, right, I'm taking a DNA test with David Emery. So I took it. There's all the paperwork, the DNA test between David and me. And the result says Vanessa Emery and David Emery are not biologically related. That's when David started flapping when I showed him this. So I know that David, because Joyce said to me, anything happens with a will, you ask David for a DNA test. David kicked off and had the section the same day I asked him to do a DNA test. Yeah, he's meant to be my dad's brother. Wow. But everything came back. Everything I've said has been true. The only last thing I have to prove now is that Joyce said 2 bodies were buried in my living room floor. Well, we started digging it. Me and my friend started digging it. Called out the investigator. He took the bits of the rubble out of the floor for analysis. It came back. There was bitumen and lime in the floor, and there was something the machine had picked up 6 foot long and moved. And he moved the meter, and there's something small picked up as well. But there's no pipes in my floor, so that's the last thing I have to prove. To see, I was saying to the kids, dig up the floor, prove if I'm mental, or Joyce is telling the truth, because she's told the truth all the way through this with all the evidence I've got. So that's the last thing I need to do. Then I turned to Netflix on one night and started watching The Missing Children of Torm. And this young gentleman came on the screen, and I screenshotted it. this gentleman was talking on the actual documentary, and he put his own family tree up looking for his family, and it says Barbara, Michael, June, Venessa. It's all the names in my family, but I wasn't born in 1977. Where Barbara had worked in a church, you could change all this, see? But it's not a coincidence that there are 4 people of the same names in my imposter family. So I was looking for this gentleman called Michael Riley. I couldn't find him, but he's meant to be living in Ireland, but he's actually on the documentary talking. And then we go to a friend of mine that I grew up with next door. I lived at 4 Elm Road. She lived at 3 Elm Road. I left 4 Elm Road, moved to Queens Road. She moved out the village. Well, I finally found her. She was my best friend living next door to us when all this stuff was going on. Her name was Mandy McCann. Now, she told me that her parents sold a baby. She was in the car when they sold a baby. So she went down to Folkestone Police Station to actually expose it all and make a statement. 2 weeks later, she was found dead. That was this year, 2021, she was dead. But I'd already said to her, I'm scared I've come to you in case anything happens to you. And she said, don't be stupid.
So
her
surname was McCann.
Yes, Mandy McCann. Now her mother, her mother's real identity is Alexis Simone Frost, Alexis Simone McMahon, but changed her name when she came to Elm Road to Nikki McCann. So all of them have changed their identities. Mandy's
so she died. She died 2021. She died.
Yes, and on her death certificate, this is the weirdest part. They put she died out of epileptic seizure. Mandy didn't have fits. Never had a fit in her life. And I've got that evidence on my other phone. I've got about 48 phones where I've had to keep changing the phone so they can't find me and store everything. My daughter said, why have you got a big bag of phones like that, Mum? You could get rid of all them and get a brand new iPhone. I don't want an iPhone. So, and then we've got George Williams. What it was, I was looking for, I went on to findagrave.com, and it came up that William Carter and George Williams were 2 relatives of mine in the Elsham Cemetery. So I found the graves, started putting flowers. All of a sudden, the graves went missing. Can still to this day not find William Carter's grave. I've given up with the count because they're nothing but liars. Anyway, they decided to send me a picture of George Williams' headstone. Now, it was only George Williams' headstone, his name written on that headstone, and where that scratch mark is, it was where somebody had scraped the name Betty Williams. So she wasn't actually buried up there. Her ashes was put into the floor. Anyway, she sent that picture and this letter saying, Aylsham Cemetery, George Williams, Betty Williams. Well, Betty weren't buried. She was scratched but the headstone's been moved, and all of a sudden, out of the blue, is the picture. It's now been cleaned, and if you look very closely at, it's actually been filled in. This headstone. It's the same headstone, but it's been added. Betty Williams has been added onto it at the bottom.
Yeah. Maybe we should. Shall I just explain why that name is so important, or did you want to say?
I'll let you say because you explain it better than me.
Well, I don't know about that, but so George Williams is the name of the founder of the Young Men's Christian Association. Now, that's really important because at a key point in the evidence, which actually ties in with, so I had, you're going to have to be very open-minded with this, everybody, because I'm 100% being guided in everything I'm exposing, and I'm sorry if you don't want to believe that, but I had a dream that led to evidence that could not be a coincidence. And I also had where I was flipping through some of the evidence on the World Trade Center disaster that led to a particular bit of evidence again. And around that bit of the evidence and how it ties into my document, you hit the George Williams YMCA company. Okay, now that's coming in, linking Vanessa's evidence with my family's connections and tying in with McDonald's, which links in with the evidence of Jeffrey Epstein, the Red Shoe Society. Everything that we're talking about basically converges on this particular point of the document where I had this dream and this vision. Now, when obviously that got, once I had that conversation, and Vanessa said, it looks, with that name, George, by chance, wasn't it, Vanessa, that you heard me say the word name George Williams, and you were like, I know that name. That's I was researching that. And then we established that it was the founder of the Young Men's Christian Association, and that had been founded in 1844, the same year that Company's House was originally founded, which is around the same time that the Albert Pike letter was written to, as well. It's around the same time that Albert Pike was very prominent in the mid 1800s, and the letter was actually written to the head of the Illuminati, Mazzini, in 1871. So, of course, that then prompted me, right, YMCA. I need to research YMCA. It links literally right to the paedophile information exchange, right there by Harriet Harman, her husband, who supposedly died, guess when? 2022. As I'm starting to make the inquiries at the fraud, he links to the Young Men's Christian Association. You also, when you come in from a duplicate record for Harriet Harman, remember we spoke about Harriet Harman earlier, who's linked to the paedophile information exchange via the National Council for Civil Liberties. She also links almost immediately to the YMCA. Well, who did they sing the YMCA song for when he was coming in? That's right, Donald Trump, everybody. Donald Trump. So then I found multiple connections at key times throughout the fraud to the YMCA, the Young Men's Christian Association. Well, that then links in, doesn't it, with the and I'm not homophobic in any way or against anyone. If anyone's had a sex change or whatever, that's up to them. However, it's very clear, very obvious from the evidence now that it is part of the satanic agenda, a drive towards transgenderism as an inversion against creation. Remember, everything's about an inversion. Even the charities they've created are an inversion. The charities are actually being used to launder money to create the problems that the charities are there for. If you follow that through to the collider technology, it looks as though, from all of the evidence, they're trying to complete the ultimate inversion of creation itself using the technology. I know it's hard to believe, but it's all there in black and white. And any of you that hasn't got the document, which explains all of this and goes into the verifiable evidence of everything that we're talking about, you really do need to get this document. And you can email me on GaryTheTruthSetsUsFree@gmail.com. That's Gary, one R, the truth sets us free @gmail.com. Now, they're probably trying to infiltrate the email. I've had a couple of people saying they've emailed me and nothing's come through. So they've had to give me their email. And then I've sent them a test and I'll be sending the document to them. Vanessa, are you okay if I just talk a couple of other things, or did you want to say something?
Karen's just reminded me to mention what happened after Jeffrey was buried. A week after Jeffrey was buried, we went to Blackpool, Mick, Joyce, me, and they said I could take a friend, which obviously I took Karen. So I've just mentioned that. Why would you go on holiday a week after burying your son? You wouldn't do it. Also, she said mention about the dates on the death certificate. Well, I've done that. It was the serial numbers, one digit apart. So I've already done that. And also, this letter came through Michael Emery's front door. It was meant to be for David Emery, but it came to the executor of the estate at Mr. Michael Emery's address. Yep. It should have gone to David. He was the executor. And it says, to the executor of the estate of the late Mr. Michael Emery, further to our recent communication, we have still to receive an update on the sale of the late Michael Emery's property. It sold the house without even notifying these people. It sold it behind my back. He actually sectioned me that specific day so that he could sell the house behind my back when me and my sister was meant to have been there. My evil sister, and David went and sold it behind my back. And the last pictures I've got is the people that I've met through my crime that know about it. Charlie Ward, Mark Atwood, Tom Numbers, Tarot by Janine, Matt Letitia. They're all the people that know about my story, the people that I've met through giving the evidence out. to people. So that's all my evidence. And the last thing also was left to me was the film show annual, the very first film show annual book of the real stars in the book. But it hasn't got a publisher's name or anything written in it. But this was with the actual coronation book of my mum's. That's all in black and white pictures. Very old book.
I might have missed it earlier, Vanessa. Did you show the coronation book earlier?
Yeah.
I missed that. Sorry. It doesn't matter as long as everyone else has seen it. No, as long as everyone else has seen it, because you and I can look at it another time.
Yeah. Also, that's it. I've done it all. There is other things, but we'll be going on for hours and hours, and my back's hurting in this chair.
No worries. Did you want to carry on, or did you want to leave it at that? Because I can always carry on talking about my evidence if you don't want to stay. It's up to you.
Well, I'll carry on listening. I'm done.
Yeah.
I've showed the book.
Okay, no worries. Okay. So in 2023, remember I started exposing this fraud in 2022. I was a director for Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited. In 2023, articles emerged of a legal dispute with Disney and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis over control of the Florida Disney Park and a clause regarding King Charles. Now, I suspect they were panicking and they were realizing that he's fake. And we're going to come to some of the evidence of that in a minute, and Frederick Lee and how that's so important with the Cray twins, which was information that was prompted by Venessa. So this legal dispute started 2023. Santis was the governor of Florida from 2019. Why is that important? Well, it's the year leading up to the COVID deception against you all. Okay, remember you had loads of things happening. July 2019, we've already mentioned the death of Jeffrey Epstein, the incinerator plant protest in China in Wuhan, the article saying that Prince Harry was wearing the same pair of shoes for a prolonged period of time. August is when the Jeffrey Epstein supposedly died in prison. That month is when cell towers were erected in Wuhan. And of course, you had the supposed COVID outbreak in December 2019. So he was the governor of Florida from 2019. Well, that's where Donald Trump predominantly lives, okay? As those behind the fraud appear to be preparing for the COVID and directed energy deception, because there's overwhelming evidence linking to the threat of directed energy from cell towers as part of the deception surrounding the COVID side of things. Florida is also where Donald Trump has a residence, and previous reports suggesting cell towers were not being erected in Florida, but an article from 2025 suggests plans are taking place to erect them. So I think they panicked, right? Because they wasn't actually going to be erecting any cell towers in Florida, where Donald Trump has a property, but everywhere else around the world appears to be. Well, suddenly in April, it appears as though the articles came out said they were putting cell towers there. Most places already have them. As you all know, a lot of them were actually put up in the during the COVID lockdown. And interestingly, Vanessa, you'll obviously remember this. You and I did a live stream, and the very next morning, they were putting cell towers up right next to, literally,
on my mate's wall.
Yeah, literally. So we did a lot. It's interesting actually, because we advertised the live stream. Suddenly, I find my TikTok account has been hacked. And remember, we both get an invite to a live.
I sent you the picture of the man dancing on your account.
Yeah. So Vanessa's saying to me, Gary, I can't get on your live. I'm not on a live. Yes, you are. And I checked, and they cloned my account leading up to the live stream I was doing with Vanessa. And then literally after we did the live stream, the very next morning, without any notice whatsoever, they are literally putting a cell tower right next to Vanessa's friend's wall. And she sends me the pictures. She sends me the video. There's a video of you spoke to the actual people putting them up. They said they work for the council. The council said, no, they don't. You then contacted the police. The police said, well, pardon?
Then I went to the police.
Yeah, you went to the police. They said, well, no, it'll be the council. Well, the council have already, and I've heard the phone calls with Vanessa. Vanessa actually sent me the phone calls with the council, with the police. So the council are avoiding any knowledge of it. The police said it should be the council. So there was no markings on these people putting the cell towers up. And then the company poster that was put on some of these cell towers linked almost immediately to the research that I have for Madeleine McCann's father, Gerald McCann. And Gerald McCann was actually linked to an organisation via the research called Comares Limited. And Comares was studying the effects on the human body from cell towers and things like that. And he was part of that leading up to the disappearance of Madeleine McCann. So Santis had supposedly been elected. Now, there is no elections, everybody. Okay, everyone needs to understand this. There is no democracy. It's all been compromised by this fraud. They've already decided. We know this from, for example, by what's her name? Oh, her name's gone out of my head now.
I'm just getting an ashtray. You carry on. I need a cigarette.
No worries, no worries. Her name's gone out of my head now. But somebody that worked within politics confirmed that they already decide who's going to be in power, when they're going to be in power, how long they're going to be in power for. It's all compromised, everybody. Unfortunately, they are all working together in relation to this international government fraud, even all of them, even Reform. Nigel Farage actually links to a company that was started with the same two companies as Export Manor Freehold Limited, which is a criminal company. It should never have even been trading. It's a forged company. So Santas was supposedly elected for Congress in 2012, that very important year, the year that CERN discovered the Higgs boson particle. He is an ally of Donald Trump and oversaw a bill regarding parental rights in education, potentially paving the way for the sexualization of children. Now, I've actually seen last year, I think it was, there was an article came out where the United Nations were openly trying to sexualize young children during the education during their school process. In 2022, as I was exposing the fraud, DeSantis, remember, we're talking about because of this political and legal dispute in 2023 linking in with Disney. So this actually ties in with Venessa. 2022, DeSantis had a book deal with HarperCollins, making him a considerable sum of money. HarperCollins connects back to Robert Maxwell and the research of Macmillan, and has international companies have been bought by News Corp in 1989, same year that the World Wide Web was created for CERN. So the research acquired from Vanessa cannot be underestimated, and it appears that she is likely telling the truth or has been positioned by those behind the fraud to gain another false royal position or another possible agenda. I'm not saying that's the case, Vanessa, because the evidence is so overwhelmingly supporting what you're saying. So it's either going to be they've set all of the Companies House up records specifically, or you are, and I believe at the moment I have no reason to disbelieve what you're saying. And it's overwhelming. Vanessa had claimed that someone claiming to be Michael Emery had claimed to be her real father. And let me know if anything's wrong in what I'm saying here, okay? And you was driven to Aylsham in Kent. David Emery, real name Leslie Allen Fields. Daryl Emery, real name Harry Lee. Again, that surname of Lee, which we're going to come to in a minute, which is important. And Barbara Emery, potentially the real name of. Let me just zoom back in.
She had so many names, Gary. Oh, there is something here about her. On her headstone, it says the Reverend Barbara Emily May Lee. Barbara Emily May Hesse. She died in the name of Hesse. She's never been married.
Hesse.
She's never been married. Only to Michael Emery. She has used that many. When you go into Ancestry, you put Barbara Emery. There'll be loads of Barbara Emerys come up, but it's actually the same one for all of the names.
Wow. So these people had claimed to be Michael's brothers and sisters. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I'd already stumbled across Emery connections in my research, with Emery Worldwide, a company, being quickly connected to the research of Jeffrey Epstein, and me by being directed by an infiltrator claiming to be Grania from Ireland, saying that she had fallen in love with me and wanted me to go and live with me, wanted me to live with her in Ireland, directing me to someone called David Emery, who was working with Sacha Stone, that connects to the research of the blood of the tortured children. And also information suggests that he is connected to a member of the Orsini family, which is a member of the, it's actually, what's the first name? Cairo Orsini, which is a member or a descendant of the black nobility linking in with the Vatican. So I was being directed towards these people, and they were trying to get me to believe in an alien invasion, which actually we're going to come to in a minute, which is all to do with all of this. A company's house search shows that there's many records for a David Emery, with one connected to MW Emery Limited that was incorporated in 2014, and it dissolved I haven't told you this actually, Vanessa, this is new evidence. It dissolved on the 30th of September 2025, right, this year. So you can see they're shutting all of the companies down. This was as I was in prison. It connects to the fraud by third party formations limited on its incorporation document, and has a firm accountancy limited on its registered address. Let's go to the next screen. A company's search for David Emery shows a David Emery born in 1946, connected to 12 companies, almost all with paper limited at the end, appearing to relate to newspapers. This includes the Football Paper Limited that was incorporated in 2006 and is a criminal company, having been incorporated with the same two companies as Exborn Manor Freehold Limited, the company that I was removed from for refusing to file forged bank documents. Now, football companies are very important in relation to this fraud because it enables them to launder money through those companies and hide it under the footballers' wages. Right, we've all been told how much footballers get paid. Well, this gives them the opportunity to hide it through those companies in that way. Another search reveals a David Emery NDT Inspections that was incorporated in 2014 as well, and it dissolved in January 2019 on the lead up to the COVID deception. It has Adrian Bell, Morton Fraser companies, and an address in Edinburgh on its incorporation document. Adrian Edward Robert Bell connects this company to 240 companies, including the Edinburgh Small Business Development Fund Limited, that was incorporated in 1987 and dissolved in 2016 as the Pizzagate scandal was being exposed. Now, there's very clear connections with 2016. You can see companies dissolving, companies starting, changing names. Well, that is when the Pizzagate scandal involving the skinning of children alive was being exposed, linking into the American political system. But it's also in August 2016, according to the research, a ritual took place at CERN, which is the Large Hadron Collider in Geneva in Switzerland, by the Shiva statue. And the Shiva statue represents creation and destruction. Heather McNaughton connects this company, the Edinburgh Small Business Development Fund Limited, to the Royal Lyceum Theatre Limited. So we have a royal connection where they were resigned in 2023 as the exposure escalated. The company was incorporated originally in 1977. Tybertira Lang connects this company to Royal Conservatoire of Scotland, that was incorporated as the Royal Scottish Academy of Music and Drama in 1900. Now, a lot of the companies that I'm finding is well before World War I, which supports the deception around the Albert Pike letter and the deception leading into the three world wars written by Albert Pike to Mazzini in 1871. Remember, the year after the apparent infiltration of Rome involving the Freemasons. Also, I forgot to mention earlier, there's a very clear, remember, going back to the Reformation of the 13th century, we had a German company called Gutenberg who was involved in rapidly publishing religious material. Well, in 1870, remember, that's the year of the infiltration of Rome, the oldest German bank called Commerce Bank was actually founded originally. Okay, so we then have that German link again, and that was the first I can't remember the wording because I haven't got it in front of me, but first bank, I think it was banking organization that had a branch in New York City ever. Okay, so again, remember this links in with the World Trade Center disaster of New York. So this company was in 1900 with its overview suggesting that its name was changed for the only time in September 2011 the month before Jimmy Savile supposedly died. Now, Jimmy Savile is very, very important in relation to all of this. I suspect he is a link to the Illuminati in all of this and the Vatican, and linking him with the crimes against the children. It has a forged register with Glasgow Athenaeum, unusual word, honestly, incorporation document, and research suggesting the company was founded in 1847, originally the same year that the Nazi-linked important Siemens company was originally founded. Now, this actually ties in with the infiltration, again, with you, Vanessa, of the royal family, because although Siemens was originally founded in 1847, 3 years after Company's House was founded, the main company that uses was started on Company's House in 1962. Which is the same year that you're suggesting that the infiltration of the royal family happened when you were kidnapped. Now, that company didn't change its name. The Siemens company didn't change its name at all until the 5th of May this year. And that was after I exposed the connection to that Siemens company and to Jeffrey Epstein via a company called the Edge Foundation. And what prompted me to find that evidence was a helicopter crash in April this year, where supposedly a Siemens CEO in Spain died along with 3 of his children and his wife in a helicopter crash in New York, which prompted me to research Siemens even more. And that's when I found out the connection to the Edge Foundation immediately. It's right there. It's right there. And then, of course, they panicked. They realized they had to change the name, and they changed it for the first time since 1962. So this Royal Conservatoire Company of Scotland that we've just mentioned coming in from this features in the research surrounding the premises that I attended in Inverness as a strategy to end the crimes against humanity, and makes the link to Princess Diana and Stan Gilmore, a possible relative of Peter Gilmore, the high priest of the Church of Satan, who was positioned in 2001, the same year as the World Trade Center disaster. Now, I haven't got the evidence in front of me, but I've now researched Peter Gilmore, and Peter Gilmore comes in and links into nuclear weapons companies almost immediately. So the name of the high priest of the Church of Satan, there you have nuclear weapons companies, and those exact same nuclear weapons companies links to Dodi Al-Fayed, who was Princess Diana's boyfriend, or whatever you want to call it, where they actually started seeing each other in July 1997, which is a month before Princess Diana died. I think she died in August. And within 2 months of Princess Diana's death is when the original founder of the Church of Satan died. And I suspect they infiltrated the Church of Satan at that point. They then re-established the Church of Satan 2 years later in 1999, which is when Vladimir Putin became the assistant prime minister, I think, of Russia, leading up to the plan of the World Trade Center disaster and the attack against humanity to do with everything that we're talking about. So, yes, now it's interesting because I mentioned, just sort of going off topics, we're not off topic, but trying to remember everything. But when you look at the Peter Gilmore, the high priest. Oh, where have you gone, Vanessa? Oh, you're there. You cut out for a second. If you look at the image of Peter Gilmore, he is the spitting image, and I suspect it's the same person actually as the. Oh, I've got an echo.
Can I stop you there a minute? Are you actually recording this?
No.
Oh, what a shame. Because it's now saying.
No, I don't know if it ought.
It's saying on my screen that the live's only just started and we've been on 29 seconds.
You must have lost signal then because you cut out for a second.
Oh, I thought you was recording it.
No, it might be automatically recording. I don't know.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah, it's hopefully someone's recording anyway. But I don't know how to record on this. This is the first time I've done a. What does that do? Oh, that turns the camera off. No. We can always do another one if necessary. Because we can cover. I'm going to be finding more evidence anyway. So
they should know about
that.
And
obviously,
when I went into the solicitors and put them on notice in Canterbury, the whole internet went down.
Yeah, actually, I'm glad you mentioned that. Yeah, so if anyone doesn't know what happened, there's a really bad echo my end. Have you got an echo?
No.
Oh, it's really bad. I'm just going to carry on anyway. So Vanessa and I, sorry, I'd basically come up with a strategy to put organisations on notice, followed by citizens' arrest of them. And Vanessa sent me a video of her taking part in that strategy and actually going and putting a premises on notice. And literally, I couldn't respond back to Vanessa after I had that video. My signal suddenly went, and I was like, this is really weird. What's going on? I went into the town that I was in at the time and went and spoke to some shopkeepers, and they said, yeah, there's a worldwide blackout of some kind regarding a lot of companies, and the internet has suddenly gone down. Now you can imagine that it's because of Vanessa doing this. If she's the real queen, which it appears as though she is,
I am.
and they're seeing it, then suddenly you have this blackout. Now, I hadn't had that before. I've been able to respond to Vanessa, and literally it was as she sent me that video, everything went down. So, where was I going with that? So
it was one of the main popular solicitors. It was the same solicitors that Patrick Cuff in Aylsham, he used to live with David in London in a flat. He was
really?
He was the lawyer in London that he was threatened to come down here and be a criminal solicitor in Canterbury. He did have his own solicitors, Cuff and Co. or something it was. Then he went to Bond and Joseph's. Well, it was Bond and Joseph's that I went to put on notice. It was so funny because I couldn't even send the video to you because as soon as I come out the solicitors, the whole of the internet went down.
Wow. And Vanessa, those of you who don't know, Vanessa also put, which is fantastic, Blackpool Pleasure Beach on notice, didn't you?
Blackpool Pleasure Beach, Blackpool Football Club, Bairstow Eaves Estate Agents. I just went on one. I thought, well, if I'm going to do one, I might have to do 5. I'm still waiting to go to the Masonic Lodge in Dover. I am a little bit nervous to put them on because once I go through their door and put them on notice, I might not come back out that door.
No, you will. I think you'll be all right. I'm just going to put my other phone on charge. Bear with me. Now, it's quite interesting, Vanessa. You don't know this, but you went there with Karen, who decided to turn against me. Not Karen, Kerry. Now, Kerry is, for those of you who don't know, she was very supportive of me in taking part in the strategy. She was based in Lancashire, which is obviously where Blackpool Pleasure Beach is. And she was being contacted by somebody who was an employee of called Michael Salt, or David Salt. Sorry, David Salt. Well, when I researched David Salt, he was linked to a company called Future Fuels Limited that was incorporated by the exact same 2 companies as Export Manufacturing Limited. Well, in my research from the serial, I think it was from the serial killers over the last couple of days, there you have Future Fuels Limited as well. And there's actually it's interesting. Sorry, Bear Grylls, but on the filing history for that Future Fuels company, there's a record where they're suppressing a link to Bear Grylls. You know Bear Grylls, who's like an outdoor celebrity type guy. I don't know if you know him, Vanessa. So we have this Royal Conservatoire. Oh, that was what I was going to say just quickly. So Peter Gilmore is the spitting image of the mayor of Glastonbury, and I suspect it's the same person. And I established that via the research of Sacha Stone, who is linked, according to the research, to the black nobility families of the Vatican, that then links via John Cousins, the mayor of Glastonbury, to the blood of the children, the same companies that I'd linked to an organisation called CYM Limited, and a document linking to the blood of tortured children, with them being incarcerated and kept in facilities around the world. and the exact same company's linked to John Cousins. And he is the spitting image of Peter Gilmore, the high priest of the Church of Satan, positioned in 2001. So get moving on, Vanessa, unless there's anything you want to say.
People are saying it's echoing really bad, Gary, and asking me to mute mine so they can hear yours. Well, I don't know how to mute it.
It's echoing for me as well.
I can hear you perfectly.
Try pressing. Can you see those buttons? The second one down is your microphone button. Try that.
Right, I'll mute it.
See if that does anything. That's better. That's better. Yeah, it's not doing it for me now. We'll come back to it. We'll come back to you in a minute, Vanessa. If you want to speak, just unmute and cut in. So, where were we? Oh, sorry. I'm just going to try and figure out where I was. And I think it's important we talk about Frederick Lee, because that information came from Venessa in a minute. So we'll come to that in a minute. I mean, there's loads and loads of evidence here. We actually get connections, which is, again, it's important. I don't know if I've taken it, so I'll mention this quickly. So many of you will know who Tommy Robinson is, an activist that you're all seeing a lot of at the moment. Well, he massively links into everything that I'm talking about, massively. In fact, he links extremely quickly to Aylsham Village companies, and then via the Aylsham Village company, you hit an organisation called Initiative Property Management Limited via Tommy Robinson. And that Initiative Property Management Limited, I am now certain, was being used as a fake investigation by Dorset Police to try and cover up or potentially expose themselves by that investigation, knowing I would find it, linking into everything that we're talking about. So, and that company links for multiple areas of research. It ties into Initiative Property Management Limited. And what I mean by that investigation is they tried filing my reports to them as no further action. And then in 2023, there were publications suddenly that were investigating. Dorset Police publicised on their local news company, which was the Echo, Bournemouth Echo, that they were investigating a company called Initiative Property Management Limited. Well, I'd already identified that, or identified around them, I can't remember, that was linked very quickly to Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited and to the fraud in a massive way. Well, that also links to Tommy Robinson and to the Aylsham Village companies, and therefore to Venessa, what Venessa is talking about to the Aylsham companies. Referring back to Heather McNaughton that we mentioned earlier, she also connects to Edinburgh Childcare, North Childcare, that was incorporated as Greater Pilton Childcare in 1999 before its name was changed after the World Trade Center disaster in June 2002. And according to the register, at no other time, it has a Skene Edwards company on its incorporation document. Leslie Adelaide Hines connects this company to 33 others, having resigned from the company on the 26th of September 2001, just over 2 weeks after the World Trade Center disaster. Now, this is just one of many, many examples you can see in the changes after the World Trade Center disaster. These companies include Edinburgh and Lothian Regional Equity Council Limited, the Royal Edinburgh Military Tattoo, in brackets Charities Limited, the Royal Military Tattoo Limited, Edinburgh International Festival Society, which make critical connections to the fraud and the apparent attack on creation. And they feature throughout the research. Hines also connects to Edinburgh World Trade Center Limited, literally a company called Edinburgh World Trade Center Limited that was incorporated in November 2000, less than a year before the World Trade Center disaster and 5 months after the relativistic heavy ion collider was first activated in New York. If you're not aware of what that was, if we skip back to 1991, remember we had all of these key events. 1989, the World Wide Web was created for CERN. 1990, the Gulf War, which is all part of this. 1991, David Icke came out. 1991 was also the year that the relativistic heavy ion collider was started to be built in New York. So there's two active colliders. You've got the Large Hadron Collider in Geneva in Switzerland, and you've got the collider in New York, Well, that was starting to be built in 1991. And when they started to build it, scientists came out, according to the research, and said, you do realize this technology could create a black hole here on Earth, don't you? And they continued anyway. Well, that was first activated in 2000, in the year before the World Trade Center disaster. So this company we're talking about, it had Shepard and Wedburn on its incorporation document, which makes connections to the centralized criminal legal system, the BBC, the royal family, via Field Fisher, and other connections as shown elsewhere in my document. It has Burness LLP in its people record, but when clicked on, its name changes to Burness Paul LLP, which shouldn't happen. Okay, so Companies House have done something so that when you click on it, it changes the name from what you're actually looking at in the record. Now, that's only happened 2 or 3 times on about 300,000 companies that I've looked at. So they're clearly worried and changing it as you're clicking on it. In an apparent effort by the government to hide the fraud, it connects to almost 1,400 companies, including many entertainment companies featured in the fraud. Burness solicitors had made connections elsewhere in my research. Paul Dominic Lewis connects Edinburgh World Trade Center Limited to Atlas Connect Limited that was incorporated in 2003, and Kieran Gill Murray connects that company to various Reach companies, with Reach companies connecting to the centralized control of information, to the fraud, and to the St. Columbus prophecy, as well as the Rothschilds continuation company, as shown elsewhere in the document. Now, if you're not aware of Reach, let me just explain a couple of those things. So Atlas, that Atlas company that we just linked to there, Atlas is the name of the experiment that was conducted at CERN in 2012 when they supposedly discovered the Higgs boson or God particle. You've also got the Comet 3I Atlas that they've just claimed has entered in literally, 3 days ago, the 19th, was the closest that was to Earth, according to the research, even though it was over 150 million miles away or whatever. They said this comet was at its closest approach to Earth 3 days ago. So that was called 3I Atlas. You've also got Atlas Holdings Limited that I was told was linked to missing nuclear weapons from the 1980s, I believe, as potentially part of a deception. And also in July this year, for the first time ever, De La Rue, the main currency producer for the world, came off the London stock market since 1947, and it was purchased by Atlas Holdings. Okay, so this is really important, these Atlas connections that we're seeing in all of this. Excuse me. And actually, Atlas Holdings too dissolved in early 2022 as I was making these connections. So you have this Atlas company that we're looking at coming in from this research, and Reach companies. So Reach PLC is a criminal company, but it's also how a big part of how they've centralized the information, right? Because information control is their biggest weapon against humanity in terms of reaching their ultimate agenda. Okay, because if they can control the information, then that means they can mislead you all. And this goes right back to the Reformation. Remember, you had the German company, Gutenberg, that was creating the religious material. Well, that gave them, from right back then, the start to control all information as part of their agenda to take over the world and actually conclude with their ultimate agenda. The St. Columbus prophecy that I've mentioned there, that is a prophecy that again could be a potential deception, where they are making. There's actually St. Columbus made this prophecy saying that the end of the world would occur at Iona off the coast of Scotland. It's an island off the coast of Scotland. And that links in, the research of that links into the Rothschilds. If you're not aware of who they are, they're a very important, well, I won't say important, they're criminals, a massive banking family linking throughout all of my research. Okay, and they've been in control of money, or vast part of the control of money, for a very, very long time, and they've created a company literally called the Rothschilds Continuation, which it seems they want to ensure that no matter what, their influence is maintained over the world. You see, because the evidence that we're producing here is so critical, it means that the bloodline families that have been in control of the world for a very long time really do risk losing control, and a new system of transparency, which will practically bring heaven on earth, will be brought in potentially, which means it doesn't matter who the leadership is, the system would protect humanity and creation from that leadership. And it's actually very, very easily done now. And the strategy that I've got is a move to implement that transparent system so it doesn't matter who the leaders are. An initial search of Emery Aylsham on Company's House. Remember, this is me just trying to do the initial research surrounding of what Vanessa had told me. Did you want to say anything, Vanessa? No? Let me know if you do. Just put your mic on. An initial search of Emery Aylsham Company's House on Google revealed Jessica Pamela Emery of the Mobile Dentist Company. Remember, I said that my wife's employee was a dentist in Sherborne. Now, I think the dentistry company connection is going to be important, possibly because of the anaesthetic that they use via whether they're real dentistry companies or not, they can supply anaesthesia or anesthetics, and that enables them to subdue victims, whether they're children or adults, in relation to the sex crimes against humanity. And remember, this links to the legal and illegal sex trade in a huge, huge way, everybody. So many people are going to be compromised by the sex trade element in this, if not the finances, if not the drug side of things, and if not the cult connection of the doomsday cult that they're linked to in all of it. So we have this dentist company that crops up straight away that has an address of 20 Miners Way in Aylsham. Michael John Morland of this company connects to Helly Consultants. Next page. Limited, which has Stanley Davis Group Limited on its incorporation document, making an immediate connection to the fraud. Okay, now that company is shown, if you type on Google Finchley Road fraud, you will see the address of 788 to 790 Finchley Road mentioned, which is what David Bowden, remember I mentioned him earlier, was starting to expose the non-verification element of the Company's House fraud, and that address in around 2018. Well, a company on there is A1 Company Services. Well, that was taken over by Stanley Davis Group. And you'll see in that article, it talks about international dictators and mafia and corrupt politicians linking into this evidence that Gordon Bowden was supplying. And I have been told by somebody that was sat next to him in a conference, which ironically or planned potentially was originally founded by Sacha Stone. Remember, I mentioned Sacha Stone linked to the black nobility, according to the information. A lady called Michelle Young was sat next to Gordon Bowden in a conference, and that conference had been founded by Sacha Stone. And Michelle Young told me he had been murdered, talking about Gordon Bowden, tried to scare me to get me to stop my exposure, saying, Gary, you do realise that the Israeli Mossad intelligence are involved in all of this, don't you? I.e. Gary, they might kill you as well. Now, she didn't tell me she was sat next to Gordon Bowden. This was me seeing a video, seeing her sat next to him, and then me bringing it up in a conversation with Michelle Young. Now, Michelle Young is embroiled in, which is a whole other story, really, which is part of the fraud, which is in my document, in a dispute with her husband called Scott Young, that Gordon Bowden was assisting with, and at the time of him assisting her is when he identified the Finchley Road fraud. Well, her husband was supposedly fell from a balcony, and there's an article, if you search Scott Young death, you'll see an article from October this year where they're trying to say that 13 deaths, including his, are now connected to the Russians. Now, I believe this is a deception because I know that the Russians are working with the British government and the UK government and all of the others infiltrated or involved. Hi, Vanessa.
Somebody put up, she actually resembles Queen Victoria. Funny you should say that. When I gave birth to my daughter, Joyce gave me the middle name of Shanice, my daughter. Victoria, her name is.
All right.
Joyce was the one who picked Shanice's middle name.
Wow. Okay.
So
I can see you as a queen. I can vision you as a queen.
I should have been the queen. They took everything from me. Murdered my parents, took my brother, switched my son. I shouldn't be saying this in case my daughter is listening, but I'm not quite sure about anything with me and my daughter at the minute. She takes after me. I don't know, we look a bit alike. And I'm praying she is, because I am so close to my daughter. It's unreal. So close to her. I don't want anything to happen to my kids. None of this is their fault. This all happened before my children were born. And I have been trying to tell them, crying. The family have resectioned me for coming out with it all. I've got a letter from mental health discharging me as evidence was shown and proved she was telling the truth. Everything's been so. What's hurt me the most is the kids I'm bringing up haven't actually looked at anything that I've showed them. When I first started telling them the story, fair enough, I was not making much sense at all, because I was trying to get it all out in one go. Where I sat down, calmed down, and put the story all together and wrote the story to you, I sent you the whole story of what happened. I'm praying that my daughter is listening to this today.
Let's hope so.
She is listening, because she now would have seen the whole truth and the evidence of what happened. And where these, like, the lad switched with my brother, looked like my brother. The lad switched with my son, looks like my son. The lad switched with the girl switched with my stepsister, looks like my stepsister. So cloning was going on. But back in the 60s, when this family put this whole plan and the crime together, babies were being switched, murdered. People were being paid to keep quiet about it. People were faking their deaths. See, back in the 60s, there was an injection you could take in the hospital that would slow your heart rate down, change your temperature, and it looked like you were dead. So they could fake their deaths. Don't know who went in the coffin, but they'd move to another country and change their names again. Everyone in Aylsham, most of Aylsham, is working for Companies House and Ancestry.
Right.
The cars they drive, the holidays they have, the motorhomes they have. You think, where did they get the money from? They never leave their house. And as soon as I started kicking off in the street because they're all around me, all the criminals are living around me, next door to me, across the road from me. I've been watched all my life. But they know I'm strong, a very strong woman, and I don't back down. I'm not scared of no one. They're all scared of me, though. They are now.
And it's, if they know who you really are, they're probably worried about doing anything to you, because the karma will be against them, I suppose. I don't know.
All I want out of this, Gary, is justice and closure to see my real brother and my son.
Yeah.
I have a right to. My son don't even know what's happened to him, and he's in New Zealand. But they had to switch us. They switched. Joyce only gave birth to one daughter. That was Tammy. But I believe she's in New Zealand.
Now, a lot of people listening to this will be like, surely this can't all be going on. Surely this can't be real. Well, I can tell you now, I've got evidence, along with Vanessa, supporting every single thing we're talking about. Sorry, Vanessa, can you just mute your mic? It's echoing.
Yes.
Sorry. Every single thing I'm telling you can be verified through the record that I've created in a document. Anybody can literally follow it and prove everything I'm saying. All right. Now, I know this is hard to believe, but because we've got the Vatican connection, this is where we've got to start having an open mind and understanding that it links into a spiritual conclusive agenda in all of this. So an agenda that appears to be so unbelievably evil that it's hard to comprehend and hard to believe, but it is all there in black and white, and everything is being shown. Look, this is why I've got over 40 probably now, referenced police reports that they haven't even responded to. They've not even responded. I went into prison. They were making me feel that I was going to lose my life. I honestly thought, I didn't think I was going to come out of there alive. I literally had to shout to all of the prisoners as loud as I can that I was a police officer What I was uncovering, the crimes to the children, in the hope that it would keep me alive. This made it very difficult for them to get rid of me in prison. They then tried to bail me to an address where I believed they were going to try and unalive me. And this is why I've had to go and live in a tent, which I've been living in a tent now for 3 months nearly, because I knew that was what I had to do to ensure that I keep going and continue doing this. And I know this is so hard to believe. Trust me, 3.5 years ago, I would never have believed that I would be sat here talking to what seems to be the real queen of the the country, and saying all of it. You've been practicing that. You've been practicing that. I can't hear you.
I remember my real mother showed me the proper wave. The Queen's
Right.
proper wave. I remember sitting up in Buckingham Palace. No, it wasn't, sorry. It was Windsor Castle. I was driving around the big, huge table on my little trike. And I remember the cook showing how to lay a proper table with how many knives and forks, what side they were on. I remembered all that. Wow. I remembered quite a lot until after 4 years old, everything was gone.
Wow.
But I think the family were more shocked because I finally came out with it to Michael Emery. The night before he died, he called me round. He was stood outside, leaning on my sister's gate, and he said, "There's not a lot of life left in me to apologise for the things I've done. Is there anything I could do?" I said, "Take your life, because you're not going to handle prison." That 5 hours later, he was found dead. He took an overdose because I'd picked up his prescription the day before in a carrier bag from Elsham chemist and took it down to his house. And he took an overdose, but they'd put on his death certificate, died of an aneurysm.
Right. Yeah.
And I knew he took an overdose because when you take an overdose, your throat swells up. I took one myself after all this murder. My whole throat swelled up. Your whole face swells up when you take an overdose. But I wanted to die back then because I couldn't handle the conversation Michael and David had about killing the second Jeffrey. And I promised David back then, I will put you behind bars for a very long time, the whole of your family. And I'm not stopping until he goes behind bars or he's executed. Because I would put a rope round his neck and pull that lever. What this family have done to me is, and I've actually coped with it all, it's been horrific. When I was researching in 2021, I never moved out the chair from the Monday evening to the Thursday morning. I didn't even go to the toilet for 4 days, where I was constantly on Ancestry, constantly digging into company's house, checking number plates on cars. I was doing it. It was tiring. I really wanted to give up, and I thought, no, I've come this far. I want the truth out, and I want this family arrested. That's all I've waited for, is this family to be arrested. 3 of them have got away with it. Barbara's faked to death 3 times. Finally meant to have died. 30th or 31st of August, 2019. She hasn't died. I know she hasn't died because she's been working in the church. You can do that when you've got a stepfather working at Canterbury Hospital in a mortuary. You've got a step-grandfather owning a funeral parlour, and you've got Barbara as a reverend in a church. Now, it would have been hard to do this crime if they'd owned a sweet shop and off-licence in a fruit shop. Do you know what I mean? But they didn't. And because I'd stayed that quiet, they'd all been convinced that I didn't know anything. The drugs they were giving me as I was growing up in my mashed potato, I used to pull my skirt forward or my trousers and spit the potato in my trousers. Go up into the toilet and empty it all into the toilet because I knew that they were putting crushed medicine in my mashed potato. I did not eat mashed potato till I was 21 years old and got my own property. I cooked my own mash, so I knew there was no drugs in it, but that was the first time I'd ever ate mashed potato. I love it now.
And you're right. I mean, the research says that they've been drugging children. Sorry, I can't talk because of the echo.
Hold on.
Yeah, the research confirms, like we said earlier, when you look at it, any of you that are watching this, if you just type in Julian Assange, the family, you'll see the research or the article of a doomsday cult in Australia where they were drugging children, as I said earlier, swapping children at birth, faking birth certificates. Now, remember that family was in Australia. Well, in that article, you will see it mentions properties in Kent. So it doesn't say Kent, England, but we can pretty much guarantee that it's going to be Kent, England, which means where Venessa is, where I was born. And of course, my family, I've confirmed, linked to the research of Julian Assange. And every single bit of research around Julian Assange links into this fraud. He links to the Association of Chief Police Officers of the United Kingdom. When you come in from his dad's name of John Shipton, you link almost immediately to my wife's, my brother-in-law's, my father-in-law's friend. Okay, and then right there, near him, one or two companies away, you got Deborah Fleming, who was the person that initiated my removal from Exbourne Manor. So that's coming in from John Shipton, and he links to the Association of Police, Crime Police Officers. So, yeah, you know, the evidence is all there, everyone. So coming in from, remember, we literally, I've just searched Aylsham Village companies, and we're literally right by it. Remember, we mentioned the Archbishop of Canterbury. So we have Moreland, which is the director we were talking about earlier, also connects to Sky Charter Operations Limited. It was incorporated in 2006 and has a registered address of Whitstable in Kent. Abigail Nominees is in its people record and had previous appointments for Matrix Technologies and KM, Kilo Mike Financial Solutions UK Limited. On searching for KM Financial Solutions UK Limited within Companies House, it revealed KM Solutions UK Limited in brackets UK with a registered address of Princess Parade in Manchester. The company was incorporated in May 2012, 2 months before CERN discovered the Higgs boson or God particle and showed Yomtov Eliza Jacobs as a director for one day and having connections to almost 27,000 companies. It's no surprise that this name has been seen throughout the research of the fraud. And in fact, I researched Fred West, just nod if you remember Fred West of Venessa, today, and I found that name linking to Fred West. All right, Fred West was a serial killer. I've researched now Fred West to some extent, and I've also researched Peter Sutcliffe, and it's irrefutably linking into everything. I've researched the deaths of Millie Dowler, Jill Dando, 100%. If she really died, it's because of this. 100%. 100%. If Princess Diana's death was not an accident, she 100% died because of this, everyone. All right, that's also researched. Anyway, referring back to Abigail Nominees, the company we'll look at, it connects to Lloyd's Consulting Engineers Limited, McLennan Imaging Limited, Elite Learning Limited, Horus Technology Limited, Pyramid Transactions Limited, Tees Valley Holdings Limited, making reference to the research of Ben Houchen. Abigail Nominees also connects to Balfour Homes, and then there's connections to Balfour Beatty. And remember, this all ties in with Israel, everybody. And how was Israel fermented? Through the Balfour Declaration of 1917. And who did that involve? The Rothschilds. All right, all part of the deception against humanity. And that ties back in with the Albert Pike letter, with the Albert Pike document to Mazzini of the Illuminati. We also have, Vanessa, just nod your head if it's correct. A lot of the people in your village are originally from Portsmouth in Hampshire. Yeah. Okay, so we've got a connection to a Portsmouth Memorials Limited here coming in from the Aylsham Company. Remember? Did you want to talk, Vanessa? No. So this is coming in. Go on, Vanessa, go on. So this is coming in from searching Emery Aylsham. There's over 5 million registered companies. We're now hitting Portsmouth Memorials Limited that was incorporated in 2006 and dissolved in 2023 as the escalation of the exposure of the fraud happened. It makes important connections to Hampshire, where Deborah Fleming was the NHS CEO. In a minute, I'm going to get to the Frederick Lee side of things. Go on, Vanessa.
Before you do that, I just remembered something. I was asking Daryl when I was researching the Crays, because it came up on the Lee side of the family. When I said to Daryl, "Are you related to the Crays?" No, no. Week later, he was dead.
Really? Oh, blimey.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say
I
about
can
that.
confirm actually that through my research, I can see that people have died as the exposure is continuing. You can see that. Well, they're claiming people have died. Let's put it that way, because I suspect very much that they are just changing identities and giving them another life elsewhere. I'm almost certain. And one of the plans, which again if you're not aware, they've just removed my main TikTok channel. I had nearly 25,000 members. One of the things they don't like me mentioning is that they are deceiving us over the deaths of the Rothschilds so that they can actually continue their reign over the or their part of the reign over the earth. So as I've been exposing all of this, you've had one of the Rothschilds died in 2022. You also had one supposedly died in the fires in Miami in 2024. All right. So what they're going to, what they were planning, I believe, but it's all being foiled, was to try and claim that the likes of Donald Trump or whoever they're claiming is sorting this all out in the background, they've got rid of everybody, they've been executed, and therefore you don't have to worry. Well, that's not the case, I'm afraid. All right. No, nobody is coming out and saying there needs to be a transparent financial system. Nobody is preventing company's house fraud. They are still, even though they've publicized for the first time since 1844 some verification processes, all right, which, as many of you will know, on the 18th of November, they started implementing digital checks on directors for companies to identify verification of their identity. Well, I know full well they're not doing anything with the secretaries, and they're allowing, in fact, virtual secretaries to be used. So all that means they can do is launder the money through the virtual secretaries. There's not even real people, which means it removes the accountability and liability completely. And how did I find out about the virtual secretaries? By researching the heads of the intelligence agencies. And there it was. It even said virtual secretary. So referring back to, I think we get to, this is quite important, referring back to Morland, this same director, we're not far away at all from the first company. He's connected to Sky Charter UK Limited that was incorporated in 2002, the year after the World Trade Center disaster, and it has a registered address of Moore Stevens LLP, Victory House, Chatham, Maritime, Chatham, Kent. Now, Victory House in Chatham was an old BT building, which BT are massively implicated in all of this, and it was just off of Clover Street, where I recall attending with my father during his employment, because I worked with my father, who is implicated in all of this. And in fact, my father's company was started with the same two companies as Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. Bearing in mind, that was in Kent, and Exbourne Manor is 3.5 hours away in Dorset, where I moved, and I knew absolutely nobody down there. So we have this connection now to my family and Venessa within. Was the same person linking into the Emery, same director on the Emery company that I initially found. Okay, so this is just off of where this is now shown as being permanently closed, this building, and it was located near to McDonald's restaurant, where I remember being taken as a child for birthday parties. Now, this ties in with my dream, where I'd been told about the Ninth Circle, linking in with the very serious crimes and hunting parties and unaliving and torturing of children. And I had a dream that night or the night after, and for whatever reason, I was in McDonald's restaurant, and there was Ronald McDonald, and I seemed perfectly happy and content at that point. And suddenly, I had an overwhelming feeling of deceit and deception, and it woke me up about 5 or 6 in the morning. This prompted me to research, or it didn't prompt me. I basically thought, right, that was unusual. I don't even normally remember my dreams, and I've never dreamt about McDonald's. And I researched the Ninth Circle, and the first article that came up was a clown. Bearing in mind, Ronald McDonald is a clown, and it was Art the Clown from a movie called The Ninth Circle, which came out in 2008, the same year they activated the Large Hadron Collider for the first time. So they activated the Relativistic Heavy Ion Collider in New York for the first time in 2000, and they activated the Large Hadron Collider for the first time in 2008. This then prompted me, because I knew that was a divine I believed it was a divine intervention for me to then research McDonald's. And I found irrefutable connections to McDonald's, the Red Shoe Society, which eventually led to what I suspect is the skin being worn of Madeleine McCann in the shoes of that Prince Harry was wearing in July 2019 during the arrest of Jeffrey Epstein. Now, the McDonald's almost immediately, again, this is divine. So just quickly, I mention this. I have disabled a cell tower. I believe, the only person in the world that has disabled a cell tower publicly, saying who I am and doing it. Oh, enjoy your grapes. Very royal, very royal. You need somebody with a feather, sort of big feather, and what, you're feeding you the grapes. Sorry, go on.
She said, I'll put you a bowl of fruit there. I haven't got my bottom teeth in to eat them.
Go on, yeah, don't bite on a walnut.
No, I've got no teeth to bite on it. They had my teeth. They smashed my teeth out when I was younger.
Oh, sorry to hear
that. They paid someone to smash my teeth out, but this I've actually collected my last 3 teeth I have in a little bag that the dentist gave me to prove for my ID, because they wanted to keep them last teeth that I had out. I said, no, you're not. I'm keeping them for my identity.
Not a bad idea.
But I'll turn this mic off again because it's probably echoing.
Enjoy your grapes. Research of more Stevens. Remember that? Oh, so what was so I had this dream, and then and I ended up researching it. But by chance, so I disabled a cell tower in October this year, and they still haven't interviewed me for it. I requested being interviewed 9 times whilst I was in custody, and they have still not allowed me to lay my evidence through the legal system because they know it will be over. All right, because I would literally expose all of this, everything about Vanessa, everything, and prove the whole lot. Okay, so they still haven't interviewed me despite 9 requests. So this is why I knew I couldn't attend the court process, because they would rather unalive me rather than me lay my evidence through their legal system, because it will cause the whole system right around the world to collapse. It won't just be the United Kingdom. So, but I actually went up to a cell tower overlooking Fort William with the intention of disabling that cell tower. It was a huge, massive cell tower with security fences all the way around it, up on the top of this big hill, and I couldn't disable it by myself. But I acquired 2 company names from the machinery, and I've created an evidential research document just in relation to this, securing the company's house records from it. One company was called Nera. The other company was called, I think it was AJ Power, and it linked almost immediately to Jeffrey Epstein, McDonald's, Fleming's, and pretty much everything I'm exposing coming in from that cell tower. Anyway, getting back to this, we're going to come to, I might actually just skip to it now. I think people was getting the idea from this. I'll just have a quick look if there's anything more critical that I need to tell you about. What's this one? Oh, this might be new actually for Vanessa as well. A company's house search for Julie Ann Emery reveals a Rachel Julie Ann Emery, born 1971, connected to Willow Cottage Gardening Limited. It was a correspondence address, has a correspondence address of Dorset Accountancy Limited in Weymouth, making connections.
That's Barbara.
You think that's her?
Yep, she's used the name Rachel before.
So we've got Rachel.
She's used Deborah.
Pardon?
She's used Deborah. She's used Barbara. She's used Josephine. She's used Francis. She's used Francine. Sorry, she's used loads and loads of names.
Okay.
And whoever's saying that Gary is controlled opposition, I suggest you leave the live.
They're obviously compromised. All they're going to do is just expose themselves.
They're all shitting themselves.
Yeah, they're very worried about this. They should be. It's over for them. Basically. Well, I hope it is. So this So this has a correspondence address of Dorset Accountancy Limited, Weymouth, making connection to the county where Deborah Fleming was the NHS chief executive. Companies Made Simple was on the incorporation document again, make connection to the research of the paedophile information exchange in the World Trade Center disaster. An important Summit company is shown in the research surrounding Lucy Letby, and I've mentioned that because it's got Summit. I'll just going back a little bit. There's a Summit connection. The Lucy Letby case, again, is 100% linked to all of this. If you're not aware about that case, then it was a nurse of the Royal Countess Chester Hospital, I think it was, or something like that, was accused of murdering babies. Well, the doctors that implemented the investigation against her linked massively into this international government fraud. So if those babies really did die, I suspect it will be something else that they did to those babies, whether it be to do with the blood of the children or some sort of experiment on them, I don't know, or even the sacrificial element, I don't know. But that company, that case is 100% to do with this. So is missing Nicola Bulley. There's a whole section in my document about Nicola Bulley, and then you had a lot of women going missing just before and after Nicola Bulley in very similar circumstances. If you remember, she went missing along a river, walking her dog in Lancashire again, right, which is very important. It's obviously where Blackpool Pleasure Beach is. Well, there's lots of other women have supposedly also gone missing or died since as well. And I actually had someone contact me and say, Gary, I'm really sorry, but I'm not sorry, but I'm really concerned that a company called, or an organisation called Christian Warfare is involved somehow in these missing women. So I researched Christian Warfare, and it links straight back into the key companies in this fraud as well. And I've now linked, it looks like I'm now making connections to let's say tentative connections to that research and Peter Sutcliffe. All right, because Peter Sutcliffe was a serial killer supposedly in, I believe his victims were Manchester and Yorkshire, and he was actually called the Yorkshire Ripper. Well, I'm now finding connections, it seems, back into all of this I'm talking about, tying that all in together. Go on, Vanessa.
Someone's asking, does anyone know what Walt Disney's real name is? Yes, it's Walter Elias. Elias. Walter Elias. And it's strange.
Yeah, that's it.
Strange how the Emerys had me believe that Walter Emery was their father in Elsham Cemetery. Walter Stanley Emery.
Oh, right.
I'm not sure if Walter Elias did die, aka Walt Disney. Is that the Walter in Elsham Cemetery?
Well, that would explain why the only... Sorry, do you want to just mute yourself for a second?
Sorry.
That's right, it's only quickly, and then we'll come back to you. This would possibly explain why the 1955 opening in California of the Disney Resort was the only Disney Resort opening that Walt Disney was actually involved in. So it could be that they unalived him prior to the meeting that you believe Walt Disney was there, and that may have been an imposter at that point, potentially. Yeah, it could well be. I mean, there's a lot. Look, these people have full control over everything, so they could very easily disappear people. They can very easily use alias names, falsify passports. I've done the research on the passports and the birth certificates. It's all part of the fraud. All right, I've now confirmed that through my research, linking back in with the research of the Flemings and everything else. So what they are able to do is become almost invisible, remove people, silence people, change identities, create new lives elsewhere. This is what they're able to do because of this company's house fraud. This is what it enables them to do, along with everything else that we're talking about here, the horrific crimes, according to all of the research. I hope a lot of it is not real, but it's appearing as though it all is. Vanessa, sorry, do you want to, whilst we're talking about the graves there, tell us about the other name that you were looking for.
William Carter.
Yeah.
When I asked about his headstone at Dover Council, As soon as I asked where his headstone went, Dover Council contacted Kent County Council, who then contacted Mental Health, because I'd asked where the headstone was. Couldn't believe
Yeah,
it.
true.
Then I left a message the other day with the stonemason who does the headstones in Elsham Cemetery, and I said to him, you can tell the lady down at Dover Council, Joanne Hadfield, the next time she contacts Mental Health, I'll be down to have her round the throat. I'll knock her out. I've not heard nothing since. I got fed up with their games, Gary, what they were trying to play. They all know who I am. They all know who I am.
Yeah.
I travelled from where I live round most of the whole of the UK to every police station with this evidence. I contacted every MP. I contacted all the papers. I contacted GB News. I contacted ITV News. I contacted everyone. Nobody would do nothing. But
They're all involved.
Mental health is it the care coordinators I had? I had 11 care coordinators in 1 year. They all left their jobs, and the last one came and knocked on my door and said, I believe everything you said now, you showed me the truth, but I've had to leave the mental health over this.
Wow.
She couldn't say anything because they would have took her out.
Yeah.
And all the doctors that they put me under, funny how they've all left now, innit? Every one of them have gone. They can run, but they can't hide.
Well, it's catching up with them, isn't it? It's definitely catching up with them.
Right, I'll come off mute again so you can carry on.
No worries. And that name that Vanessa just mentioned, I researched it, and it was actually the same name as somebody that survived the Titanic. And they were supposed to have got on the Olympic or Olympias, I can't remember what it's called. And they ended up getting on the Titanic and survived. Now, this is interesting because the Titanic is 100% linked into this international government fraud, okay?
And Smith, who went down on the Titanic, is related to my biological parents.
I wonder if that was part of the reason of the Titanic then.
Definitely. That and JP Morgan was meant to have been on that voyage, but he never turned up to go on it, did he?
There was 3 people on it.
There was 3 main top people on there, wealthy people. And it was something to do with the money system. But JP Morgan was booked to go on that Titanic. It wasn't the Titanic that went down. The Titanic, I had a picture of it. I can't find it now. Google have removed that many photos from my gallery. It's unreal. Everything I was finding the truth, they were removing. So I thought, well, I'll get one over them and I'll go print all the pictures off the phone. And every time I took more photos, I printed them off. So far, these photos have cost me over £180 just to print them off my phone. But I thought they can't take anything else from me. Do you know? The only people that know the true identity of me, my name was changed, my date of birth was changed. I believe I'm 62, or coming up to 62. But they've got me down as I'm 58 in January. Well, I know I'm not, because I was 4 years old in 1968 when they took me to Kent, and then they registered my birth certificate in 1968. But I was already 4 years old.
Wow.
But I'll let you carry on.
No, I mean, it's fascinating hearing what you're saying and how it all ties in with everything. Now, the company that was involved, I've done loads of research on the Titanic now within the document, which is fairly new evidence. And the company that was involved in building the Titanic linked straight to the Flemings via JP Morgan. JP Morgan was involved in the building of the actual Titanic, I believe, if I can remember correctly. I haven't got it in front of me here at the moment. But it's undoubtedly to do with all of this. And obviously it was in 1912, which is 100 years before, obviously, 2012, which is when the Olympics happened, which we've already spoken about, that links from Venessa and from my family. You hit Olympic companies, which we'll come to in a minute if I talk about them. And it actually sailed, well, would have sailed, or it left Southampton, which is in Hampshire again, heading for New York. Did you want to say something, Vanessa?
Yeah, Darryl, before he died, gave me a 5-foot cabinet Say that's the table. It stands about that high off the table, all in glass. It's got the Titanic, the pictures of who was on the ship, the names of all the people that died, the names of all the people that survived. You know the boy that you throw out to sea to a rubber ring. It's got one of them in it. It's worth a fortune. And Daryl give it to everything that was in Daryl's of the Titanic has ended up with me. My house seems to be full of dead people's stuff. No wonder I have so much bad luck. But once this is all out, all I want is closure, justice, and to move on with my children to start a new life somewhere else. Because I noticed on one of the questions was, where was Venessa born? I'm not quite sure where I was actually born. I don't know if it was America or the UK. I haven't got a clue. Because America uses Canterbury, Dover, London. They've all got the same name in America as they've got in the UK. So it's hard to find out actually where I was born. I wish this had never happened. I've had to grow up without my real parents giving me love. I've had no love, just evil abuse from this family. I even got onto X Factor. I got through to X Factor. I've got all the photos. And I
Didn't know that.
I got an audition. Me, my daughter, and my son got an audition. We're all musical. I've recorded an album, 2 albums in a recording studio with my singing. I can't do it now because I've got COPD and I smoke about 20 cigarettes a day. But
she knew how to knock a tune out in the day.
yeah,
I'd love to see a video of that.
But I actually went on. I got that drunk on X Factor. When I'd done my audition, they said I started singing and then I started telling jokes, and they said, "What are you actually here for?" I said, whatever you want.
When was this? When was this?
Oh, when did I go on X Factor? It was before Mandy died in 2020, I think it was. Or was it 20? Oh no, no. Joyce and Mick was still alive, so it must have been in 2015, 2016. I went on X Factor.
Oh, we'll have to. It'd be good to see a video.
All I've got is a picture of me with my arm up like that, stood next to the big X Factor lorry outside the O2 Arena.
Oh.
It was a good day until I got me and my friend Mandy that I found dead. She came with me. Yeah, I've got loads of photos on my Facebook. See, what it is on Facebook, I've got my real name spelt with 1 N. And I've got another account. I've always spelt my name with 2 N's, but on my birth certificate it's 1 N. And the reason I've spelt it with 2 N's is because I thought my real name was Anne when I was a little girl. All my dad ever called me was Princess. I never had a first name. I thought it was Anne for some reason, so I spelt it with VANNESSA. Now, if you take the V off and the SSA off, you're left with Anne. So anyway, when I started school in Kent, the school kept phoning up my parents to go up there. Your daughter's not spelling her name properly. They said, we can't stop her. She's done it from the age of 4. She's always spelt it with 2 N's. But when David was messing around with the will, he spelt my name wrong. So I went and told him all the mistakes he made. I said, you spelt my name wrong. I want the real one and I'll be back over for the real will. Well, he changed it again to my real name. And then I spotted something else in the will. I said, you've made a mistake there. I want the real will. I went over the next day, give me another one. I've got about 7 wills here where he's changed them so many times. He was getting himself caught out. Do you know what I mean?
Getting confused.
I have threatened him that he'd ever go, because he's brainwashed my children, the whole family have. But I messaged him 3 years ago and said, you ever go near my kids again, I will fucking kill you. I will go over with a gun and kill you. God took a gun to his house. When he started messing around, it's only a pellet gun, but they didn't know that. And when I got there, I put the gun to his wife's head and said, I'm going to pull the trigger if you don't give me the real documents. I didn't even have a pellet in it. It was just the noise of a gun going off where you load it, but nothing's in it. And he just stood there and wet himself. And I just burst out laughing. And she was shouting, get her out of my house, David, get her out. I said, one question. Where did your 2 children come from? Because your wife's tubes were all messed up. She didn't have any children up to the age of 40. Did you get your kids from down under the tunnels? And that's when she shouted, "Get out!" And then the last words I said to him was, "I will definitely see you in court this time." You knew I was the royal family. You knew that my parents were killed. They're the only ones who knows my real family's names. They're the only ones that know my real identity and my age. They're the family that took my son and my brother. But I am not going to stop until this man is executed or I'm hanging him myself. I've got nothing else to lose. I was running a little burger wagon on the side of the road for 21 years until all this kicked off, and they willy sectioned me. I couldn't get to work to my regular customers. 21 years I've been doing that business on my own, lifting gas bottles and everything else, and then going through cancer this year. So far, it's all cleared up at the moment. Apparently, I've got a blocked artery to the heart, but I'm not bothered about that. I'm sure I can handle a heart attack. But what I'm saying is, this family's got to be locked up. They've got to be arrested, because if it's not done very soon, I know I shouldn't be saying this, but I'm going to have to take it into my own hands. I'm going to have to, because I've not had a life. I can't think about it. I can't make any plans or make a decision, because it's already been made for me. I need this family behind bars.
You know, I think every day about what the next. I can't speak. Sorry, could you just pause?
1 minute. I'll put you on mute.
Cheers. Sorry, it's just really, really loud for some reason when it's echoing. I think every single day about what to do about this, and think about what are the next step for me and how I end this. The trouble we've got.
Gary, can I just say one thing? Somebody's asking, did Vanessa take any jabs? I've not had any jabs since I was born. Joyce wouldn't let me have any jabs at all. The only jab that they ever put into me was one tetanus at school, and they gave me Joyce Emery's flu jab in 2017 when I kept telling them it wasn't for me, it was for Joyce. She asked when it was due. They put it in my arm. So I've only ever had one tetanus and one flu jab in my arm. I've never had any vaccinations from birth.
Right.
My blood group is A positive. I'll let you carry on now.
I had 2 or 3 vaccines. I can't remember 2 or 3, but didn't seem to be affected by it. But what was I saying? So, the trouble is, and it's very difficult when you've got 1 or 2 people that are willing to do something about this. If the world doesn't wake up to this, using this evidence, then there's not really much hope. If I'm right about the conclusive agenda in all of this, if people don't start doing something soon, even with a strategy that I've proposed, then there's not a lot more that I can do. I've thought about doing certain things myself, but anyway. The other thing about the Titanic is, just quickly, the director for the movie was James Cameron. James Cameron links to Ingenious Film Partners, which is on page 40 of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. So that's another connection there. Just quickly going forward, because we find there's a connection here, and I don't want to I'd rather read you the evidence so I've got documented proof of all of this. I'm actually got this in my document. This isn't me just doing it, and it's got the actual links to all of the evidence within the document that you can all have. It's irrefutable, verifiable information. And this is why they're so worried. This is why they're not responding. This is why they've said the Freemasons suddenly have to declare. This multiple key companies, including intelligence agency companies, have dissolved. This is why the chair of the World Economic Forum resigned on the same day that the Pope supposedly died, both 88 years old. And prior to that, within 3 days of me sending my evidence to them, he announced he was stepping back as the chair. Multiple resignations all over the place are to do with all of this. So, but Deborah Johnson, Connect Summit Aviation, Engine Overhaul Limited to KMFM Thanet Limited, and Geraldine Ruth Pratt Allinson of that company connects to Canterbury Cathedral Trust, and Justin Welby, the former Archbishop of Canterbury. Now that is coming in. You're talking within 1 or 2 companies away from the Emery research that I've done in Aylsham Village, and you hit Justin Welby, the Archbishop of Canterbury, who is not far away there. Now, He resigned, as you may or may not be aware, on the 12th of November 2024 last year as I continued the exposure. And then not long after that, you had all of the drones circulating around the world. Now, that would be deliberate to lead into, I believe, the fake alien invasion side of things. And when you look back to July 2022, which is when I first started making the main inquiries, and Anthony Roberts of Exbourne Manor resigned, Elon Musk's brother purchased a drone company that exact same month. And Elon Musk is massively implicated in all of this. Johnson, this same person, also connects to KM Holdings Limited, KM Group Newspapers Limited, stands for Kent Messenger, and Air Ambulance Charity Surrey, Sussex, that had already featured in critical areas of the research as shown elsewhere. Julian Ann Wing connects aerospace and controls technology featured earlier to Gloucester Jet Set Centre Limited, that was incorporated in 1997 and had John Dwyer, of 6 Brimstone Close, Chesfield, Kent, D&D Law Agency Services Limited, and Temple Chambers of Temple Avenue in London on its incorporation document, as well as an address of 84 Temple Chambers. That links immediately to Tommy Robinson via the research. That links to key areas of the fraud. And it's very important to note the temple within the address, the Temple Chambers, because that links in with, you've got the Satanic Temple United Kingdom, you've got the Knights Templar in all of this, and you have the Temple Bar in London, which is where the legal solicitors are all generally linked to. Now, all solicitors are implicated. They've all been centralised as part of this fraud. And it was when I was doing the research of the World Trade Center disaster that I was thinking, well, what's fire and brimstone about in the Bible? What's this all about? Is it going to be a nuclear war? Is there going to be an asteroid? What's the point of me doing this and putting everyone at risk? What does brimstone and fire mean? And I turned to the next company, and there was the word brimstone in that company, which links to Tommy Robinson. I'd never seen it in any other company. I don't think I've seen it since. And that was a sign to me that I needed to keep going with this evidence, no matter what the risks were to me potentially. Did you want to say something, Vanessa? You're right. So let's go. I think everyone's got the ideas. We've got the links to the Emery and Aylsham. Just having a quick read through. We then find we've got connections there to Initiative Property Management Limited. I don't want to say something unless it's there, and I can't remember everything. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so we then have a connection to the Association of Residential Management Agents, which links to the Association of Chief Police Officers of the United Kingdom. So that then connects back in. So remember, this is coming in from Aylsham Emery. We have a link to the Association of Police Officers, Chief Police Officers of the United Kingdom. Well, that then fits the Julian Assange Doomsday Cult evidence. Remember, I told you they also link to Julian Assange. And then we have Initiative Property Management Limited as well. So this is not only coming in from Tommy Robinson, but it's also coming in from Emery Aylsham. We hit Initiative Property Management Limited, the company that was being used as a cover investigation by Dorset Police. Oh, this is new to you, actually, Vanessa. So Ritson's accountants had been the premises that I attended in Venessa prior to my arrest in September, and it connected almost immediately to Princess Anne in key areas of the fraud through Company's House. Vanessa claims that there are people.
The Ritsons across the road. They live across the road.
I've researched.
Working in Company's House. The whole family have been working in Company's House since they left school. I'll let you go back now.
Yeah, because this is new, actually. I haven't sent you this, so this is since you told me that. Vanessa claims, as she just said, a search of Ritson's Aylsham Company's House reveals an Amanda Ritson connected to 2 companies, including Aylsham Bookkeeping and Accounting Services Limited of 3 Attle Avenue in Aylsham, that was incorporated in 2015 and it dissolved in 2017, the year after the Pizzagate scandal was being exposed. Now, Ritson's, the accountants that I went to in Venessa, I put them on notice. Not only that links immediately to Princess Anne, but from that record of Princess Anne, you hit Donald Trump, you hit Jimmy Savile, you hit Prince Andrew, you hit Prince Philip, you hit the main Freemasons Lodge, you then hit a CMS organization. CMS is part of the Large Hadron Collider that by itself has the power to create a magnetic field 100,000 times as powerful as the entire magnetic field of the Earth. Now, remember, we're talking about the plan to create a black hole here. Those of you seen my evidence, if you haven't, and it seems from all of my research that they appeared to try and create a black hole on Earth in 2012, sold it as the discovery of Higgs boson or the God particle. And I suspect that's because the Mayan calendar, which ended in 2012, speculated that the end of the world would occur in that year, and that it may be a black hole suddenly appearing at the center of the galaxy. Now, you and I won't understand why they were maybe trying to do this, but these people, remember, are involved, it seems, in the sacrifice of babies and children and the drinking of their blood and skinning them alive. So we're not going to understand who or what these people really are, but it is certainly very, very sinister. The other company that's linked to this Emery is Canterbury Hi-Fi Limited. It was incorporated in 2014, and James Huggins, born March 1980, is a director. A separate search for James Huggins shows various entries, with one record for James Huggins of August 1969, I presume that is meant to be, connected to Ash Lodge Residents Association in Portsmouth, Hampshire, where they resigned in 2018 as Gordon Bowden was exposing his evidence. The company was incorporated in 1984. Roger Beverley connects this company to Casterbridge Hardy Dorchester Limited that was incorporated in 1980.
Gary, I bought my keyboard from Canterbury Hi-Fi a few years ago. I bought
Really?
£1,500 keyboard from there because I play the keyboard. I play every instrument you can think of except a flute. I can't play a flute because I can't blow. But,
that's interesting. Well, there you go.
And I'm sure that Canterbury Hi-Fi is still open because I went to get a kebab there a couple of weeks ago and their shop's across the road from the kebab shop. And we were actually looking in the window. I can't remember what we were looking for. I think my friend wanted a new guitar, but we didn't go in there because it was closed. But the shop's still open.
Wow.
But I'll let you carry on.
No worries. So this company was incorporated in 1980, and Alan David Setters connects it to King and Company Accounting. You couldn't write this, could you? They're literally, it's a complete mockery. Honestly, you got a fake royal family, according to all of the research, complete mockery against creation. And here you are, you have King and Company Accounting and Financial Services Limited, sorry, a big company name, that was incorporated in February 2001 on the lead up to the World Trade Center disaster, which was 100% planned over this. And its address is, guess where? Christchurch Road in Bournemouth, the exact same road where Exbourne Manor is located. Unbelievable, isn't it? This is coming in from this Emery research, and it's in the process of being struck from the register.
And the funniest part is, Gary, there's only two Emerys that live in Elsham, and that's me and my son, my stepson.
All right.
That's the only Emerys in Elsham.
Wow.
I'll let you carry on.
Okay. So, and they are now striking this company from the register. So, in other words, they're panicking. They're trying to get rid of all of the records, get it all off the company's house system so that no one, well, I'm screenshotting everything. Pretty much everything I'm talking about is secured, so they can't get rid of it. And there's backups, and I'm sending it to people, and they're in serious trouble. Which is why it seems they're rushing. You've now got these donors that have contributed nearly £1 billion to a future circular collider program, where it looks like they failed to do what they wanted to achieve in 2012, and now they're trying to build a future circular collider. And you can go and look at this. Type in future circular collider donors. You'll see an article from 2 or 3 days ago where they've had nearly £1 billion donated by rich, which will be money stolen from all of you, by the way, through this fraud. So this, we have this connection. Same road as Exbourne Manor, and the company I was removed from, as I've said, it has Dorothy Graham of an address of 61. This is just unreal. It blew me away.
And the Grahams live across the road from me and all.
What, Dorothy Graham?
No, I don't know what the woman was called there, but she died, and I think it's her grandson that's in her house now, and he is having a massive extension built on his garden. In my street, they've all had extensions built since the COVID. They've all been getting extensions. I'll let you carry on.
Right. Yeah, this name, there's two of them. I haven't got it written. The other, it's a male and a female. You've got Dorothy Graham and another name. They link to hundreds, if not thousands, of companies. And they've got an address of 61 Fairview Avenue on the incorporation document. Okay. And that address is in Gillingham, in Kent. And it's literally right near my mum. Right near my mum's address. Okay. Not far away at all. You're talking within 5 minutes from my mum's address. And my mum has completely turned against me, saying I'm delusional, even though I've found so much evidence linking my mum. I don't think she's my real mum. I'm almost certain of that, which would explain why several months ago, before I found out about the evidence connecting to her or her employee that she works for, she said, I'm never going to see Gary again. She got really upset because she knew what I was going to find out. She knew I believed she wasn't my real mum. She knew she'd never see me again. This was well before I actually confronted her with the evidence that I later found.
And I wouldn't be surprised if me and you are not related. See,
yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all. Yeah.
Okay,
wouldn't surprise me at all. There's far too many connections to Vanessa. I mean, the Cray twins in itself is a huge one, and we'll come to the Lee connection in all of it in a minute as well. Roger Wilson also connects to Latin North America Investments Limited, that is a criminal company having been incorporated with the same companies as Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. William also connects to, can't read, that's too blurry, something healthcare. It was incorporated in 1980 and dissolved in August 2012 after CERN claims to have discovered the Higgs boson particle. Research shows that this same Swisslog, that's it. So you've got a connection to Switzerland now as well, which is very important because it's where the World Economic Forum is based. It's where the Large Hadron Collider is based. This is coming in from Emery, Aylsham, and linking in with Christchurch Road, where Exbourne Manor is. And it is a company originating from 1900 and focuses on robotics and automation industries, particularly in warehouses, distribution industries, and hospitals. It has McKenna and Co. on its incorporation document. Now, there's another suggestion that the plan was, which I think it's being foiled, as an inversion of creation to lead us into transhumanism, which is basically, if you're not aware, it's amalgamating biological material of humans with man-made materials such as robotics. Right? There's a big suggestion suggests that's what they were aiming to do. This is why I believe you have Elon Musk actually founded Neuralink, which is a chip that can be implanted in the human brain and which can then control the body. And that was incorporated in 2016, the same year that the Pizzagate scandal started to be exposed and when the ritual appeared to take place at CERN by the Shiva statue. It appears that those behind the criminal system are becoming worried about the evidence regarding Venessa. And that's just me talking about, because I submitted a police report in the cell towers being erected outside of your friend's house. Okay. Oh, I'm struggling to read this, which is actually probably I mean, there's so much we could talk about. Hopefully, if I can see the Frederick Emery stuff, because that is pretty critical.
Frederick Lee.
Frederick Lee, sorry. Oh, yeah, here we go. So on the 27th of August, I received information from Venessa suggesting that the real name or an alias name potentially could be Frederick Lee for King Charles. Is that right? Yeah. A company South search for Frederick Lee shows various entries with one connecting immediately to Blythe Masonic Buildings Limited, where they were shown as a director from January to September 2005. Now, I haven't said this much earlier, but there's Masonic buildings all the way through my research. My brother-in-law, Richard Timms, okay, his family link immediately to the main Freemason lodge, okay, and that connects immediately to Jimmy Savile. All right. Now, I only found out about all of my family's connections because he made a mistake. Well, unless it was deliberate, he put a comment throwing me under the bus on a family WhatsApp group that I wasn't part of. Someone within that group sent me a screenshot of that message, and it basically triggered me to investigate them all because he threw me under the bus, even though I was showing evidence and willing to show evidence of everything. So that was what led me to find out everything I did. Blythe Masonic Buildings Limited was incorporated in 1932. This is the same year that CAPB Limited was incorporated as Robert Fleming and Co. Limited, making the link to the Flemings, and that changed its name the day before Larry Silverstein acquired the lease for the World Trade Center building, the only time that building had ever changed hands. And if you're not aware, the building started to be constructed, the World Trade Center disaster, they started to construct it in 1966, which is the same year as the foundation of the Church of Satan. And they actually completed its construction in 1973, which is the year that the SWIFT international transaction system used in this international government fraud was first used. It's also 2 years after the World Economic Forum was created, and it's also the year, again, this is another reason why I'm being guided, another sign I'm being guided, when the movie Soylent Green came out and was released. And that movie is about an innocent police officer in 2022 who uncovers a dystopian future involving corporations around the world potentially putting the remains of humans into the food chain. Well, 2022 was the year that I actually started uncovering all of this, and I have evidence suggesting they are putting the remains of the children and other human and adults into the food chain. Now, that movie was released in 1973, before I was even born. I was born in 1977. 1977 is the year that my sister was born, and they changed the MK Ultra name when my sister was born to MK Search, as if they were searching for something. In 1977, when I was born, 20,000 documents in relation to MK Ultra were declassified. Okay, so this movie came out in 1973 when I was younger. My father, I watched it with my father. I don't know how old I was, but I remember seeing it. It starred Charlton Heston, and it was loosely based on a book that was actually released or published in 1966, the year of the foundation of the Church of Satan. And that book was based in the year 1999, which is the year of the re-establishment of the Church of Satan. Unbelievable. And that is all true. You can go and research all of that and see it's true. On searching Blythe's connection to King Charles, an interesting and likely relevant article is revealed, referring to Charles Blythe, the last Scottish gypsy king. The connections being made to the Cray twins, their gypsy background, and the research suggesting their possible involvement in the infiltration of the real royal family cannot be ignored. It has to be considered that a fake name of Charles was used for this reason, naming him after the last Scottish Gypsy King. Terry Robert Crumpton connects Blythe Masonic Buildings, where Frederick Lee is linked to, Limited, to Gateshead Masonic Hall Company Limited, and Derwent Reservoir Sailing Limited, that was incorporated in 1967, and where again it appears there is no incorporation document available to view. John Boanus connects this company to Royal Yachting Association. So we now have to assume that there is very likely some truth in the Frederick Lee connection to Charles, because we now have a connection to a royal company, okay, that was incorporated in 1966, the same year as the foundation as the Church of Satan. And it has a registered address of RYA House. Oh, I've just zoomed out. Where's it gone? Oh, sorry. Accidentally zoomed out. RYA House, Ensign Way in Hamble in Hampshire, the same county where the Flemings have influence, and was the NHS CEO. But I think she was only the CEO over the prior to the COVID period, or potentially after. I can't remember. I need to do a little bit more research on that and include that in my COVID research. I've done a whole section researching the whole COVID response, shall we say, and it is mind-blowing in itself, seeing all of the links to it. It's just obviously to do with all of this. Peter Robert Duchesne, unusual name, connects Royal Yachting Association to either an 8 or 3, it's a bit blurry from my screenshot, companies including British Olympic Association. Okay, remember the Olympic Games companies feature in the My Family's links via the Waterman's companies, via the Masonic Lodge in Gillingham. You hit the Olympics Games companies. In fact, this exact same companies coming in from MK Limited, from the research of the MK Ultra program. This was incorporated in 1991 and has Withers on its incorporation document, along with page 25 showing Charles Stuart Palmer connecting to the British Judo Association, and Farquharsons of the Hampstead Limited, with this surname connecting to my time whilst I was in prison, and a connection to Weymouth and Hampstead, being where the Hampstead child abuse inquiry took place. If you're not aware of that, then the two children of Ricky Dearman made allegations, both made the same allegations in a police interview against their father, Ricky Dearman, saying that not only did he and others rape them, sexually abuse them. These were two children aged, I believe, around, I'm not too sure, but I think around 9 at the time. But they also were made to take part in the decapitation of babies and the drinking of those babies' blood. And that was in a school in Hampstead and in a church as well. So we have the connection to the religious establishments. Olympic Games companies make quick connections to my family, as I've said, and the MK Ultra research, which leads to a Knights Templar address, linking again with the Freemasons. This is all coming in, remember, from this name of Frederick Lee. Duchesne, or however you pronounce it, also connects to various tall ships companies that are linked immediately to the Goldsmiths and the Rothschilds via Wardens and the community of the mystery of Goldsmiths City. Sorry, let me say it again. This is an actual company name. The Wardens and commonality of the mystery of Goldsmiths City of London, as shown elsewhere in the document. And do you know how I found that? That was coming in from the investigation surrounding the missing women with a similar modus operandi or similar missing situation as Nicola Bulley, and that's when I hit that company. Referring back to Blythe Masonic Buildings Limited, Colin Barnes connects to the Institute of Clerks of Works and Construction Inspectorate of Great Britain Incorporated. That's the name of the company. It was incorporated in 1903, which is the same year as the IDF Group Limited, which I researched coming in from, which I actually hit coming in the research from the Israel attacks on the 7th of October 2023. I suspect that obviously relates to the Israel Defense Force. And this company was incorporated the same year in 1903. And its overview claims it's changed its name once in June 2009. 3 months before the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales was incorporated, its register has been forged. Charles Brown Lowry connects the Institute of Clerks of Works and Construction, that company, to the Clyde Football Club, CIC, that then links to Madeleine McCann's father, Gerald McCann, as shown elsewhere in the document. So now we have a connection to Gerald McCann via Frederick Lee. Now, also, I didn't mention it earlier, and we're going to come forward how this links into the Cray twins potentially. Remember the surname of Lee. But what I didn't mention earlier is the Royal Yachting Association connects to those that I grew up with as well. The friends or supposed friends, particularly somebody called Andrew Morgan. Now, I've researched his family. I suspect he is from the JP Morgan family. I've sent him a private message, which I've screenshot, and is in my document, confronting him about this. He didn't even respond, didn't even deny it. The website for Blythe Masonic Buildings Limited is shown in the people record for Blythe Masonic Buildings Limited. So the limited is the only difference there. And having been a director from the 1st of February 2011. So that is not long before the Christchurch earthquake, which is all to do with that. That's a whole other subject. But the evidence is suggesting that the Christchurch earthquake in New Zealand in 2011 may have been some sort of test or trial on how to create earthquakes using their technology, leading towards the falsified tribulation period and the eventual inversion of creation at the point of singularity or black hole on Earth. And I know you need the document, all right? Now it's hard to envision this, but it's all there in black and white in multiple ways being proven, all of these connections. So this is also troops before the New Zealand earthquake, and they were a director until July 2011. After the earthquake, 3 months before Jimmy Savile supposedly died on the 29th of October 2011. The website for Blythe Masonic Hall shows a reference to UGLE, UGLE, the world's main Masonic company that connects almost immediately to Jimmy Savile, my brother-in-law, and a 13th century Knights Templar building as shown elsewhere in the document. Research shows that the Cray twins' mother was called Viola Ann Lee. As we said earlier, Vanessa and I, remember we've got this name, Frederick Lee. Go on, Vanessa.
Violet Annie Lee.
Oh, Violet Annie Lee, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, that's what I've actually got written. Violet Annie Lee, who had Romani Irish ancestry along with Jewish and English heritage. Now, the Jewish connection is definitely huge in all of this. My surname, Waterman, appears to be Jewish/German. Now, I suspect that's the name given to me by my fake family. So I don't think I'm of origin of, certainly not my mum, who I was led to believe was my mum. Now, this also ties in with the Goldsmith family, who we just mentioned earlier. The Goldsmith family appear to be German/Jewish. Now, there's an article in my document, and you can go and search it, that suggests that James Goldsmith was the real father of Princess Diana. And Douglas Smith, who is the special advisor, the main advisor for the last few UK prime ministers, who has been arrested for threats to kill involving allegedly a firearm, who practices dark arts and started up fever sex parties before the year 2000, worked for James Goldsmith. There's a whole section on Princess Diana. And I've already said tonight that Dodi Fayad has now been connected to Peter Gilmore the researcher Peter Gilmore, the high priest of the Church of Satan, and linking with nuclear weapons companies. So remember, and they were just seeing each other from, I believe it was July 1997, leading up to her death a month or so later. Supposed death a month or so later. So a company's house search for Violet Annie Lee reveals a Violet Lee connected to St George's Court Management, in brackets Witham Limited, that was incorporated in 1986. It is a criminal company with Mavis June Latter and Jordans and Sons Limited on its incorporation document, making an immediate connection to Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited and Mohammed Al Fayed, okay, Dodi's father, because one of the Harrods companies has that name, Mavis June Latter, on its incorporation document. The exact same name, not the same company, the same name, Mavis June Latter, which links to Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited via Swift Incorporations. And the company dissolved, having been exposed in 2023. This is Swift Incorporations Limited that's on the incorporation document for Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited and this company, and Mavis June Latter links to that. So after I exposed it, they have, as another company that they have dissolved. Oh, there she is. There's a picture of her. Of the almost, that's identical, aren't they, Vanessa? And the person on the left, sorry, who's the person on the left?
Barbara. That's meant to be Barbara. But Barbara, David, Darrell and Michael said their mother's maiden name was Lee.
When was that photograph taken on the left?
Sorry?
When was that photograph taken?
2015, I think.
Do we know when that photograph of their mum, the Cray's mum, was taken?
This one?
Yeah.
No, that was taken from when I was searching the Cray twins' mother on Google. I screenshotted that. But that's May Lee. That's Violet Annie Lee's sister. But doesn't Barbara look like Violet Annie Lee?
Yes.
And
100%.
May at the bottom is who Michael went and visited in the United States of America. He visited Aunt May in 1963. Well, this May was living in the United States of America in 1963. So did this family live in America too and come to the UK? The Cray? I'm not quite sure about it all.
Well, I'm almost certain they're using dual roles. So even, people in high-profile positions or public positions. Sorry, do you mind muting your
Sorry.
mic? Sorry, because I know you can't hear it, so you wouldn't know. Remember I said earlier about the high priest of the Church of Satan? I think it's the same person that was the mayor of Glastonbury, and I think this is what they're doing. It's a complete mockery of humanity. There's another bit in my document where, if this is true, and I've found some connections suggesting it possibly is, that Tommy Robinson, is playing a dual role of somebody else that actually links to Islam and Islamist. Now, if that's the case, that's the ultimate, and I suspect that is going to be the case because they look almost identical, and it's within my document, and then I've done Company's House research that does suggest it's possibly the case. Sorry, Vanessa, go on.
No, sorry, I pushed it by accident. Carry on.
Okay. So we've got this connection via the name of Violet Lee. Is that a coincidence? Along with the million other things? No. It's all being exposed, everybody. Michael Martindale connects this company, okay, that's linked to that name of their mum, to that company, to Glowbug Limited, that was incorporated in 1988 and has a registered address of Leathers LLP. Leathers. Research suggests Leathers LLP was a solicitor's firm purchased by Evelyn Partners, featured throughout the fraud in 2022 as the exposure was beginning. Think about that name, Leathers. What are we talking about? The skinning of the children alive. How does Evelyn Partners feature in all of this? Massively. Who was Sir Evelyn? He links to the Rothschilds. My father lived in a road called Sir Evelyn. Okay, he's linked to the fraud. Sir Evelyn was.
And it's strange that we lived in Queen's Road.
Yeah, and my it's unbelievable, but my dad's adoptive mum's name was Queenie. I've never heard anyone called Queenie in my entire life.
You can't make
Other than
this
that-
shit up. You can't make this shit up.
And I'm your
No, literally, that's what my nan, who I was led to believe was my adopted. This is the family side associated with the Cray twins. Her name was Queenie.
And I bet if you ask your mum to do a DNA test, she'll refuse. Just like this family have. Every one of them
Yeah,
with me. Why would you do
Yeah,
that? It would have proved whether I was telling the truth or I was crazy. Why wouldn't you do it for me? Do you see what I'm saying? You jump
Exactly.
at it, wouldn't you?
Exactly.
Even my kids wouldn't take the DNA because the family had totally brainwashed them. There was just no hope for them. But when this all comes out, then perhaps they'll see I was telling the truth. I've been telling the truth since I was a kid. I've got no reasons to lie. I wouldn't have all this evidence. I wouldn't have the story. I wouldn't be holding the real Queen's coronation book. But I'll let you carry on.
Where have I got this bit from? Research suggests Leathers. Oh, Sir Evelyn was actually, he's linked to the Rothschilds, and he was the Queen's financial advisor, I believe, from the research. Sir Evelyn. So that now makes the link back into the fake Queen again via this. This is coming in from Frederick Lee. A company's house search. Why have I put that? I must have mentioned it earlier. Oh, here we go. Yeah, a company's house search shows that S&W Partners in brackets North LLP was actually incorporated as Leathers Limited Liability Partnership. Remember, we had Leathers on that company in 2005 before its name was changed to Evelyn Partners North LLP in 2023 as I escalated my exposure. And again, it changed its name into March 2025 as I continued the exposure. Its incorporation document shows Sinton's LLP with an address of The Cube. Evelyn Partners Group is in the people record. Now, The Cube, remember, you've got the Satanic Temple. We've also got the Cube of Satan or Cube of Saturn, which there are tentative connections in this to the Cube of Saturn. A separate search of Evelyn Partners Group reveals Evelyn Partners Group Limited was incorporated in 2013, the year after CERN claims to have discovered the Higgs boson, a God particle, and its name has been changed twice in 2022 as the fraud became exposed. Paul Robert Guedes connects this company to 36 companies, and research shows he is also associated to Direct Line Insurance. I suspect he will be related to the Guedes family involved in the Monk's investment company shown on the incorporation document of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, as shown elsewhere in my research. Michael Robert Leather connects Globug Limited to 35 companies, including Eli. Oh, where's it gone? Including Eli Chemical Company Limited, that was incorporated in 1985 and has a registered address of with post office in it. They love to use post office in it. And by the way, the largest miscarriage of justice in the United Kingdom's history, the post office scandal, is because of this. It is not 100% not an IT issue that our governments are telling you. Over 900 postmasters were wrongly convicted of stealing money via the post office scandal. Some of them died whilst still being suspects. Some of them committed suicide. It is because of this international government fraud. And I've done research surrounding that in my document. Mortis Walter Beck connects Eli Chemical Company Limited to Newham Chamber of Commerce that was incorporated in 1984. And Chamber of Commerce companies, as I said earlier, are featured all the way through the fraud. Kenneth Crabtree connects Eli Chemical Company Limited to Duncanfield Masonic Hall Company. Again, another Masonic link limited that was incorporated in 1929. And it has Jordan's and Sons Limited on its incorporation document, the same as Exbourne Manor. So it's a criminal company. And it also has various other Masonic companies linking to it from this company. Stephen Michael Quintin Gilmore. Remember, Peter Gilmore is the high priest of the Church of Satan. I suspect this is going to be related. Is shown as having been a director for Eli Chemical Company Limited for less than 2 months in 2007 and connects to 60 companies, including St. Paul's Wealth Management Limited, that was incorporated in 2005 and dissolved in December 2024 as the exposure continued. It has a registered address of Begbie's Trainer that links immediately to the Collider research, all right, via a company called Colliders Limited, the Collider Technology, and JP Morgan and the Flemings, as shown elsewhere in the document. Gilmore also connects Eli Chemicals to Cobbitts LLP that links almost immediately to the intelligence agencies and the Collider research, as shown throughout my document. And in fact, Cobbitts is shown on the incorporation document for the Christchurch earthquake appeal that links almost immediately to Ghislaine Maxwell and links with the earthquake technology and everything that I'm exposing, the falsified prophecies, linking in with what appears to be their ultimate agenda. Research shows that the grandfather of the Cray twins on Violet's side was Jimmy Lee. The very first search of Jimmy Lee shows a connection to 4 companies, including Templars LTC, Members Association Limited, and Templars Lawn Tennis Club Limited. Remember, the Knights Templar that connects immediately to the Savile Club that we mentioned right back at the beginning. This is an immediate connection we're talking about, everybody. Jimmy Savile, the research of the Association of the Police and Crime Commissioners, as shown elsewhere in the document, and back to CERN, the Large Hadron Collider, and the apparent attack planned against all of creation involving that technology. My family connects to the address, as I've said, of the Templar thing, and my father worked for All England Lawn and Tennis Club in Wimbledon. I actually worked with him as a carpenter for a while, and that LTC stands for Lawn Tennis Club. Now, I'm just going to go, Vanessa, is there anything you want to come on and say for a minute as I go to another bit of research around Aylsham?
Now they're just asking me questions to show the book, and I've just spotted something on page 17. The Archbishop of Canterbury places the crown on the head of King George. What's that, the 5th, the 4th, the what?
Oh, I'm rubbish at Roman numerals. That's interesting.
Showing pages, because it's the real Queen's book. It starts off in black and white and then goes into colour. Obviously, my mum and dad ain't going to put their real pictures of their faces in the book.
Right.
But I was just showing on page 19 that it says that Prince Charles sees something to amuse him on his 2nd birthday, 14th of November 1948. Underneath is a sticker on the page saying Prince Charles's 2nd birthday should read 14th of November 1950. They'd made a mistake, so that was to show whoever was going to publish this book to put the right date in the one that they were going to copy from this.
Yeah, you're right, because when he was initiated to become the Prince of Wales, he was 9 years old in 1958.
Just showing some of the old pictures in the book, but it's lots of black and white. You've got, who's this, Churchill?
Yeah, he's implicated in it as well.
But Walt Disney's in it. I didn't never notice that.
Oh wow!
He's my.
You just
grandfather.
realised that?
No, I never actually read any of this, to be honest. I was just looking for things that stood out to me. I've got a memory where I could look at something, and if it's interesting, the words will jump out for me to read. And that's all
Yeah.
I'll take in, the most important things that jump out to me. But I'm just showing the book. People are asking to see the book, and I'm showing the
No, it's good.
MG on every page, and then I'm showing the MG on the ring to them. So I'll let you.
Yeah, because I've never actually, I've only seen photographs of the book.
Oh,
What else is in there then? So it's
to be honest, I haven't. I don't know.
is it like a chronological with photographs starting young and then?
I don't know what them letters mean.
We think it's the proof copy, don't we?
This is the original.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It's the proof copy.
But the actual people that took the photo of my real parents is the same people.
Oh, you cut out for a second there.
I think I said something over target then. I said the same people that took the photograph of my parents actually did this photos in the book.
Oh, it's the same person.
Yeah.
Right.
It was like a photo by Studio Lisa. Or there's one in here saying a photo by Miss. I can't remember the surname, but the same name is on the back of my mum's photo.
Right.
Yeah, you'd have to read this because I'm not sitting here reading all this.
No. Is there any there's no signatures in it?
No, nothing. Nothing.
No
Just
signatures.
that one sticker on that page where they'd made a cock up.
No. I'm just, if you want to talk for a bit, Vanessa, I'm going to try and find about Aylsham Village, how it started.
I don't know
That's
what
quite
to say.
important.
How's everybody doing out there? What can we talk about that I haven't already said?
Maybe see if anyone's got any specific questions you can answer.
And if you've got a question, type the question. I'll try and answer it. You've got to remember, I was 4 years old when I was taken from my dad.
Aylsham's 100 years old in 2 years.
I'm sorry, I haven't even been looking at the questions. I'm sorry, everyone. But we'll come to some other questions later for me.
Somebody said, Gary, you need to go see the Queen as soon as possible. We can't meet up yet.
I'm sure it will happen one day if I can survive this.
Oh, you definitely. Vanessa, what's your mother and father's name? MG and BE. Well, MG, I think, is Michael. I don't know what his surname is. It begins with the letter G. My mother, I think it's Barbara E. That's all I know is E. It could be Barbara Elias if Walter Elias is my grandfather, aka Walt Disney. If he is my grandfather, then my surname could be Elias. But it can't be Elias because my father's MG. So MG married BE. My surname would be Venessa G. Do you see what I mean? I don't know what the parents' name is yet. Nobody's ever told me.
That's the trouble, isn't it? Because they're just hiding everything and changing details. It's hard to know exactly.
Another question. What's my thoughts on digital ID? Excuse my language, but it's all bollocks, to be honest. It's complete bullshit. At the end of the day, these criminals need bringing down. They all need bring back hanging. That's what we should do. What these people have done to the planet and to humans and to babies, they need to be hung straight away. Not even have a trial. Hang them. If the evidence is there, the proof is there, you don't need to take DNA. You can't take a DNA test today. No one. Because all the DNA companies are connected. I'll tell you how they do it. What they did with my son when he was born was upload my real baby's DNA to the son I'm bringing up now. When I put finally did a DNA test on Ancestry, I got told it took 7 to 10 days to come back. My daughter made me do it. Because she was going, it'll prove if Stephen's your son, Mum. But she couldn't get it. They'd uploaded my real son's DNA to Stephen's DNA, if you get what I'm saying. So it's going to come back that the one I'm bringing up is my son, because he's got my real son's DNA logged into the account on Ancestry. And I forgot where I was going there, to be honest.
So just to confirm, Vanessa, are you against digital enslavement? And
of course I am.
yeah.
What the hell does this government think they're doing to us? They're not even real people. They killed my parents, and this fake royal family stepped into their shoes. And everything went from there. And the people that put this whole plan and all the crimes around the world is my imposter family put this crime together. They picked what families, like there'd be a mum and dad. The mum would be working in a hospital. The dad would be working in a church. The children would be working in a solicitor. And they put all these families together. It only started off with about 10 families when this crime first started. Now it's all around the world and millions are connected to this crime. You got the banks connected to the hospitals, connected to mental health, solicitors, estate agents, accountancies, you name it, shops, supermarkets, everything. They're running the whole world. And they're all Freemasons. It's just sick.
I agree. We can't have any further move to digital control. There doesn't need to be digital ID verification. Some people were suggesting that I might be supporting that. I've never supported that at all. If we move forward in digital ID and even artificial intelligence, then we risk complete enslavement by a very sinister group of individuals who appear to be committing very serious crimes against children and humanity itself.
It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. When I
Somebody's asked what I think. Sorry, Vanessa.
Carry on, Gary.
I'm trying to remember who Isaac Cappy is. Is he somebody to do with the Pizzagate scandal? I think he is, isn't he? To do with the pizza locations. I haven't actually researched him, if that's the right person we're talking about. My brain's not thinking. But I've researched the Pizzagate scandal. I've researched in terms of Hillary Clinton and in terms of Comet Ping Pong. And there's very critical evidence when you research Comet Ping Pong coming in. And that actually links to 3i Atlas. Unbelievably, doesn't it? Bearing in mind, we're talking about a comet. 3i Atlas comet. Comet Ping Pong links to the 3i company, a 3i company. And in fact, that leads into what I'm going to say in a moment. I'll just see if there's any other questions for you, Vanessa. Somebody said
Walt Disney was a Mason. Probably.
Oh, okay.
The real one wasn't. The double was.
I've heard he might have been connected to Jimmy Savile. Not Jimmy Savile, Jeffrey Epstein.
I'm not sure. I've heard that. I've also heard that Hitler is really Walt Disney, and he had a face makeover or something done to his face. I heard that. Yeah,
I've heard the same as well. Well, we know they're definitely connected via the research. They actually met. And we know that the Werner von Braun and the Flemings link, unless that information has all been positioned by those people deliberately, but that is supported by a trail of evidence through the Company's House records as well. So it would make sense that is true. I'm just going to mention, whilst I'm thinking about it, on the 16th of October 2025, as my inquiries continued, articles emerged that King Charles was visiting Rome and had, for the first time since the 16th century Reformation, been praying. A British member of the British monarchy prayed with a pope. Now, that hadn't happened in all of that time. So this tells us they know there's something big coming, big changes, because they wouldn't have done that otherwise. Remember, the evidence goes back that I've got to the Reformation. Sorry, Vanessa, did you want to say something? You right?
No.
On the same day as those articles other articles emerged that the Vatican had set aside a room for Muslim prayer. This appears to possibly fit the World War deception element of the Albert Pike letter, written by Albert Pike to Mazzini. The talks that talks about destroying Christianity, Islam, atheism, and bringing about of Lucifer. Now, some people have actually told me. Now, I don't know about this. Some people have said that what they've done is invert, and Lucifer is actually Jesus. Now, I don't know, but if you follow the inversion through, everything else is inverted, it would make sense. Anyway, the research suggests that the initial Reformation of the 13th century caused a major theological movement across the world, and particularly important is the German company that I said earlier. Let's go. Gutenberg's, that company was founded by a goldsmith, in terms of literally the trade, a goldsmith, and began printing in 1440, so before the Reformation, but with earlier forms of similar printing processes going back to the 11th century in the Far East, and possibly further in Greek or Roman history. There's a reason what I'm leading into here is the evidence that, which is in itself is mind-blowing, the prophecy of the popes, that I'm just going to mention quickly whilst we're talking of this, if I can find the right page. I mentioned Commerce Bank. I mentioned that. Okay, the prophecy of the popes. In Latin, I don't know, I'm not going to try and pronounce that. Prophecy of St. Archbishop Malachi concerning the Supreme Pontiffs is a series of 112 short cryptic phrases in Latin which purport to predict popes, along with a few anti-popes of the Catholic Church. Beginning with Celestine II, it was published in 1595 by Benedictine monk Arnold Wion. Now, I know monks. Remember, you've got a monks' company on the page 40 of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. So we know monks are going to be relating into all of this. And who attributed the prophecy to Saint Malachi, a 12th century Archbishop of Armagh. Given the accurate description of popes up to around 1590 and lack of accuracy for the popes that follow, historians generally conclude the alleged prophecy is a pseudepigraphic fabrication, don't know what that means, written shortly before publication. The Catholic Church has no official stance, according to this, on this prophecy, which suggests they're keeping quiet on it. Although some Catholic theologians have dismissed it as a forgery. The prophecy concludes with a pope identified as Peter the Roman, whose pontificate will allegedly precede the destruction of the city of Rome, the last judgment, and the end of the world. Now, I think when we hear the end of the world, that doesn't necessarily mean, I believe, the literally exploding and end of the world for everyone. It could be the end of their world, the end of this evil reign across us all, which I believe is how this will conclude. Certainly, if I have anything to do with it, and I think if Vanessa has anything to do with it, she will certainly ensure that's the case as well. Speculation has it that Pietro Parolin may become the next pope. Oh, bear with me. And Pietro means Peter, possibly enabling the ability to fulfill the prophecy of the popes for them. The research suggests this could be the case, stating that Parolin was one of the primary architects of the Vatican's 2018 agreement with China. Now, remember, 2018, it's when Gordon Bowden is exposing his non-verification element of the Companies House fraud, and a year or 2 years after the Pizzagate scandal became exposed. And this would allow the Pope to veto bishops approved for the Chinese Communist Party. 2018, as I've said, is when Gordon Bowden is exposing his fraud. his evidence. During the 2025, this year, papal conclave over which Parolin presided as the senior voting cardinal bishop, he was considered papable, a leading candidate to succeed the current pope. Parolin was ordained in 1980, the same year that the relevant Georgia Guidestones were erected in America, which represented an upcoming man-made apocalypse, and becomes relevant to July 2022 when I started my investigations, because they were damaged and destroyed. The Georgia Guidestones were damaged and destroyed 2 days before I approached Anthony Roberts of Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. And there's research of that elsewhere in the document. Parolin, Petro Parolin, was consecrated on the 12th of September 2009. This is the day before I became a director for Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, presuming it was a legitimate company, and 17 days before the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales was incorporated, that links pretty much all areas of the research of the fraud to the crimes against children and humanity. 2009 is also the same year that the second part of the movie in the Da Vinci Code series was released, that was called Angels and Demons, and was about CERN and the Vatican. So the Large Hadron Collider and the Vatican. This is also the same year that the movie 2012 came out. Remember what we've said about that? And that was a movie about earthquakes and tsunamis upon the earth. Remember how this ties in with what David Icke said in 1991, linking straight back in to CERN. Parolin served for 3 years in the, I never know how to pronounce this, nunciature, I don't know, sorry, of Nigeria, where he became familiar with problems in Christianity and Muslim relations, giving him the ability to be able to influence immigration and race agenda to fit the Albert Pike letter to Mazzini, connecting back to the Vatican by the Illuminati, as explained previously. At the Nunciature of Mexico from 1989, that year again, when the World Wide Web was created for CERN, until 1992, the year that Companies House became an electronic register, and when the Vatican became a legal entity, Parolin contributed to the final phase of the work began by Archbishop Girolamo Perugini, however you pronounce that, which led to the legal recognition of the Vatican that year, of the church, the Catholic Church in 1992. This was the year after David Icke came forward, as I've said. Since 2000, the same year that the relativistic heavy ion collider was activated in New York, Parolin has worked with then Bishop Nicora on the implementation of the revision of the Lateran Concordat of 1994, with particular reference to the Italian military ordinariate, meaning they had the ability to influence any targeting of creation or humanity. When searching Petro Parolin Companies House on Google, the all-important research, a document is revealed regarding the Galileo Foundation. And on searching his name in that document, the following paragraph is the one that is revealed in and features his name. Oh, why can't I? It says the foundation, and this is in my document. In my document, there's a link to this document, so you can see the paragraph. The foundation organised the inaugural Faith and Philanthropy Summit in, guess what year? October 2022. As I'm escalating my research at Exbourne Manor, they hold an interfaith meeting regarding Paralyn and various other people, 130 different world-leading philanthropists from 6 different faith groups to dialogue and share their experiences and commit to collaboration across faith lines. The keynote speaker and first recipient of the Prophet of Philanthropy was Jeff Bezos. In recognition of his philanthropic partnership with Chief Jose Andreas. Now, when you search, is there another bit there I need to read? So, Pietro Parolin, October 2022. This summit took place as I'm escalating the research of the fraud, and research suggests that Jeff Bezos, as you've already all heard of him, I'm sure, is hugely connected to Amazon and is the 3rd richest person in the world, according to a poll in 2025. A Company's House search shows that Jeffrey Preston Bezos connects for a very short period of time to a company called Abiola Partnership Limited that was incorporated in 2021 and it dissolved in January 2024 as I exposed the fraud, and its registered address is in Christchurch in Dorset, the very same town that I worked at in the police. Okay, the same name as the Christchurch earthquake. Christchurch is also the name of the Christchurch where the Hampstead child abuse inquiry took place. Christchurch Road is also where Exbourne Manor is based. Christchurch is also the name of the church that Pardon?
No, sorry, Karen was saying you look tired, Vanessa. I said, I am.
Oh, bless you. We're nearly there. We can go at any time, but there's a little bit more, and then I'm going to shut up then. The Christchurch is also the name of the church where now this is unreal. Okay, so my wife's grandparents went to a church called Christchurch in Westbourne in Bournemouth, and Deborah Fleming, who initiated my removal from Exbourne Manor, links to that church via the Wessex Partnership. And I got this ring from my wife's grandfather, whose name is Windsor. All right, his name is Barry Windsor, and Barry Windsor was born in Kent and moved to Dorset. Unbelievable. So this ring is going to end up being very, very important. Now, he used to be a Freemason when he was in Kent until he was about 40. He was a Freemason, and then he became a Christian. And I ended up long story, but we ended up, our motorhome caught fire when we were traveling in Austria during, what year was that? 2020 or 21. And we didn't have anywhere to live at that point. We were living in the motorhome traveling. So we ended up going and living with her grandparents before I knew any of this. And obviously I got quite close to them, living with them. And they gave me this ring when he died, when I was living there in 2020 or 21. And I got that ring from him, and he meant a lot to me. So I've worn it ever since. Well, his surname was Windsor. So that's very likely going to become relevant in all of this. Now, there's just a very quick, coming in just quickly from this. So the Galileo, remember that where Pietro Parolin was mentioned coming in from that research in that document. That document pertained to the Galileo Foundation. Now, I'd already researched 3I Atlas, the comet that they claimed coming in, potentially a fake alien invasion, whatever else there is they're planning with it, which it looks as though it's past now. I hit the Galileo project. That's shown in the research surrounding 3I Atlas. Research shows that Galileo possibly refers to the 15th century Italian astronomer and physicist Galileo Galilei, who appeared to live during an important time of the Reformation, and particularly the English Reformation, as mentioned in the previous research. Research shows that Galileo also means Galilee, deriving from the Latin word for the region of ancient Israel, and Israel appears to be an important part of the deception, as explained elsewhere. I'm just going to cover, because I realise I'm getting quite tired as well. I'm just going to cover, there's loads of research. Now, when you research the Galileo Foundation, now this is where we're getting into the realms of, I think we have a fake alien element in this. But when you come in from Galileo Foundation, there's an organisation called Their World, literally right there linking in with government, called Their World, suggesting somebody's talking about something else, another being that's not from this world. And then when you go into there, it then hits United Nations companies and loads of other really important connections. So at the moment, I suspect it's a deception. Let's talk. So just going back to Venessa, on this particular research, I found particularly very interesting. And Vanessa hasn't actually seen this part of the research. If I can read it. Where is it? Sorry, I'm just trying to find the page. Not there. Oh, this. I'll mention this quickly. This is important, actually. Now, when I ended up researching the intelligence agents, I found one of the heads of the intelligence agency, I can't remember, linked almost immediately to the main gentlemen's club, the oldest, in fact, I believe, in the world, called the Garrick Club, that started in 1831. And he then stopped being a member. This was, I can't remember because I haven't got it in front of me, but Richard Moore? Might be Richard Moore. He stopped being a member of the Gentlemen's Club, which will be linking to the sex trade, a men-only club, last year, as I continue to expose the fraud. But linked to that organisation is also a Dave Courtney. All right, now this is important because Dave Courtney associated with the Cray twins. All right, he openly admitted he associated with the Cray twins. So we now have a link to the intelligence agencies, Dave Courtney, this Gentlemen's Club going back to 1831. But Dave Courtney links immediately, or record, shall we say, for Dave Courtney, links immediately to Ingenious Film Partners 2 LLP, which is on page 40 of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales yet again. But coming from that, so when searching Dave Courtney within Companies House, there are multiple records with that name, with many linking to nightlife venues, which obviously the Cray twins would have been involved in that, alcohol or security companies. One record is particularly relevant and connects this particular company, Politan Partners, that was incorporated in 2004 and collects immediately to the centralized criminal network by Ernst & Young. Ron Eric Bella connects Pelliston Partners LLP to companies including New Israel Fund. That is shown in the research of the Jewish Community Centre UK, leading to the 3i Atlas and Collider technology, the intelligence agencies via COBITS, further supporting the falsified prophecy agenda theory relating to the murder of children being the motive for the fraud. Referring back to the current head of MI6, there are multiple records for Richard Moore. So it was Richard Moore. And one of the first checked connects to Gubbins Media Limited, that was incorporated in 2009 and dissolved in 2025 as the exposure continued. This connects immediately to the fraud by the name Stephen Blackmore of an address of 16 Churchill Way, Cardiff. The filing history shows that the company's registered address was changed for the first time in March 2022. As I am making inquiries at Exbourne Manor, the address is changed 2 more times, with one being, now this is going to link to you, Vanessa, if I can find the next page. Oh. with one that to Sevenoaks, Kent, before dissolving. Richard Moore is shown as the company's person of significant control since 2016. The apparent ritual at CERN took place then, and the exposure of the Pizzagate scandal. Graham Robertson Stevens connects Gubbins Media, that we were just talking about, to Blackpool Pleasure Beach 1910 company again. So that makes another link to the intelligence agencies and to the Dave Courtney and to this club and to Ingenious Film Partners on page 40 of the Royal Foundation of the Prince of Wales, which now supports the infiltration of the royal family involving the Cray twins because they were friends. They associated. There's a bit more there, but I just want to come to the Aylsham history. And then I'm going to shut up then, I promise. Oh, also a connection. Just quick. I could go on. Amanda Pearson, who was brought in as the chief constable for Dorset from the Metropolitan Police after the Scott Chilton initially got moved. He then resigned on the same day that I released my evidence of the Satanic Temple United Kingdom Company. Amanda Pearson connects to Blackpool Pleasure Beach as well. Brought in as the chief constable for chief constable of Dorset. I can't hear you because you're on mute. Oh, I can't hear you. Can't hear you. Can anyone else hear Vanessa? Put yes if you can hear her, please. Put yes if you can hear Vanessa, please. No. No one can hear you. No one can hear you. They might have cut your sound. I don't know what's happened there, Vanessa. I'll just carry on anyway, shall I? Okay, so can anyone? Yeah, people can obviously hear me because they've answered my question, but they can't hear you, Vanessa. Maybe type something if you can in the comments if you need to communicate. Can you hear? The research, you can hear me, okay. The research of the history of Aylsham links to a mining origin and its architect and town planner being Sir Patrick Abercrombie. This began his career in Liverpool, making other connections to Emery via George Williams. Okay, remember, and the removed gravestone, as mentioned elsewhere. Abercrombie was involved, among other locations, in the planning of Bournemouth. Did you know that? So he designed Bournemouth and Aylsham, where my inquiries began. Also, Edinburgh was another location that he was involved in designing. This is where the main Freemason lodge is, the oldest active Freemason lodge is based. I suspect, the Abercrombie connection will relate to Abercrombie and Fitch. That features at important times throughout the research and a cover-up investigation in relation to sex crimes via Abercrombie and Fitch's previous CEO. Abercrombie and Fitch links into the research of Jeffrey Epstein, and there is connections, it seems, from that to the Israel attacks of 2023. A Google search of Patrick Abercrombie on Companies House reveals a Scott Patrick Abercrombie that connects to Gulf Tourism Scotland, where they were appointed in October 2012, the same year as the UK Olympic Games, and that CERN discovered the Higgs boson or God particle. The company was incorporated in 2005 and it dissolved in July 2017 on the 11th, just over a month after the Grenfell Tower fire, which I am almost certain is deliberate, involving the fire brigade as well and the police. From the research. Sorry, I'm just changing pages. Turk and Connell is on its incorporation document and is connected to companies and by connected companies to Donald Trump's golf course that was also opened in 2012, according to the research. David Clark Watt connects Golf Tourism Scotland, what we were just looking at, to 14 companies, including British Amateur Gymnastic Association, where they had been appointed on the 17th of September 2011, just over a month before Jimmy Savile's supposed death, and resigned in September 2019 on the lead up to the COVID deception. The company was incorporated in 1982 and it has a forged register. It's a criminal organisation. Adam Laird Pengelly, surname, connects British Amateur Gymnastic Association to fraudulent company British Olympic Association. Oh, sorry. Put it a bit closer. Tell Gary I'm going out, and I'll come back in a few minutes. No problem. I'll probably be gone, Vanessa, to be honest with you. But thank you so much. We'll catch up in the next few days. Or I might just, before I go, I'll probably see if anyone's got any questions for me. So if I'm still on, feel free to come on. But if not, I'll speak to you soon. Thank you so much, Vanessa. Thank you so much. Take care. So we have this connection again to Olympic Games companies coming in from Aylsham. The designer of Aylsham, who also planned and designed Bournemouth. It's all here, everyone, to prove everything. It's so irrefutable, all of this. It's just unbelievable. And this is only part of the document. Oh, Vanessa Emery wants to join the screen. That might have been an accident, Vanessa. You've asked to join again. Can't hear you. Maybe when you come out completely and go back in, maybe. I can't hear you. I see you in a minute. I love this game. 1 minute. How many syllables? I did. Oh, right. It's still not allowing you to speak. Right. Okay. Maybe if I came out of it and did it. I mean, I think we're nearly done now anyway, aren't we? And we can always do another one. I'm going to just read a bit of this off, and then I'm going to answer a few questions in the comments, and then I'm going to call it a night. All right, and I'll speak to you in the next few days. Thank you so much, Vanessa. Thank you. Thank you. Pengelly also connects to the London organising committee of the Olympic Games and Paralympic Games Limited that was incorporated in 2004, and it has BDO-LLP as its registered address, making connections to multiple areas of the world. This includes coming in from the research of the members of the Black nobility family of the Vatican. All right, that's the exact same company, everybody. It's here, proving it, making connections. What does that say? With a temple address. It has Canada Square, Canary Wharf, making connections to the leader of Qatar, Freshfield, Bruckhouse, Derringer, and Jordans Limited on its incorporation document. It is a criminal company, and it links into, as I've said, the leader of Qatar, Freshfields, which means BBC. It means the royal family connection, all tying in through this one Olympic Games company. Crime, criminals, and against humanity. Bye, Vanessa. Bye. Speak to you soon. Oh, you're staying? Okay, no worries. Charles Lamb Allen is shown in the People record and connects the London Organising Committee of the Olympic Games and Paralympic Games to 229 companies, making major connections to the fraud, including Balfour Beatty. Again, the deception surrounding the Israel, fomenting Israel, Global Radio that's already featured in my research, and the Israel attacks of 2023. As Lord Charles Allen, via Lord Charles Allen, as shown elsewhere in the document. The middle name Lamb appears to be trying to make biblical references in this. Vanessa Emery claims to have acquired what she believes are royal artifacts. I think I've covered that bit. That's it. I think we're done. There's a lot more I could say. So has anyone got any questions? Probably not for Vanessa unless she's going to type the answers or hold the answers up on a bit of paper. So if you've got any questions, put them in the comments now. I know there's probably been hundreds and I haven't been watching, so let's just put them in there now. A queen will endure anything for her people, someone said there. Stay safe, everyone. Thank you very much. It's more about me keeping warm and keeping warm. I'm getting muddy, wet and cold now. Any questions? Me too. She's awesome. Ah, you got some fans here, Vanessa. Any other questions? What can we do, Gary? Okay, you need the strategy. You need to start making citizens' arrests of the solicitors, financial advisors, the accountants, and the Freemasons. That is what I advise you to do. You need to publicize those arrests. All right, live streaming or recording it, put it all over the platforms. They've all been centralized to the criminal network. Call the police. Be calm, polite. You don't need to hold on to them. You just need to verbally use the words. It's in my strategy document. You can get that document by emailing me, GaryTheTruthSetsUsFree@gmail.com. I'm very close to carrying out the arrest myself. The trouble I've got is I didn't attend my court case on the 18th of November. All right, because there were too many warning signs. So there's a very high chance that they're just going to arrest me for failing to appear at court, and it will be a fruitless venture on my part. Although I'm very close to just doing it anyway. I will probably be locked up for a long time, and that means no further exposure, no further strategy, no further communicating all of this to anybody. So I've got to think very tactically. So my advice is you get the document. You need to go into these locations, filming it and saying, which is in my document, there is overwhelming evidence to show that you are part of a centralized criminal network that deliberately facilitates international conflict, terrorism, crime against children, and it is not being stopped. I'm therefore arresting you for conspiring to allow those crimes to continue, and I'm going to call the police to come to this location. You film the whole lot. You don't need to hold on to them. You don't even need to go into their personal space. All right, but the point is you're getting their faces on a video. All right, they're avoiding the accountability by hiding behind fake companies and emails. So this way you're avoiding all of that and you are exposing them. Okay, you're not saying they're actually committing a crime against the children. You're saying they're part of a centralized criminal system. And therefore, you believe they are conspiring to allow that criminal system that deliberately facilitates these crimes against children, etc., to continue. I'm going to call the police now. I advise you to do the same. All right, you can do it with a couple of people there if necessary. You then wait for the police to come. You video the whole interaction. You say, I have a document proving everything that Gary Waterman, a former police constable, has compiled. We will, if necessary, get specific evidence about that particular accountant or solicitors as well, just to support it. You say to the police, I can send you this document proving everything with the verifiable links within it at any time. You have now reasonable grounds to suspect, to arrest these people, to safeguard humanity and children. Are you going to do your duty, or are we going to expose you as the criminals as well? And your families are going to also be targeted according to the research. It's up to you what you do. Give them that chance to do the right thing. They are then being exposed because you are videoing the whole lot. Those two, or however many police officers turn up, will then be criminals because they can then be dealt with later if necessary, or if it is warranted at that time. Now, this is where it gets a bit more complicated. So if at that point we decide, look, enough's enough, we have to start arresting police, again, no physical contact, no personal in their face. All you need to do is say, well, I'm sorry, you are not doing your duty. You are now aiding and abetting a clearly criminal system that puts children at risk, humanity at risk. It must be stopped. And therefore, I need to call other police officers. So you then have to call, and I know this is a pain, but you then call other police that may not be compromised, because it may be that you've got 2 Freemasons have turned up, all right, that are compromised by this fraud and are not going to do anything. So you need to say, well, I need to get more police here now. The whole lot's being videoed and we will expose all. And you need to keep doing that. All right. If we get to the point where none of them are doing anything, then we're talking about a bit of an issue, because then we've got to potentially come outside of their jurisdiction as a last resort, and we're going to have to somehow arrest all of the police. Now, that means we're going to have to take care of them somewhere, whether that's using farmers' outbuildings to remove them from their influence over what's happening whilst we work out all of this mess. Now, that is an absolute last resort, and I don't think it will come to that. So that is what I advise you all now to do. Now, you may decide, obviously, not to arrest the police if they refuse to intervene at that point. So all you're going to do is you're going to explain, well, now you are part of the criminal network, you're aiding and abetting it, you're now going to be fully exposed as well. And you come away from that, you publicize the videos, we get screenshots of their faces, they go in the documents, they go everywhere. The 3 police officers that arrested me are in my document forever, now being circulated around the world. I warned them that would happen, and their names are now put to the skinning of children alive. All right, I doubt very much he's in the police. He's probably left the police after that initial officer that arrested me, particularly after it was all being live streamed as well. So if you were to do this strategy, I'm almost certain you would stop this from going any further towards what we're talking about here. All right. And if we don't do anything, look at the evidence I have. It's overwhelming. If you have the document, you can verify it all. If I'm right and there's a threat to all of creation, what have you got to lose? Let's face it. What have you got to lose? Your children potentially have no future. That's what it's looking like at the moment, according to this. You cannot continue to comply with a system that appears to be involved in international conflicts, terrorism, crimes against children, and the drug trafficking trade. It's causing all of the world's issues that's only going to escalate anyway, and all of creation is going to be at risk. We cannot allow it to continue. Right, is there any other questions? They're not human for the love. Well, that's what a lot of people want us to believe. I've sat in meetings with these people, and I believe they're human. I believe they're human. And I've actually put a lot of evidence within my document that proves that, all right, where they've actually put information to try and make you believe that they are lizards or shapeshifters. I don't believe that's the case. I don't believe that's the case. Now, think about it. That's the perfect way out of this for them, isn't it? An alien invasion. Oh, it's aliens. Or, oh, it's lizards. Oh, it's not been us. It's been another species. It's the perfect excuse for them. Sorry. Thanks. Lovely. Vanessa saying, thank you, everyone. Think about it. They are so cornered. What other excuse can they come up with? That's about the only... It's not going to wash with me, all right? Because I was deliberately directed multiple times to people that I know are linked into all this fraud that are trying to make me believe there's a fake alien invasion, or sorry, that there's an alien invasion. I'm sorry, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. There's too much evidence. Even the the V series, okay, that came out in the 1980s, they actually revamped that. And guess when they brought it out? If you're not aware of the V series, it was lizards wearing skin of humans that had taken over the world. Okay, well, they brought that back out in 2009, literally within 2 months of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales Company being founded on Company's House, and when I had become a director of Exbourne Manor within 2 weeks of that. All right, so that was them, I believe, thinking, oh my goodness me, let's put this idea out there again. And they've actually implemented V secretaries, all right, fitting in with the V series, linking that after I've been exposing this to the Pizzagate scandal. All right, it's all what they're trying to do is set up a deception. They're not going to get away with it, everybody. All right. They're very real. Dale, always good men and women hidden in plain sight. My eye, I can't read that very well. It's not as clear on here as it is on TikTok. Something, does that say Dale? I can't read that. Always good men. Thank you, Queen. Someone said, you need to hang out with me, Gary. Love Vanessa. No, I used to think they were lizards. I meant they must be of a separate bloodline, not human. Yeah, I mean, there's potentially. Yeah, potentially. Now, it's interesting because a lot of the people targeting me who have suddenly all turned against me, that were supporting me, as I started finding out about this latest evidence, they were saying that they're lizards and that they are shapeshifters as well. This includes someone from God FM. It includes Terry, the truth dog, all right, who says that the world is flat as well. They targeted me. All of them, suddenly, all at the same time, targeted me. Why would they do that when I'm showing evidence of everything, proving everything I'm saying? Now, they were trying to suggest that they were also lizards, which tells you it's a deception. I'm not one for aliens, but can we bring back giants? I think we'd get some good work done. Yeah, absolutely. Would be handy, wouldn't it, having giants at the moment? Yeah, it would be. I'm only 5'7", so I'm no use. I'm just reading some comments. I'm struggling to read this. I can tell I'm getting old. Thinking of going off grid myself. Yeah, I wouldn't have gone off grid if I didn't realise I had to continue to build the evidence. I mean, I'm now finding evidence linking into Fred West, as I said, Peter Sutcliffe, all the key big things that are going to grab people's attention linking into all of this. The big one is Daniel Morgan, who was axed to death in 1987. Well, we know they're panicking about that because of the publication recently. So I've now shown every area. Well, there you go. Look, it's all linking in with everything I'm exposing. So if he was really murdered, it will 100% be because of this international government fraud. And they even said at the time he was actually trying to expose corruption within the police. Okay, so I've researched the judges, I've researched them, the suspects, showing multiple connections into everything, all going into the same thing. Who is they? I think you've certainly got links to the Vatican. So I think definitely you've got families of the black nobility, according to the research, that appear to be involved in this now. They're looking to some sort of spiritual conclusion in all of this, it looks like. And it looks as though that's an inversion against all of creation. That's what I've got to say at the moment, is the threat is, according to all of my evidence, the technology surrounding the colliders, which means if it's real, there's no future for anyone. All right, because there was even scientists have come out and said, look, this technology is going to create a black hole on Earth. So why would you create a black hole on Earth? Why would you even risk not knowing what is on the other side of that? All right, potentially ending all life. They even said in the end of the Mayan calendar, they said it might cause the end of the world. So if there's even a slight chance that that's real, then we must prevent this from happening. All right, we must fight for creation. We must fight for children, the most innocent of all. How are you managing to stay warm, Gary? Well, I've just bought a new jacket today. I say new, from a charity shop. You can't see it, but yeah, it's not easy at the moment. I've been quite uncomfortable, but it is what it is. I can't go to any addresses because I know I need to continue the exposure and the research. What they do is completely demonic. There's something inside them that they have no souls. Yeah, potentially. You know, another theory in all of this is it a test to humanity? Now, I've had to think, well, is all of this stuff really happening? And of course, I haven't seen a child abused. I haven't seen a child unalived, but I've heard stories of people that this happened to. So, okay, I've got to assume that that's really going on, and we hear about it all the time. I know that drugs are a problem because I witnessed it in the police, so I know that's real. So it all seems as though it's real. You know, we're hearing and we're seeing the footage of the conflicts. A lot of me prays and hopes that a lot of it is deception, but I can't say it is because there's too much evidence suggesting it's all real, and they're telling us it's real. They're telling us about the terrorist incidents. Well, they're behind it all. They're telling us about the conflicts. Well, they're behind them. Well, both sides, everybody. Right? This is a deception against most, if not, you know, not all, because some of them are obviously running this at the top. Now, I can only, if it's all real, let's just say the threat's real, all of the children being sacrificed is real, which it seems like it is. I can only assume that they have a misguided belief. One theory I've had is that they're trying to bring about the creator through the suffering, which is what the Albert Pike letter suggests. Now, they may believe that by sacrificing the children or causing torture to the children, through that suffering, it somehow is going to bring the creator here. And if you simplify that, so as most of us are dying on our deathbed, even if we haven't believed in a creator, 9 out of 10 people at least will start praying and will start looking towards a creator, bringing them closer to that creator through that suffering. It may be that's what they feel they've had to do to try and bring the creator. I believe the creator has always been here through our moral conscience, but the moral conscience has been removed by the system. And through irrationality. And I think that has separated. This is what I suspect. I suspect we've been separated from our creator through the separation of moral conscience by the irrationality brought about on humanity through the system that these people have put in place, whether that be drugs, alcohol, being too tired, being depressed from overworking, pushing you too hard to the limit when you don't even need to because of this fraud, whether they're poisoning you through the earth, water, food, air, or the pharmaceuticals. So I suspect the creator's already been here and they have implemented this system which removes the creator as an inversion. Sorry, that's a lot of talking. Yes, the black nobility is linked to this 13 bloodlines. Yeah, it certainly seems to be. There is the mega power keepers and seekers. Baal worship connects them all. Okay. What they do, CERN is a portal. Yeah, well, they want us to believe that. The trouble is, I think that's to cover the ultimate plan. All right, because if they make you believe it's a portal, it's about time travel, then it's not going to be about them inverting all of creation as a threat to us all, is it? It's going to not make you worry. Now, interestingly, there was and it's in my document, there was an interview with, what's his name? Anthony Patch and God TV in 2000 and I think it was 2019. No surprise, a lot of stuff seems to have happened then. Well, I've researched though both of them. God TV links immediately to Exborn Manor Freehold Limited. It was started with the same two companies as Exborn Manor, so it's a criminal company. That's God TV. Anthony Patch links not quite as quickly, but almost immediately to Exborn Manor Freehold Limited. So that tells you that those behind the criminal system deliberately positioned those two. And in that interview, they talk about CERN opening a portal to another dimension. So that was telling us that. Okay. Now, when I happened to look at the comments, and in the comments it says, I think CERN or Large Hadron Collider, which is overseen by CERN, is opening a portal tomorrow. And they were on about the 5th of July 2022. I looked on the CERN website, and CERN did indeed conduct an experiment on the 5th of July 2022. Well, that for the first time in 3 years because of maintenance. Well, take that back 3 years. That's July 2019. the same month that Jeffrey Epstein was arrested, the same month that the protest took place in Wuhan regarding the incinerator, and the same month that the article came out about Prince Harry wearing potentially Madeleine McCann's skin in his shoes. And there's a lot of evidence supporting that. I don't say that lightly. No, that experiment took place supposedly on the 5th of July. The day afterwards, the Georgia Guidestones were damaged and removed that represented an upcoming man-made apocalypse. And it was 2 days after that, on the 8th of July 2022, when I approached Anthony Roberts of Expo Manor Freehold Limited, wanting to look at our bank documents. Whilst being a director, he became angry, which triggered my whole investigation. Now, if they really conducted an experiment and they did open the portal on the 5th of July, did that bring something good into onto this earth, which triggered me to go and actually speak to Anthony Roberts to trigger this whole exposure? I don't know. Did they put that evidence there to make me believe that was the case? There's a lot of evidence suggesting they were trying to create a black hole, and that a black hole could cause the end of all life on our planet and the Earth itself. Now, obviously, I don't know that, and they don't know that. They don't know what is beyond the black hole. Well, we presume they don't, because they are the closest thing to God. Yeah, they may believe. Now, there's an obvious connection to Jews in all of this. However, they don't. They seem a bit confused. And the reason I say that is on the incorporation document for a company called the Jewish Community Centre UK, which links multiple areas of the fraud, you have the Charles Darwin Trust. Now, the Charles Darwin theory, as we know, the theory of evolution, would disprove all faiths. So why have they got a legal and financial connection on the same company document as a Jewish company? That suggests they don't know what to believe, that they're potentially confused. Now, the Charles Darwin Trust, when you research that company, have a look at its incorporation document, Farah and Co. Farah and Co. connects immediately to Ghislaine Maxwell. It links immediately, or almost immediately, no, I think it does link immediately, to Michelle Mone. And Michelle Mone links via that to the royal family, fake royal family, it seems, again. So I think these people are lost. And I think a big part of this, remember we talk about the irrationality separating us from our creator. Remember, you've got the international drug trade tied to this. So most of these people running our world are very likely going to be on cocaine and all sorts of drugs. All right. They're not even going to be thinking clearly. They're not thinking rationally. All right. So they're in another thought dimension. All right. Now, where I know from the last 3 years, the clarity I have felt is unreal, more so than I've ever felt in my entire life. And I feel so close to the creator and moral conscience through that clarity. It is just incredible. And, you know, when you think what I've gone against, I've lost my family, I've lost my wife, I've probably lost my home, I've lost my motorhome, I could lose my life, I may end up with nothing. But I'm still functioning and managed to build this evidence, and I'm still strong, and I'm still committed to doing this. And so is Vanessa. So, and that strength comes, I believe, to me, through my moral conscience given to me by the creator to give me that strength. Now, I'm very lucky. I've never really never drunk much alcohol. I've had, stages where I have had a bit every now and then, but it's never, sort of consumed my life to the point where it's affected me. I've never really taken drugs. I tried cannabis 3 times before I was in the police. Didn't really do anything. Never been a smoker. So I've got this clarity. Now, obviously, I suffer from stress every now and then because of this. It is how I'm functioning. It shouldn't even be possible. It should not even be possible. I should not have even been able to acquire this evidence. It should not have been possible for one man in a tent to be able to be uncovering all of this. Okay. So there is a creator, 100%. They are good, I believe. They gave us moral conscience. And I believe that moral conscience is what brings us close to our creator through the rationality of our clarity. So I think that what I'm trying to say is I think the drug trafficking is a massive part of what we're seeing going on here. Selling their souls to the devil. Yeah, there's a lot of suggestion they're actually agreeing to sell their souls. Don't know. It could be, again, what I'm talking about with the irrationality. You know, where they're so far away from having that definition of what's right and wrong because of what they've done to their minds. And you know, think about this, right? It looks as though this started very likely, or sorry, it progressed with the sex industry. Okay, when you look at for the Garrick Club, for example, 1831, one of the world's oldest gentlemen's club, men only. All right, Freemasons were men only until not so long ago. So at those gentlemen's club, you can imagine some of the things that would happen. Okay, it would start with probably prostitution, all right, and legal sex. Then you would have parties. Then you would have alcohol. Swingers, yeah, absolutely. Swinging, yeah. Then you would have drugs. All right, now the Savile Club that we mentioned earlier, it was a gentleman's club going back again to the 1800s when it was originally founded. So you can see, and we can see what would potentially happen then. The women get younger. All right, it ends up being children. Evidence is then acquired on those people, whether it be in relation to sex, immoral sexual activity, or even worse, or drugs. They then have control of that person. Chief of police, prime minister, president, controlling through that sex trade. Obviously, Jeffrey Epstein, we know, is going to be involved in that side of things in terms of obtaining the evidence of high-profile individuals as bribery. So you can see how this has escalated. And then, of course, because they're stealing from the masses, they've got unlimited supply of money, unlimited supply of drugs to fuel their addiction. They're not thinking rationally, separating them from the creator through the separation from moral conscience. They've got something big planned in April 2026. Yeah, there's been massive suggestions of things happening this year. And as the exposure happens, I think it changes the course of history through the exposure. I mean, in fact, I'm certain of that. And they have actually made me know that this evidence can do that. All right. And they did that through me finding a connection via the Doomsday Clock. If you're not aware of the Doomsday Clock, it was started in 1947 and it represented a countdown to a doomsday situation on Earth. Well, I researched the Doomsday Clock and came across a company called 2032 Limited. And I was thinking, okay, well, what are they planning? They're going to try and tie something into 2032 as an apocalyptic deception to tie in with a 7-year tribulation within Scripture, because 7 years would be from now, 2025 to 2032. And I also already knew about Darren Brown, who is a hypnotist. He actually was involved in a show called Apocalypse. And guess when that came out? 2012. Okay, and that was about an asteroid hitting Earth, and that asteroid was called Swift, the name of the international transaction system that he used for the international government fraud. Well, when you research Darren Brown, his very first thing that he became involved in that started to make him famous, it was called mind control. What does that mean? Inverted. Government goes back to the Reformation. When you come in through Company's House on Darren Brown, what do you hit? Government companies. Democracy, a company called Modern Democracy or something similar. It links then to the Reform Party. So anyway, I had this information and thought, right, they're going to stage a fake asteroid strike on the Earth. So I went that day. I went on to a live stream of just an ordinary citizen. Okay, you might have heard of him. Did a live stream and said, look, everyone, I think they're going to stage a fake apocalyptic event in 2032 to tie in with the 7-year tribulation period, potentially an asteroid hitting the Earth. 2 days later, my sister contacts me and says, Gary, have you seen the front pages of the newspapers? I'm like, no, there's an asteroid that might hit Earth in 2032. Okay, called YR24. I researched it. They claim to have discovered that asteroid in December 2024, prior to my live stream. Nothing at all, article-wise, prior to that live stream. That tells us they heard my live stream and publicised that all over the front newspapers. I even checked it and it was all over the front newspapers. Someone in New Zealand I was in contact with said, Gary, it's all over the newspapers in New Zealand. So they were hearing what I was saying, making it known that I have the potential ability to change the outcome in all of this. That's what the only reason I could see they would do that. Why would they do that otherwise? It's not undermining my evidence. Now, I believe an asteroid never hit the Earth with the dinosaurs. I actually suspect potentially the dinosaurs may never have even existed. And I suspect that could be part of the deception as an inversion. Now, think about it. How do you keep humanity fearful? Will you make them fear some sort of catastrophic event upon the Earth? You keep them on edge, and because who's humanity going to turn to if they don't believe in a creator? Well, they'll turn to the governments for answers. The governments, the mind control, the inversion, a way of controlling you. You are far more than you have been led to believe. I promise you that 100%. Than you have been led to believe. Gary, all things are equal, like the, I can't read this, ebb and flow of water is our time, our turn, exactly the same as how would you know what is without good? What you know, what had is without good and good without bad, but there is a flow. Well, generally, understand what you're saying there. Generally, we all know what's right and wrong in terms of how would we want to be treated, wouldn't we? None of us wants to be upset, insulted, hurt, stolen from, defrauded. So therefore, most of us in a rational state of mind don't do that to anybody else. Most of us, when we're not thinking rationally, do some of those things to other people. Even if it's the more minor scale of when you've had too much to drink, you might say something to somebody that you regret. What does that cause? Guilt. Later. What does guilt cause? Devaluing yourself, suppressing yourself in your guilt because you have come away from your moral conscience through that rationality. And they are doing it by design. They're behind the alcohol. I've got the evidence. You've got MPs that are connected to alcohol companies that are also connected to health companies that help you with your alcohol problem. It's a problem, reaction, solution criminal network. They create the problem. They create the solution. That way they can request more money from you to use for their habits and for their agenda to provide the solutions to the problems they are behind. Now, this could be why I'm finding connections to the serial killers. It could be we have to consider that some of these murders aren't happening. And they're making us believe they are because they can funnel money through the investigations of those murders. They can then say, well, there's murders, so you need to be worried, creating the fear. I know from the evidence that all terrorist incidents I've researched so far are actually the same people. Our governments, the intelligence agencies, the police involved in all of it. So that tells you the deception behind that. That then enables them to create fear, but also implement intrusive surveillance, digital technology to enslave you, and using a fake terrorism events that they created to enable that to happen. And also at the same time, they can use that intrusive surveillance to target the likes of me, who is trying to provide the truth in all of this with the evidence to ensure that we have a system of transparency, that this will never happen again. And it's very simply done. And it will never happen again because the technology is at the crossroads at this point now where it will go one way or another. It will be used to enslave humanity potentially forever and potentially end all of creation, or it will be used to create a system of transparency, truth, integrity to ensure that there is equality, fairness for absolutely everybody in this world that has never been there before. So I think we all generally know what's right from wrong when we are thinking rationally. Yeah, let's do another great reset. I'm game. Yeah, I sent an email to many, and I'm going to be sending another one soon with the updated evidential research documents to many MPs. And I put in the last email, you need to reset to truth. That is what the reset needs to be, a foundation of truth. Because without a foundation of truth, you can't have any relationship. There's no trust. How can you have a relationship without truth, without trust? It will all collapse. And they are about as far away from truth as they can get now. We're about as far because they've inverted it. Gary, it will get colder. Yeah, I know. Can you get a heater or some? Yeah, I don't really know how I'm going to deal with the cold, but somebody suggested I just go and sit in pubs or cafes or whatever all day and just come back to the tent and buy another sleeping bag or something. I'll manage. So I'll make things work somehow. I'm just going to be uncomfortable. That's all. But thank you very much for your concern. I really appreciate it. I can't have and stuff like that because I need to remain as incognito as I can. I actually think they found me today. I was followed to a point where it was like, that's the same person. Why would they be following me? Because I went to a specific point to do a little video, location to do a video out of the way of everyone where no one would go. And suddenly this same person that was where I was earlier also came to that same location where there was nobody. But they're testing me. If that is them, that's interesting. It's time to go. It's time. It is time, so astrology, for them to recreate their god in new form and name some god as for thousands of years they are using all religions as a cover. Yeah, I've actually got information that a big part of what they're trying to do is create a one world religion under this one world order. So that's very likely what they're trying to do, but it looks as though they're trying to enslave all of humanity through doing that at the same time. Well, we can't allow that to happen. You can't allow, and some of the information suggests what they're trying to do through that one world religion is normalize blood sacrifice and blood rituals and how that ties into children and trying to get that normalized into world society. We cannot allow that to happen. We cannot allow that to happen. We cannot allow the most innocent of all to be tortured. Okay, now people have to be, if necessary, I don't want to fight, but if necessary, that's what we have to do for the children if it comes to that. The people at the very top, I believe, are the most deceived. Well, look, it's possible, right, because a lot of this relates to scripture. Now, I suspect that scripture has been infiltrated. Potentially, we have an inverted group of people that have actually written the scripture prior to these people that are alive now, and they're being led to believe that they have to make the scripture and the prophecies happen. They may believe they have to, and they're on a time limit, and they're acting on behalf of the Creator to bring about the tribulation period and whatever, the black hole and whatever it is they're doing. Well, that can't be the case because the system they've created to do it goes against the Creator. So, but it may be they've been deceived to think that's what they've got to do. But it still doesn't add up with, even if they believe they're doing it on behalf of the Creator, they've gone against the Creator by going against moral conscience to get to that point by creating this completely inverted criminal fraudulent system that deliberately allows the suffering of everyone on earth, or most people on earth. The Matrix is being dismantled by ... and there is a second coming now. Interesting. What does the ... mean? What, Donald Trump, are you trying to suggest? I hope Donald, but there's so much evidence suggesting Donald Trump's massively involved in this. He's been named in the Jeffrey Epstein documents. There's multiple connections all the way through. I hope he's a good guy, but all of the evidence suggests he's not. and he's not coming out with the right things. Why wouldn't you be coming out and saying what I'm saying? You know, if you really wanted to end this, why wouldn't you be saying, look, let's create a transparent financial system with full verification, not digital verification. It can be done in other ways to ensure that there is accountability and liability. That's a big part of this, is the removal of the accountability and liability. That's how they've got away with this for so long, using fake names, fake addresses, alias names, stolen identities. We're in a spiritual battle of good and evil. Absolutely. You all have a choice to make. All right. I've made a choice to put everything on the line. I'm not saying everybody has to put everything on the line, but you need to be willing to make some sort of sacrifice to save the children. All right. You cannot but put your head down and continue as you normally would with this amount of evidence. All right. You become the problem. All right, because what you're doing is you are doing what they want. You are fulfilling and complying to the very system that is going to end your lives. Now, that's up to you. You all have a choice to make. It's possible they're working towards, it's going to end up working towards some sort of judgment against humanity through people that are somehow linked into this somehow, right? Now, if that's the case, because you've got to remember there's a lot of people involved in this that are linked to religious establishments. Some of them may actually be setting up some sort of judgment against those that don't oppose this system. And their lives may be facing their end. Whichever way you look at it, you can't bow your head down and not do anything when the most innocent of all appear to be suffering. It's so sickening. It is, but thank goodness it's all being exposed. Thank goodness we are not at the point where humanity is fully enslaved, where we're not at the point where they've managed to create the end of everything as far as we know. Everything is connected. It is very quickly connected, and the Companies House records prove it. It's that humanity has never had this evidence ever to show and join all of the connections and linking it to a system of international government fraud, which means the whole thing has to collapse. How can you have police involved in major fraud against humanity? They can't uphold the crime. You can't. It's got to collapse. But it needs to be a transitional collapse into a new system of transparency, which is what my evidence and my strategy does. It avoids the chaos. It avoids you being trapped into a situation they control. You become the controller. The innocents become the controller. Good poisons and souls. New religion. Repeat similar to January 2029. Swift payment. Yeah, the Swift payment system it's actually the Swift UK and Ireland company, I think, was started with the exact same company as Export Manor Freehold Limited. The company where this all started for me. You know, this is just a block of flats from the 1940s, 50s. Nothing special about it. And this is where all of the evidence has been acquired. No relation of me. The Leo King astrologer connects all the dates for us. Oh, okay. I haven't heard of him. Is it the 10th of January? Yes, 10th of January will be important. Oh, sorry, I've missed that earlier. So something important supposedly happening on the 10th of January. Okay, well, I mean, I've been hearing for the last 3 years that important things are going to be happening. One of the big things that I was very worried about is that in 2017, the year after the Pizzagate scandal, when Donald Trump came in 45th president, all right, and loads of other things happened in 2017, there was a leaked population report that suggested the world's population will be dramatically reduced by the end of this year. Now, that was what I was very, very worried about, and I was to the point where I was literally desperately trying to get my evidence out. This is one of the reasons why I disabled the cell. I think I'm the only person in the world that I'm aware of that's publicly videoed themselves doing it, identified themselves, and disabling a cell tower. So if we get to the end of this year, somebody has told me that population decline has already happened. Now, I struggle to see that, but for example, in the United Kingdom, it said it would go from 66 million to 14 million. Now, the only way you're going to really be able to determine that is by the amount of roads on the amount of cars on the roads. Other people have been telling me there's loads of people dying that they're aware of. I'm personally not. Has it declined that much? It doesn't look like it to me. The Leo King warned us about the pandemic pre-2020. It's all been planned. The whole lot has been planned. A long time ago. All of it. You can tell it through the Company's House research. It's all been planned. This is why you had The Simpsons. They knew The Simpsons. Everyone says it predicts it. Well, no, they made that show because they'd already planned what they were going to be doing. Gary, also the asteroid Atlas one is asteroid Atlas one that is meant to be CIA. Oh, the 3i Atlas, do you mean? I don't know what you mean about meant to be CIA. Someone's put his dinosaurs fake. Everything else seems to be. I suspect, yeah. And actually, I had somebody. Now, I've seen the Natural History Museum featuring a couple of times in my research. I haven't actually focused on it, but it is there, linking in with the fraud. I can't remember who it was, but during maybe 8 months ago, someone said, look, I knew somebody who was security at the Natural History Museum. They went in to where the dinosaur bones were, and they said they're not real bones. They said they managed to scratch it, and they were not even real bones. Now, I absolutely believe that's very likely going to be the case. Look at it all. Look at the amount of deception that we're uncovering through the Company's House fraud. It's unreal. It's unreal. You've only got to follow that through, an inversion, a deception. These people are all about deception, a mockery to you all, making you think one thing when they're actually doing another. The charities, Save the Children, being investigated for international child trafficking. It's linked to the fraud. They've tricked you. And a new saviour. Have you seen the bunkers they have? Yes, I have. And when I was researching the evidence of a falsified apocalypse and I was publicising it, within days of me doing that, what's her name? Something Fitz, Catherine Fitz, came out and said, look, she used to work within the White House under the Bush administration. She said that they have funneled $21 trillion from the masses into a doomsday city underground for the rich and famous. Well, straight away, they've admitted the fraud. They didn't say that it was the Company's House, but it will be. It will be. So I researched Catherine Fitz. And guess what? She links almost immediately to Expo Manor Freehold Limited, the same companies via one of the companies that she worked for. I tried contacting her. No response, funny enough. She hasn't spoken about the Company's House fraud. She's linked to it. If you were really exposing this, why wouldn't you say they funneled it via the Company's House fraud? Now, that was to maintain control. They will almost certainly be using fake apocalyptic deception to maintain control of those that are not involved in the serious crimes against children. Because those individuals, how do they control them? Well, they promise them salvation and their families. Say there's going to be an apocalyptic event that is natural when it's fake, and we will give you and your family salvation. As long as you keep quiet about what you've been doing, the laundering of the money. Now, ultimately, the trick is on everyone, isn't it? If I'm right about the collider technology, that means everyone is at risk. Now, that would be what they would do. All right. If you follow through the mockery, the deception, the inversion, how do you trick and invert everyone? Well, you invert all of creation, which will affect everyone, even those that are involved in the fraud, but not the crimes against the children. The parasites introduced fear. Yeah, hopefully you're aware of the supposed fear bill. They've actually called it the fear bill. Unbelievable. Where they're going to be able to take money from people's accounts, intrusively look in it. They're not even going to need a warrant or anything like that. They're telling you, they're mocking you, and nobody is doing anything. That's why you need to start arresting people. And you do not need to fear the arrests. Okay, you don't need to hold on to them. Everyone has the power of arrest in the United Kingdom. Everyone, anybody can be arrested. It's written within the legislation. Section 24A of the Police and Criminal Evidence Act, 1984, as long as it is an indictable offence. In other words, a serious offence. Well, conspiring to allow international government fraud is a serious offence. So there you go. You have your power of arrest straight away. I would be arresting them now. If I hadn't, I couldn't attend court. If I, when it's just the way it is. Yes, we are the power. You're absolutely all right. At the moment, there's more innocent people in this than are implicated in certainly the skinning of children alive and the serious crimes against children. There'll be a lot of people involved in the money laundering side of all of this. You're talking millions of people, I would think. Now, there's 6 million Freemasons. All right. I appear to be the only innocent police officer at the moment. No police officers coming forward. All of my colleagues have turned against me. Most of them have blocked me on everything. Why would you do that? Someone that's trying to save you, trying to save your children and your family with the evidence to support it. Are they testing me? Is there something about me they know and they're trying to determine something? I don't know. There is information to suggest that. I'm pretty sure not going to be the son of my supposed my mother. Gary, was Bondi Beach fake? I suspect, yes, it was a false flag attack. I haven't researched it, but I do suspect it was a false flag. And I suspect a lot of the shootings are going to be staged with actors, etc. Now, this enables, of course, the removal of firearms, because what they do, and there's some good examples of this, so the Christchurch shooting of the mosques in, can't remember, 2000, I think that was 2019 as well, wasn't it? So it enables them to come in and then remove the guns from the innocents. So this could be one element of that. I know they're already talking about more gun control in Australia. And yes, Australia is implicated in this. I've researched the current Australian president or prime minister and the former one, Christopher Morrison, massively implicated in the fraud. They're within the document. And New Zealand, Jacinda Ardern. Yes, making us trust them because they've put the bad man in prison. Yeah. You look, a lot of these people you'll be led to that have been going in prison probably haven't. All right. Have you noticed? Well, you will have noticed the fact that they don't actually publicise serial offenders against children until after those people are supposedly dead. Jimmy Savile, prime example. Mohammed Al Fayed, who we've mentioned in the research that links straight to Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited. They only came out in 2024. I think he died in 2023, 2024, 2023. It may have been publicising that he was involved in sex crimes. Remember, the prison service are involved in this, so they will make it seem as though people are in prison. They will imprison when they're not. They will imprison people that shouldn't be. Yes, that guy that had the bandages on his head has done that before. Yes, I saw the one on the beach. He was also at the 7th of October attacks in 2023 in Israel, wasn't he? What are the chances of that? You happen to be at both terrorist incidents? Just reply it and you will see. The Leo King shows the timeline why they are resetting, rescreening their God. How do we know what is the truth? Well, I'm learning what the truth is, that for whatever reason, there's a trail of evidence through the Companies House records. And it seems to be that I'm the only person on the planet that has the ability to decipher it through the links. Now, for whatever reason, all three of my families are linked to this. They're linked to the Knights Templar. There's very likely going to be something about me that I don't know, whether I'm a bloodline. When you come in from Now, I'm not saying this is the case, but when this Martial, what's his surname? I can't remember the surname. There was a bishop at the Vatican that tried opposing the Freemason infiltration of Rome, or the modernization, shall we say. And he, some female members of the black nobility was courting him in 1977. And he's linked to Switzerland in a massive way. 1977 is the year that I was born, or supposedly I've been led to believe I was born there. Remember, they're forging birth certificates. And my family went to Switzerland a lot when I was a child. Now, whether I don't know this, but I have to consider, am I somehow linked to the Vatican? Right now, my friends that I grew up with are linked straight to the incorporation document for the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. And on that document, page 40, you will see a Monk's Investment Company. So we can see that there's going to be a link there to the Vatican via that. And you've got these Catholic organisations that I've already linked into the Vatican, all very closely connected to all of this. So anyway, where was I going with that? So the truth. Okay, so with the evidence that I've acquired through the Companies House records, this document will give you a lot of the truth, because it's not just about what's shown in the Companies House records, it's how things happen, or what happened, and how that times in with the release of my exposure. That gives you an element of truth. So a big part of the truth is we know I'm onto the truth by the fact that there's 40 reference police numbers that you can all see in my document, and none of them have even been responded to. That tells us they're very worried about what I'm saying, and they can't respond because very likely everything I'm saying is true. Otherwise, the police would just respond, wouldn't they? Or they'd say, Gary, please stop contacting us. Or they'd section me under the Mental Health Act. They never did that. They did nothing. When I was in prison for 12 days, they did nothing about my exposure. Did nothing. Didn't tell me to stop. So, and what I'm seeing is, as I'm exposing things, they're having to disclose certain things. So that also gives us the truth. A good example of this is recently they have said for the first time ever, the Metropolitan Police has come out and said that every police officer will have to disclose if they're a Freemason. And that is a result of the Daniel Morgan investigation, the death of Daniel Morgan in 1987. Now that tells us they know the Freemasons are in trouble. Well, I've been saying for the last few months that the Freemasons are massively linked all throughout all this fraud, and I've been saying they all need to be arrested. Suddenly they came out with that. Thank you very much. That will do. That's confirmed it to me, which is supported by my evidence. So that gives us a big element of the truth. 100% certainty is you are living under a criminal system, an inverted criminal system, with them going against their own laws, criminal laws. That's a fact because of the forgery within the Companies House. So that 100% there is a absolute certainty, which means immediately everything has to change because the police are involved, the government, the councillors, the Prime Minister, presidents, the heads of the government organisations. You can't have that. You can't have a police officer being a criminal. And it's an inverted system. It will not work. Anything come of the People's Court? Well, look, the People's Court thing, there's a lot of people have been talking about a common law court. If you go to a People's Court or a common law court, what do you think an individual is going to happen to an individual that tries bringing down the world's system going to that court? They're not going to survive. The chances are they're not going to survive by trying to go through any legal system, right? Because not only have you got the government intelligence agencies, whatever involved, you've also got the mafia involved. You've also got drug cartels. You've got individual disgruntled company owners. You've got drug dealers, drug users. You've got people that are being exposed all of the time that will want to stop this. So it has to be a movement by the people, all right? A movement that will compel mass resignation and a movement to a transparent system? Well, the only way the first thing you need is to compel the truth. Now, we're nearly at that point. I suspect we're not far away from the truth. That has to be complete truth, which is why I said in the email, all mainstream media, you need to come out on mainstream media and say that you have a criminal system in place. Now, that exposes them all, but that's the only right thing for them to do. Straight away, that gets us to a foundation of truth. Now, will they do that? Won't they do that? Unlikely. If they believe in a good creator somewhere along the line, then there's a chance. Because what we have to get them to consider is the risks to them spiritually if they don't do the right thing. And I'm almost certain that there are going to be spiritual consequences. Those that do bury their heads and do nothing about this, and those that are implicated and actively part of it and continue. Now, if we can convince them of those risks, then that'll be turning this around potentially. Now, there's very likely going to be a lot of people that are trying to speak out about this within the system. Very likely. Without truth and transparency, there can be no trust. Exactly. Absolutely. Because everything they say and do is lies for the games they are playing. Yeah, it is. And they're mocking you. This is the thing. They put the information. It's always been there for us to know the truth, and it's only now that we're finding it. It's a complete mockery. Can you send some quilts and blankets for Gary? Oh, thank you so much. I'll be okay. I've got money. I'm okay. I can buy things. So I'm okay at the moment. They haven't touched my accounts. Hot water bottle, Gary. Thick body warmer. Thank you. I haven't got hot access to hot water. They track your phone. They know where you are. Well, I've got a VPN that hides the location. I know they've certainly found me previously because when I had my motorhome before they stole it, they were banging on the location. But I think that was after I went through cameras and stuff like that, AMPR cameras. Gary, your health is a priority. Please look after yourself. I'm okay. I'm all right at the moment. Please, Gary, watch the Leo Kings special. Okay, I'll have a little look. I presume that's on YouTube. I'll just type it in Leo Kings. Get some of those. Oh, bless you. You're very kind. I know you're worried about me. I'll be okay. Put some stones in the fire and take them in your tent. Once you take them, the fire and you're very kind. They treat us like we are stupid. Yeah. And I feel as though I feel awful that I haven't picked up on this before. I had absolutely no idea in the police. I always thought there's going to be something dodgy about tax. I always thought that. And I thought they could easily swindle money from the public because I could see that they were they were sending through the council, they were sending figures, but it's not the source of the figures. So, of course, that gives them the ability to change the figures from the source to the information they're providing to you via your councils. So you eliminate that by having at least an account that everybody has access to at the source of payments, and you can see the collective income, for example, from council tax every 6 months coming into an account and then reference expenditure as to where that is going. So the leader that oversees that area then will know that everyone is looking at that money. Immediately, you have a safeguard. Whereas prior to that, they can be stealing your money through your taxes and through other financial institutions. Like the announcement of the Patriot Games. Oh, I haven't seen that. Yes, always, as with all the religious thousands of years. Need to sleep. Yeah, I'm getting tired. I have no idea what the time is. Shows how they keep recreating their God in new religion covers. Yeah, I mean, we've got to be pretty naive if we don't think that they've controlled all publishing around the world. It's blatantly obvious they control all information and publishing. If we don't think that they may have infiltrated scripture somehow, whether it be any Abrahamic faith or any other faith, to be honest with you, then we'd be pretty naive. We have to consider that, don't we? Need a hot water bottle. Thank you. I have to tell you off record. Okay, Gary Brennan. Yeah, please contact me on email, GaryTheTruthSetsUsFree@gmail.com. That's GaryTheTruthSetsUsFree@gmail.com. Everybody needs to be sending me an email if you want this document. It's the most, I can't emphasize how important this document is. It's probably the most important document on the planet at the moment in terms of evidentially. It has the ability to change the world forever. I can't emphasize that enough. It's so, so important. Every American president is related. Yes, I've heard that. I've heard they're all from the same bloodline. And let's face it, you know, with this system of fraud in place, they've been able to do that, haven't they? They've been able to basically exploit everybody and trick everybody. I think is a good word, isn't it? A trick. They're cheats. What stops you from cheating? Moral conscience. Astrology tracks cycles and energies, not a worship. We can never trust anyone. Yeah, look, I can't actually meet with anyone because I don't know if something, you know, it could jeopardize what I'm doing. But I trust people until I know a reason not to. You know, at the moment, I have no reason to distrust Vanessa. Everything is supporting what she's saying. And that's even with other people coming in and saying all of the right things and Companies House Records supporting them and them turning out to be a deception. And a big, big example of that is Julia Vandal, who is claiming to be Madeleine McCann. But I always realised, okay, that it could be that they've positioned her to cover something bigger and set up some Companies House Records to make me believe she was the real Madeleine McCann. And then I found the evidence as to why that would be. And that appears to be the evidence that Madeleine McCann's skin may have been worn in Prince Harry's shoes at the time of Jeffrey Epstein's arrest. Gary, I never hear you talking about natural law or the Constitution. How come? Well, first of all, I don't really know a lot about it. I know moral conscience law in terms of, and it is, a lot of people will say common law, won't they? So no loss, no injury, no harm, which is, you know, it's God's law, isn't it? It comes back to moral conscience again. Moral conscience, I believe, in a rational state of mind, encompasses the solidity of a law. The irrationality blurs and removes that creator law. But to be honest with you, I'm not very knowledgeable about the Constitution or the natural law. So I wouldn't be best placed to do it. Fearless. Yeah, you know, look, if I could have let fear stop me at the first hurdle in this. As soon as I separated from my home address and I realised how big this was, I could have said, look, I'm not going to continue with this. Or I could have gone to them and said, look, I know what you're up to, pay me off and I'll stop. All right. Now, I couldn't live with myself, right? Because the most valuable thing in my mind is moral conscience above all else. That's why I'm living in a tent. Because I still have my moral conscience. I am fighting for what I believe to be right for the innocents, because I cannot allow the suffering of the most innocent of all to continue. And if I have to sacrifice everything for that, even my life, then so be it. Then that's what I'll have to do. I don't want that to happen. I love my life. Even now, I love my life at times. It's difficult to love it when every single day I'm doing research and thinking about this, but I still don't want to die. 160 watching. but hope is the last. Now, look, the people like Vanessa and I are providing the hope. All right, you have to have hope. By fighting against this, we give others hope. By providing the evidence and a way out of it and a strategy, it provides the hope. And if I didn't have hope, if I was hopeless, I wouldn't be carrying on, would I? If I didn't believe this could be resolved, I'd give up now and I'd be going on my lovely walks that I like doing and hiking and exploring and cycling and enjoying my life. But every single day, I'm thinking about this because I have hope and confidence in the evidence and in what I'm doing that it would change the world forever for the right way. It's all about the archons feeding on our feelings. Yeah, a lot of people have said this, that they're feeding on our fear and stuff like that. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure about that. Some people have said the cell towers are being used to somehow take the fear from us. Look, I've sat in meetings with people that are heavily implicated in this, literally against them all by myself, 25 directors. I've gone against my own police force. I've gone against the intelligence agency. I've gone against everybody. And I don't get the feeling that these people are, first of all, look at what I've done against all of the odds. So these people are not infallible. Is that the right word? Or fallible? These people are not invincible. They have made many, many mistakes. They are lost. I think it's a really good word. I feel sorry, and people won't like me saying this. I actually feel very sorry for these people because they have given up their moral conscience, the most valuable thing to them. And many of them, I'm sure, and I'm not saying I want this to happen at all, and I believe they can all be saved through truth. Many of them are probably killing themselves over this. Many of them. We're not hearing about it, but I suspect there's many, many people depressed over this, those who are involved in it, or taking their own lives. I've been exposing these people since I went down the Pizzagate rabbit hole. I still suffer from insomnia and anxiety. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. It's not easy, is it? It's not easy confronting the truth and exposing something like this. I don't know how I'm coping other than I can only say that I'm being guided. I can't explain it in any other way. I shouldn't be functioning. Sent you the proof of Trump's connection. I can't believe Sean Atwood didn't tell you. I've sent you the proof of Trump's connection. Is that to me? I've got multiple connections to Donald Trump in this. Unless you're saying a connection to something that's not fraud. I don't know. Gary, did they ban your TikTok? Yes. Yeah, they removed my TikTok. I thought, right, what I'm going to do is post some pictures of people involved, put some comments on them. This included Prince Charles, included the Rothschilds, the new evidence of which we haven't mentioned tonight, the police commissioner for the City of London called Pete O'Doherty, who has a background in fraud and is now leading the fraud prevention for the country moving forward. He's implicated in the government fraud. So I put that on. Anyway, they removed my entire TikTok after I did those images. So I had about, I think it was either 25,000 people. So my TikTok, though, I have one where there's about 200 people at the moment, which is Gary, The Truth Sets Us Free. That's TikTok at Gary, The Truth Sets Us Free. Please, everybody, you need to go and like it, because I do actually put a lot more stuff normally on TikTok because it seems to get more attention on TikTok. So a lot of my stuff is on TikTok that might not be on YouTube. ICC was funded and started by two Swedes, I learned today. Interesting. It was actually an ICC formations that links to Robert Maxwell and to the international government fraud on the incorporation documents. Very likely going to be linked to the ICC. I need to I need to do some research on Ursula, what's her name, the head of the EU, because she's definitely going to be implicated. Well, I won't say that yet. It's not fair of me, but I'm pretty sure she's going to be implicated. Everyone else I'm researching in government is. So, Gary, is the big G disabling? Gary, is the big G disabling cell towers? Somebody said, Gary, why have you stopped disabling the cell towers? I'm sorry if you're on here, but I was like, what? You want me to disable hundreds of thousands of cell towers, just me alone? You just expect me to do them all? 78% of us pop will be gone by that document. 78% of US population will be gone by that document. What do you mean by that? Sorry. Yes, he has so much timeline info for you. One thing, talking about time. Now, what's very interesting, and I found it again recently, when I research Millie Dowler and Millie Dowler's mum, Sally Dowler, I find a company that has dissolved. They've said it's dissolved already on the 25th of December 2025. Well, that's not even possible. So what they've done is put a future date, but they've said it's already dissolved. They're not saying it's dissolving on Christmas Day. It's already dissolved on the 25th. Now, I had to, at this point, think, wow, okay, is there some sort of time manipulation in this going on? But yeah, that's quite interesting. They should not be doing that. It's been planned for a very, very long time. Yeah. I mean, this goes back. Look back to the Reformation, 13th century, German company publicizing, many hundreds of years planned to gain at least control of the world through the bloodlines. And it's all coming to a head, it seems. Dr. Deagle's analysis for us military and linked to CIA. Dr. Deagle's analysis for us US military and linked to CIA. Yeah, the Deagle report is the report I was on about earlier with the population. So the UK was gone down from 66 million to 14 million this year, according to that. Now that came out 2017. It's a key year. Key year, isn't it? It's the year after the Pizzagate scandal. The year after they did a ritual at CERN. The same year that Donald Trump became the 45th president, he then became the 47th president. 4 and 5 equals 9. 4 and 7 equals 11. That's 9/11, the date of the World Trade Center disaster. They even put my court date on the 18th of November. 1 and 8 equals 9. That's 9/11 again. So that came out. You also had the CEO changed, okay, to Louise Smith or Smythe, became the CEO of Companies House. It's also when Fleming Co. Limited was incorporated on Companies House, which links to my research of international leaders that we're being led to believe are at risk of a conflict, which proves that they are not. They are working collaboratively over something. Dragons are real. Have you heard of Ali's army? No, I haven't. Everything is there in plain sight. Yep, it's all been there in the Companies House records. Everything it's been there at least since 1992. Fake Atlas, in my honest opinion. Yeah, I don't believe the Atlas, 3i Atlas is even real. I don't believe that's comet's even there, personally. Yes, dinos are the bones of giants. Oh, okay. They can't have any real dino bones. Oh, they don't have any. People say 3i Atlas is good. All but Sabrina Wallace, who knows her stuff. I would be very skeptical about anyone that is not talking about the Companies House fraud. All right, I'm sorry to say that. It's blatantly the key to all of this. Obviously, the key to all of this. So I would put all on Sabrina Wallace's. If you follow her, put loads of comments. Say, are you looking into the Companies House fraud? Are you aware of Gary Waterman? I bet you don't even get a response. Now, remember, They've had hundreds of years to plan this. They have positioned many, many people already in advance on social media. I'm not saying Sabrina Wallace is. I haven't researched her. I've heard of her. I've seen some of her videos. But I know that many of the people that have a following on social media are actually implicated in this. I've got to drive home soon. Okay, Vanessa, no problem. Are you going now? Okay. Just give us a little wave or whatever when you're going. Go down the dinosaur rabbit hole. They're not real, just another deception. Yeah, I'd put money on it. They laugh at us constantly. Yep. You people are funny. Is this comedy? Yeah, right. I am trying to remember where I heard it. To be honest, I felt it was a scam when I heard about it, but I could be wrong. No, it's all real. We just deal with the trauma differently here, mate. Yeah, it's a shame if it is all real. You know, if they're really, I mean, it seems as though it's real. Everything. Now, that means that the threat's real as well, though, regarding the collider technology. So we need to do something, don't we? No full dinosaur skeletons are real. All plaster. You have to have done a lot of research prior to understand someone like Gary. Well, look, the basis of the fraud is simple. If you're talking about the fraud, you create a fake company where there's no accountability and liability. You then launder money from the masses through those companies. That's what they've been doing. And because of the forgery, the way they've created the fake companies, it goes against their own legislation. The Fraud Act 2006, the Theft Act 1968, because of that forgery. It's the energy and lack of consent that matters. Yes, the Leo King warned us about the pandemic. I pulled my kid out of school in January 20. Because they believe in a system that doesn't exist. Well, it's all an illusion. This proves the Matrix, right? Everyone said about the Matrix. Well, think about it. This proves a system of fakery, of trickery, because of the forgery of the corporations running the world against their own legislation. So it's always been fake. They've known it. We haven't. And it's been in plain sight. That appears to be the Matrix that they've been talking about. That appears to be it. Enabling this control. It enables all of the world's issues. It provides the motive for all of the world's problems. First, false flag. What are you on about? Pathetic. Yes, fake as. Sent you the link to the proof on Trump. Kevin Annett has it all, mate. I've tried contacting Kevin Annett. I haven't had a response so far. If anyone that doesn't know him, he's trying to take the King and I think 12 other people through the courts in relation to the crimes against children. My concern is he's not talking about the Companies House fraud and he's not responding to me. Now, this could allow them the ability to say that they've imprisoned people or dealt with people, and therefore, everyone, don't need to worry now. We've resolved these individuals that were behind it all. That's not good enough. There has to be a new system to safeguard this ever happening again. Right? Nobody's talking about that. Why? Because they know, all right, they want to keep it going. They want to keep it going. Sent you the link to the proof of... I've read that. You're a disgrace talking... okay. Gary, you are a braveheart. Thank you very much. You are hiring crisis actors online. Yes, they are, sorry. Yeah, absolutely. You can actually... There's companies where you can hire out vast groups of people. Now, remember, we've got the entertainment industry literally going hand in hand with all of this. All right, which tells us that a lot of what they are doing could be being staged. All right, as a deception. All of them are in on it. Yep. Every councillor so far, every prime minister, every chief of police, every police and crime commissioner, the heads of government organised, not researched all of them, of course. Every single person I've looked at in the entertainment industry. Every person I've looked at, high-profile person, some of them link straight to the main company or on one of the companies on the incorporation document of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. This includes Sacha Baron Cohen. You might know he's a Hollywood actor, but he did Bruno and other movies. Who's Robbie Williams, singer? That one I was disappointed with because I like his music. Hi, Gary. Hope you're doing well. Brother Apollo is in hospital. Oh, no. I didn't know about that. Oh, I hope he's okay. If anyone's in contact with him, directly, then please sending my love and prayers and thoughts. Apollo. Anyone doesn't know, he's been trying to call for international strikes around the world. You may take everything I own, but you will never take my freedom. Insist divine insight, and you are. Watch, Gary. Yes, I keep telling everyone you have made so many current connections. Yeah, a lot of people are saying, this is starting to put all of the dots together for people. It really does. It really does. And just again, my email is GaryTheTruthSetsUsFree@gmail.com. GaryTheTruthSetsUsFree@gmail.com. Please email to get this document. I'm almost ready to send out the latest document. What I'm having to do, you see, is update a load of research on it, send it out, and keep doing that so it's away from me. So if anything does happen to me, then it's too late for them and it's already out there. And I'm still finding just mind-blowing stuff all the time. Today I was researching Fred West, as I said, the supposed serial killer, and what I found about that is just unreal again. You are 7 years younger than me, Gary. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, well, if my date of birth is real, I'm 48 now. I think I'm 48, yeah, or 48. Just turned 48. Yes, you're getting the truth, Gary. Look, everything I say is based on the evidence that everyone can have and see in the document. I don't think anybody else is doing that. There's a lot of people talking about certain things. There's a lot of people showing, news clips or what other people are saying. But I don't think, and this isn't a case of bigging me up or an ego thing. This is to try and explain to you why. And I won't say I know you can trust me, but obviously I can't. I can't say that. But what you don't have to trust me, but you can look at the evidence and see that everything I'm saying is true. Now that will build trust just naturally. But of course, I don't expect people to trust me because the deception is so vast in all of this. And that's why I've done this document, because it proves absolutely everything that I'm saying. You're talking about random individuals committing terrible atrocity, but we can point you direct associate of Netanyahu committing the exact same crime and being let go back to Israel. We're talking about random individuals committing terrible atrocities. Yeah, I'm not too sure whether that's a question or a criticism of me. They all need to be dealt with over this. Gary, why don't you reach out to some journalists? I've tried. The journalists are all involved. All right. Even the independent journalists are part of independent journalist organizations that are compromised by the fraud. Okay. Someone a few weeks ago said, Gary, go to an independent journalist. I'll go for you. Brilliant. Go see if you can get them. Come back to me. I haven't heard a thing since. Okay. It's all controlled. All of it. All mainstream media is centralized to the criminal network. Also, even the TikTok, YouTube, it's all connected to the same criminal network. All of it. Suddenly, grooming isn't so important. Interesting, you mentioned grooming. I actually came across, it's in my document, literally, this is how blatant it is, a grooming company. They've called it grooming, and it's right next to the Paedophile Information Exchange. And I'm pretty sure you've got a PIE company, which is Paedophile Information Exchange, right next to it on the Company's House records. There's a baby trafficking company. So Companies House have actually gone on, our government have gone on and created baby grooming company and typed it in and created a company. Unbelievable. They are independent journalists that would do it, but a lot of them are working with the system as psyops. Yeah. Yes, many are. Sean has had him on though. Yeah, I've been on many shows previously. Okay, but a lot of them won't have me on anymore. All right. Who was it? What's his name? Richard Vobes. Okay, Richard Vobes was interviewing me a lot at the beginning. I then found out or I was told he was a Freemason. I haven't confirmed it. I found out he had an alias record on Companies House that linked to a company called AD Chrome, and linking him with the fraud again. His company record for the alias name had Companies Made Simple. Oh, bye, Vanessa. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll speak to you in the next few days. Thanks, Vanessa. Bye, bye, bye. Hit that company under his alias record had Companies Made Simple on its incorporation document. That links to the paedophile information exchange and the World Trade Center disaster. So, lower level Freemasons don't know what happens at the top. Albert Pike said in Morals and Dogma that the ones at the top are kept in the dark. Yeah, somebody else has told me this. Well, they certainly all know now, right? They will know now. Anyone that's seeing my stuff, and a lot of people know about me now, not enough know about the evidence and what I'm doing, but I think my name's reasonably well known now. My sister went on an aeroplane and someone was sat behind her, and he works for the prison service, and she said, you know, Gary Waterman, and he did. Which, you know, this is not about me. This is about the evidence that I'm presenting. I'm the messenger for the evidence and trying my best to provide a strategy that will resolve it all. So, you know, they all, in my view, all Freemasons need to be arrested. You know, I don't think we can take the risk. We can't allow this to continue. We be the humanity. We are not a matrix. We are being forced to live in. Exactly. You're all being forced to live. Those of you that are innocent on here, which I hope most of you will be, you're being deceived and forced into you're being led to believe that you're being forced into a system which is completely deceptive against you. Many of you won't even realize that it's actually suppressing what you're really meant to be, suppressing your full potential, and actually suppressing how amazing this world really should be that you're living in. It's all massively about deceit, isn't it? And an inversion. An inversion is a good word to, I think, describe what they're doing. They're inverting everything. Yes, blackmail and persuasion and fear mafia. Yeah, and a lot of people that are in the thick of this, unfortunately, they will be being bribed. They will be being coercively controlled. They will be being potentially, threatened. They may feel their life is in danger. I actually believe that the helicopter crash in April 2025, I don't believe that anyone died in that crash, but I suspect they had to make other people within Siemens believe that there's a risk if those in Siemens talk out again. Because you had a Spanish CEO, 3 of his children and his wife supposedly died in that helicopter crash. I actually suspect they were given new names and relocated, because there's no way, if he's a CEO, he wouldn't have been involved in the international government fraud. So, of course, that immediately makes people think, well, what if that crash was deliberate, and therefore are our children at risk as well if we say or do anything? It's because this was as I was coming out with the evidence as well. Learn to lucid dream as well as sovereign street. TikTok. not using your debit or credit card for 3 days would cripple them. Yeah, that's another good idea. Certainly use cash wherever you can. You know, I keep seeing people using cards and, you know, a lot of youngsters, and I'm like, oh my goodness me, you know, we need to really get back to cash. We must have, this has shown us that we must have a secondary payment system in place, and we cannot afford digital currency control because that enables a peaceful protest through the withholding of public spending money if necessary with any corrupt leadership. So if you have that, you have the online banking that people can see the public spending money. You have verification through the companies and corporations, including secretaries, no use of virtual secretaries. You have very strict consequences for anyone in positions of leadership that's making decisions for their own or affiliated decisions. All right, it's got to be for the good of the masses in all of this. There needs to be mass resignations, stage resignations of anyone that has not been trying to stop this, that's in a position of authority. You know, they'd have to provide proof that they've been really trying to stop this fraud, I believe, to be able to have any sort of say in leadership in future, because no one's ever going to trust them again. All harmful technology where there's not full accountability and liability in place needs to be removed. This includes any cell towers. There needs to be no further sexualization of children in education and no further reduction in the age of sexual consent. Now, they will undoubtedly, according to the research, be aiming to do that if they gain full digital control. All right, there's a very strong risk that that's going to happen. And in fact, when they announced the digital identification that's supposedly coming out by the end of this government, with it 3 days later, they announced they were considering doing it for children from, I think it's 11 to 16, which shows you a big part of this is going to be about the children, because what they'll be able to do is control the children, track the children, and therefore victimize the children between 11 and 16. And I'm almost certain they will reduce the age of sexual consent. We've got to stop this, everybody. Right? This is a sort of realistic thing, because what they are doing, think about it like this. They are trying to falsify prophecy. If you look at it like that, well, what does prophecy say? Well, it says there's an escalation of sin on earth. Well, how do you escalate sin? Well, you create a system that deliberately pushes the world into sin. Okay? Well, the whole system at the moment is based as an inversion of moral conscience. So they're all almost getting to that point. Now, you can see on social media now, it's almost pornography. There's people dying on social media. Wasn't like that a year ago. All right, they control this information. They're deliberately allowing it, and they're moving towards negativity as opposed to a positive earth. They're moving towards a negative or sinful earth rather than a positive and righteous earth based on truth, transparency, equality, fairness, integrity for everybody, no matter what people's skin color, no matter what their faith group is, what their culture is. Everybody is a brother and sister on this earth. We're all a brother and sister of humanity. But they have led us to believe led you to believe that you have to fear the color of someone's skin or because they might have a particular belief. It's done by design because it distracts from them. It creates risk of conflict and divide, and it imposes a fear-based system upon you. And you can see it's all leading towards that. Well, one of the things they would do, which would lead towards that, is you reduce the age of sexual consent. You then victimize children even younger. They're doing it anyway, but legally, they'll be able to legally victimize children in terms of sexual engagement at a younger age. Well, we know children aren't psychologically able to deal with sexual activity at a young age. They don't even know themselves at that age. How can they be involved in knowing what's right and wrong in terms of the lust of another human being and putting themselves in risk when they're 11 years old? It's just absolutely, but that's the world that we will be looking at if we get that, you know, if they even continue in that route, because it looks as though they're just going full steam ahead now for the full inversion of creation because they know their time is short. So you're going to have no greater time to stop this than now with this evidence and with a strategy that is the right strategy. Yes, you have my email address now, Gary. You sent me a test earlier. Fantastic. That's good. Hi, Derek. Sorry, I didn't see you on here. Hope you're doing well. Money is their control. Yeah, money, but also suppression through fear. There's various other methods of control they've got. Control, a lot of it is through getting you to control yourself through your devaluation of yourself. You're not valuing yourself, therefore you limit your abilities, your capabilities, your potential, because you don't see it in yourself, whether that be through guilt, through the reasons we've talked about earlier, a separation of moral conscience leading into guilt, and therefore not feeling as though you're capable. That's a big part of it. Is the system makes you feel that way about yourself. The course of history with truth against evil, we will defeat them. Absolutely. Truth will set everybody free. It will create heaven on earth. All right. But it's how you maintain a foundation of truth. And to do that, you need a system that motivates truth, not that motivates lie, not one that motivates causing problems so that you can create a solution to then exploit those two areas. That's exactly what they're doing. Morgue official, it's good job of giving the Christian history and archons. I feel sorry for the children they abuse. Well, exactly. And every time I feel sorry for myself living in a tent, I think, why am I feeling sorry for myself? When there appears to be children being tortured and skinned alive, my life is heaven at the moment. Even living in a tent, even cold. Sorry for them, but they went. Yes, I feel sorry for them, but they went there. They made their choice, but they can walk away. Look, they all have a choice to do the right thing in all of this. Many of them will be trying to do the right thing, but they just can't do it for whatever reason. Many of them won't want to carry on because of the guilt that they've been involved in this. Many of them maybe are coming out. Maybe this is why we've seen, for example, the disclosure of whether people are a Freemason. There might have been someone gone against the system to make that happen because they're seeing and they're knowing that the Freemasons are a big part of the problem, and they've tried to go against the grain to bring that out publicly. It's not enough, though. It's not enough. Nowhere near enough. Only the things I believe that I am suggesting will be enough. Mass staged resignation. I'm never going to trust these people again unless they can show proof that they've been trying to resolve it. Let me see some emails where you've been trying to stop this company's house fraud that you've absolutely known about has been going on. It is the foundation for their system, the criminal network they've got in place. Yeah, you had 25,000 followers. Yeah, I think it was around 25. Please, everyone, go join my TikTok, Gary, the Truth Sets Us Free. Could the companies be connected to someone by same name but different person? So the way it's connected is what they're doing is they're using duplication of records for a starter. So they're using variations of names with slightly different dates of birth. And of course, a lot of people would say, well, they're different people. But not when you go in through it and you hit the same companies that's linking into every area of the fraud. It's telling us that they've set that up as a variation name, as an alias name with a variation of details, because it goes back to the same companies. They're connected in different ways. So it may be the same registered address, the same correspondence address, because quite often you have a different correspondence address than a registered address. The same incorporation company used on the incorporation document. They're actually using the same name, which I suspect are not even real names. I suspect they're made up or stolen identities. to actually create that connection on the document. So there's several names that I could sort of mention. One of them is I've gone out of my mind now. You've got Nigel Leonard Blood, Howard Thomas. You've got, which are actually on the incorporation documents as the headed name. Company supports the same link as well. So through that, you can find the combinations, and it all ends up linking together. And the document that I've done, there's probably an easier way to do it, but at the moment I've had to do it this way evidentially, allows the cross-referencing to happen across the document. So you can do a check, come in, see, right, think it links there with Jeffrey Epstein. So, okay, now it links in with Vatican. Okay, so we now shown that that's all connected to the same thing, and it ties into the Vatican. And then, of course, that has built the picture surrounding the falsified prophecies, because then you look into, well, what is the collider technology? How would that tie in with the Vatican? How does that link in with the fraud and the laundering of the money? And then you look at the news articles that have been coming out and how that times and relates to everything. You can build your evidence from that. Yes, the Leo King shows the Atlas connection, Jupiter, etc. Okay. Atlas is CGI fake. All gatekeepers. Everything is a psyop. I personally don't believe in AI Atlas or AI. I just something that's not right about it all. No, I don't believe AI Atlas is. Oh, 3i Atlas. Sorry, 3i Atlas is a real comet. We need to come away from artificial intelligence. In my view, I advise everybody to stop using ChatGPT and try and stop using AI as much as you can at every opportunity, all right? Because you're falling into the trap. What's artificial intelligence? Well, it's in the name, isn't it? You've got people that have no moral conscience that has created a system that will end up controlling all of the world, where there will be no natural moral conscience given by the creator. So again, you're going to have a separation from the creator and creation, with a system that could run the world that has no moral conscience. In other words, it will be making decisions, not thinking about what is right and wrong in that decision making. It will end up causing the destruction of everything, even if the collider technology isn't what they're aiming. That isn't real, or that doesn't happen. Artificial intelligence will end life anyway, because it's not. You've got to have that. In my view, the creation moral conscience of that moral decision making before you implement actions in your life. You need to think, well, is it right or wrong? Who's it going to affect? Who isn't it going to affect? If you get rid of that, AI won't care who it's going to affect. It will just do what it believes is its ultimate agenda without how it affects everybody. Maybe they can manipulate time. My sleep pattern has been odd lately. Yeah, I mean, I'm not discounting some sort of time control in all of this. Obviously, I don't know that. So I would just be speculating about that. But I know, like I keep saying, I know you've got a criminal system in place running the world, and that I know that can't go on. So my aim is to stop that criminal system and bring back accountability and liability and a transparent system. Because I know by having that, you remove the motivation for the problems around the world. The best place to hide something is in plain sight. Yeah, well, they're starting to regret it potentially now. Gary, you living in a tent, bro? Sorry, IMNT. Yes, I am living in a tent. My counsellor asked why I liked certain books, and my reply was, they're wholesome and hickory. Books I read as a child. I reread recently. Yeah, at least you know exactly what you're getting with a book, don't you? It's there in front of you. It's tangible. Absolutely. And look, what they're doing through technology is they're separating from creation and moral conscience, but they're also separating from nature. And we're seeing it with the children, aren't we? They're not so interested in nature. they're more interested in games consoles or whatever. I know that's a typical thing to say, but it's so very true. And that again is a design by them, because that is part of the inversion, the separation from creation, all right? Because nature is creation, all right? So you're leading away again as part of that. Transgenderism is a massive part of this. Now, I'm not saying, this is not about targeting anyone that's had a sex change or anything like that. But the agenda by the government is 100% linking into transgenderism. I've done the research around it. And again, that is an inversion of creation, a deception, all right, making a female appear to be a male and vice versa. But that, this isn't about targeting individuals that have done that, but you cannot have a government agenda linking in with a satanic cult system that is causing victimization through that type of agenda and that sort of movement. And I found research again coming in, what was it, from Fred West or Peter Sutcliffe? I can't remember, but there's links to the transgender movement. It's all about bloodlines. The Bible is too. Rh negative is interesting. And not all of them are. Oh my goodness, my eye's terrible. I've noticed that people with Rh negative blood tend to be very open-minded. Okay. Yeah, I've heard a lot about Rh negative blood. I have no idea what blood type I am. But yeah, I've heard a lot. It's very rare, isn't it? The Rh. Is it very rare? I think it's very rare, isn't it? Or there's something very special about it. Nobody is doing what you are doing, Gary. Yeah, this. Look, all I'm doing is what I believe is right, and I'm willing to sacrifice everything to do what I believe is right because of my moral conscience. And I know how important this evidence is. It empowers me. It empowers me because I'm writing it every day. I'm looking at it, and every day I'm blown away. I'm like, wow, okay, this now makes sense. Wow, this is connected to this. Now, look, that connects with another part. And I'm like, every single day I'm finding evidence like that. And therefore, that just through the moral conscience, it really strengthens me and empowers me to then present that evidence to humanity. Because I know that by knowing that truth, we know what the problem is and we know what needs to happen to resolve it. Keep sending folks your way. Yeah, that is why I keep sending folks your way. Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it. You have stopped paying tax. You are my hero. I don't pay anything now. Now, look, when I realised Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited was a criminal company, and whilst I was still a director, I said to all of the other directors, there was initially 9, 3 of them ended up resigning as I was making inquiries. To the last few, I said, look, you need to make a transparent system. You can easily do it for the building, for the company. They refused to do it. And I said, well, I'm not going to be paying anything, am I? I've identified that there's over £167,000 missing from others, meaning I've been defrauded. Why am I going to pay any further into this company, into this building that it related to, until you safeguard it and protect everybody else so nobody can be victimized? They refused. They tried taking me to court. I said, well, I'm not attending court. You can't even make a legal application because you're a criminal company. Do you know what happened? Nothing. I kept my property. They threatened to take it. Prior to that, they threatened to take it. I kept my property and they paid all of my bills. I didn't even turn up to court. This was a civil court process where they're trying to get the money out of me. That's how powerful this evidence is. If everyone stands in this evidence, stands in the power of this evidence and does the same and does the strategy, it's over for them. All right. And it will create heaven on earth for everybody. Welcome back, Born Free. Some of these children that are abused and survived, some don't survive. We may not know their names, but they're in our hearts and giving us the strength to fight against evil. Yeah, absolutely. But I'm not even generally a child person, if you like. I haven't had children. I love kids, but I'm not somebody generally that will be able to be around a child running around and being chaotic for days and days at a time. I like 2 or 3 hours potentially, and that I need a break from that. but my goodness me, I will fight for them because I know their innocence deserves to be fought for. They haven't even had a chance to make the right, to make a decision of right or wrong. We cannot allow them to suffer. We cannot allow them to suffer. If we allow them to suffer, then we are part of the problem. We are the evil that is allowing a system to cause harm to the most innocent of all. And you're not just talking about the physical harm here and the sexual abuse, the torture, etc. You're talking the psychological harm. Now, I'm sorry, many of you are going to love Christmas, all right? But Christmas is part of their plan, okay? We lie to our children. We tell our children they can't lie. And then we tell our children that we've been lying to them for years, okay? It's a mockery, absolute mockery. It also instills a sense of materialism within the children, which funds the satanic criminal network that they've got in place because it funds their merchandise, their materialism. And that, again, is a separation from creation. And birthdays, why do we need to wait for a day to celebrate a day of getting older? Why don't we just celebrate our lives every day? Why don't we be grateful for everybody in our lives every day? Why do we have to make a point of it every day and count towards our demise? Right? What that does is that creates a psychological countdown to you knowing your death. It is by design, and it is not good. Okay, it's all part of their plan. Police told me grooming is civil. I think they're supposed to say civil. And to see a solicitor, surely to God, it's criminal. Yeah, absolutely. Of course it is. If it's definitely grooming, then it should be a police matter. But remember, unfortunately, the police are involved in this. Not all police, I hope, but it's appearing as though all. I'm not going to say all. I trust you have seen it with. I trust you. I have seen it with my own eyes. Right. Okay. See, a big part of me is like every day I'm thinking, I hope some of this is not really happening, and it's just seeming like it is. It's hard if it's all true. Wow, Vobes, yeah, yeah. Police told me, I've read that, sorry, I'm getting old. I'm sure it must be past everyone's bedtime. I have no idea what the time is. Said hi. Hi, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Hi, everyone. It's all about the children. Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, it's very clearly linked with the children all the way through the fraud. All the way through the fraud, the connections. I've actually researched cases of crimes against children and linked it back into this exact same companies, linking in with the paedophile information exchange. The blood of the children seems to be huge in all of this, and how that ties in with the international drug trade. Is a massive part of this. And again, I just pray that a big part of it isn't real, but I struggle to believe there's this much evil in the world. I think that's what I struggle to really comprehend, that there really is this much evil. But there you are. It's there. I mean, this is all coming out, guys. It's going to come to an end one way or another. It has to. It has to. Accommodation, not help each other. Instead of high frequency, planet of love. Okay, never used AI at all. Yeah, good. It's sometimes when you do a Google search, it comes up, and there's unfortunately not a lot you can do about that. It's just an automatic thing. And I've seen videos that AI lies anyway. So AI has no soul. Yeah, don't trust it. Exactly. Are you not scared that you are alone in a forest? Let's say enough people go forward with your evidence. What is the next step? Who is going to take control of UK? Some volunteers. What about? Okay, there's a lot of questions there. Okay. Am I scared? I'm scared of not doing the right thing. That's what I'm most scared of, if that makes sense. Where I am now, yeah, it is pretty much in a forest. Am I scared of something that's going to happen to me? No. Because my overriding priority is doing the right thing. So no, is the answer to that. Let's say enough people go forward with the evidence. What is the next step? Who is going to take control? Okay, so if enough people go ahead with this, what we need to compel is the truth. All right. The only way we can be sure that they are telling or publicizing the truth is by mainstream media telling us that they have had a system of crime in place. Now, we're almost getting to that point, to the point where they're starting to make certain disclosures. Now, there's a movie coming out called Disclosure Day by Steven Spielberg, who is in my document, by the way, implicated. And that movie comes out next year. And that title in itself is quite interesting, Disclosure Day. Now, it's about UFOs or UAPs. However, this is telling me that we're potentially getting closer to the truth. However, it's not quick enough. It's not quick enough. So the more people that follow the strategy, it applies the pressure to the system in the right way to compel the truth. Now, we'll get to the truth one way or another through this strategy, okay? Because what it will be is an escalatory method of removing people that are preventing the truth. All right, so that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to create pressure on the system to buckle that system, but in a way that it won't create chaos. Okay, this is the we've got to be very strategic and tactical in this. This is why I've chosen solicitors, accountants, financial advisors, and the Freemason lodges, because it won't have a detrimental impact on society. Whereas if you go and arrest everybody in a hospital, or everybody at the council, or everybody in a prison, or whatever, it's not manageable, it's not practical, and it will have too much of a detrimental impact and sudden impact potentially on a particular area within society. But obviously the front line within the finances is important, because this is a financial fraud that they've got in place. So if enough people do it, you will eventually you will have people in the system that are saying, well, we can't carry this on. We can't, what are we going to do about this? We have to come forward with the truth, or I'm going to resign, or I'm going to come away from this. I can't keep doing this. Right now, that is what we want, where there's nobody left to actually be running this system of fraud. All right. And we do that through the exposure, through the strategy, through the foundation of strength in the evidence, through truth, and with an end goal. There's no point doing anything. You know, you've got these people talking about international strikes. Well, what are you actually hoping to achieve by this strike? What is it you're aiming for? Well, I've set out what we were hoping to achieve: a transparent financial system, how you have that transparent financial system, how you ensure there's accountability and liability with the incorporations of companies, stage resignations, removing of technology, no further sexualization, no further reduction in the age of sexual consent. These are all obviously will need to be tweaked, but it gives us something. Well, we're not going to stop this until you do this, until this starts happening. And if it doesn't, we're going to arrest you all. All right. And then we have to, if necessary, it's what we have to do. We have to come outside of the jurisdiction. They all have to be arrested. And we'll have to get for example, the farmers to help with the outbuildings. And we'll have to look after these people. There's enough people to do that. Okay. I'm not suggesting that is what happens yet, but that may be what comes of it. And the important thing is no violence, no chaos, control by the innocents, moving towards a right end goal, and at least a transitional system where it moves. Because what we don't want is a sudden stop in a system, a collapse, and then there's nobody knows what they're doing. There's chaos. Now, that is what the Albert Pike letter says, that everyone will be left without any moral compass. They won't know what to do about it. There'll be basically chaos and it mentions something about they will make people realise the absolute savagery, or I can't remember the wording, but it basically talks about bringing everybody to a point where they are so lost in suffering and disruption that they turn their adoration towards, it says Lucifer. Now, as I said earlier, some people have suggested that they've inverted the scripture and somehow and Jesus is actually Lucifer. All right. And actually Lucifer is the good person in this. I don't know. That's what some people have suggested in this. But anyway, that I don't know if that's answered more of your question. What is the next step? Who is going to take control of the UK? Well, you need them to implement a new system, which will be the control. All right. And when let's not say control, let's say management. All right. Because humanity, I believe, can be managed through incentivized choice, and transparency is the foundation. All right. So if you have a problem, you give people a choice, and you incentivize that choice to manage a problem. But you have transparency and truth as that foundation. Well, they've done exactly the opposite. What they've had is a system of deception and crime, and therefore they have to force control measures on the public if there's a problem. All right. Which is the complete opposite of transparency and moral conscience. All right. They've used deception, crime, suffering, victimization, and very sinister methods to, it seems, try and control humanity. And this is where the word government shouldn't ever be used again. It means mind control. Okay. You don't need government and control. You need, well, I believe you're going to need some form of leadership, because unfortunately, some people need leadership or guidance. They need someone they can go to ask for advice, to know what they're supposed to be doing that might help themselves. All right. That's just nature. Unfortunately, that's just human beings. Some people need that leadership and guidance. Who's going to some volunteers? What about other countries? It has to be planet wide. Yeah, absolutely. It does need to be planet wide. The difficulty is obtaining the evidence for specific companies in other countries, because they also have their own registration system. So you might have, if it's not a global company or an international company, if you have an independent solicitors, which will be involved in this, but it might not be as easy to find the evidence because it's on their registration system in their country. So that's slightly more difficult. But global companies or international companies, which most are now international, you have large solicitors firms, etc., and they're all connected to others. So as soon as you find that connection, that gives you the evidence to then apply the pressure to every organization. But yeah, it needs to be worldwide. But you will probably find that as soon as a few arrests start taking place, it will start creating that change. I don't think you'd need worldwide arrests. I think as soon as you have a publication or publications and exposure of arrests linking with this company's house fraud, that, remember, it gets fed back up the system. So all of the solicitors then will communicate that immediately. Oh dear, what are we going to do here? We're all going to be arrested. Government, what are we going to do? Freemasons, how are we going to deal with this? Well, there's not a lot we can do other than we have to come out with the truth. And we have to change the system and ensure that this does. It's going to get to that point, and I think it will get to that point very, very quickly with arrests being made. Because you imagine being them, that they're now realizing, oh dear, the people really are doing something about this, and we can't do anything to stop that. You can't legally arrest somebody that's gone into a solicitor's and done a citizen's arrest when there's been no physical contact, no public order effect, no abuse. You're calling the police. Now, they've tried to make you think that you will be arrested, and this is why they set up the citizens arrest network that was set up as I to talk about citizens arrest. They came out, started making citizens arrests, and publicised that they got arrested. themselves. So I researched the name of that person and found what I believe is a alias connection linking straight back into JP Morgan. So I believe they set that up because of the strategy that I'm suggesting, showing how much they're worried about it. Wouldn't society collapse and we all die with lack of food if we all do that? Sorry, Ursula just quit in the movie, I believe. She's been long gone. Thank you, Gary. Sovereign and true. Thank you for your comments. Wouldn't society collapse and we all die with lack of food? What, if you arrested the solicitors, accountants, and financial advisors? No, of course you wouldn't. The supermarkets are still going to be running. All right. You'd have what you would have now at the moment. All supermarkets are criminal organisations. All right. So that you would have to have a transitional re-registration of those companies. All right. So you would have to ensure that real names are used, real addresses, new registrations, straight away bringing back accountability and liability. They're straight away going to be thinking, right, we've got to make sure that our food in this supermarket isn't poisoning humanity. At the moment, they could be poisoning, and they are very likely poisoning all of us through the food chain. As soon as you bring back that accountability and liability through the removal of this fraud, then you will make sure that food is good food, because they're not going to want their names put to suffering of humanity through their food chain. At the moment, that's how they've done it. You see, they've removed the accountability and liability. Yes, I was raised without Christmas or birthdays. Yeah, I don't want to be Scrooge in all of this, but it literally has been put there as part of their agenda. Think about it. Not everyone will do this, of course, but most do. Telling them that Santa. Now, what does Santa? What does that spell with one letter added? You have Satan. Right? It's done deliberately. Right? It's the word Satan, or a not an acronym, anagram of Satan. It's done deliberately. Everybody, right? You lie to your children, telling them that somebody else is bringing the presents when it's you. Tell them they're not allowed to lie ever. And yet you tell them later, oh, by the way, I've been lying to you for however many years. Think how confusing that is for the psychology of that child. That alone. Absolutely, Gary, read Christmas. But for children, you want them to have some magic in their life. Yeah, but you don't have to have... Why do you have to lie for them to have magic? Why can't they have magic every day? Why can't the magic be about the magic of nature? About creation? It doesn't have to be about making it a materialistic magic about toys, does it? Which is what so many people do, which feeds into the environmental issues, but also it feeds into their agenda of materialism. Because what you're doing is you're concreting a reward system or a joy system based on buying something, right? Some of the best times I've had in my life are not to do with buying anything, to do with, as an example, and it's not just me, standing under a waterfall or going on an amazing hike, standing on top of a mountain. Now, a lot of people won't see that as special because they've been indoctrinated not to. Now, before my wife and I separated, we went on a trip to Scotland, and it was my wife and her two friends, and they went off and they went and stood under a waterfall I think it was the first time, and they had a week away. I think it was a week, and the best part of the entire holiday was the standing under the waterfall. It's two angel numbers. Wow, I didn't know it was that late. I'm probably going to head off. Yes, the child sacrifice goes back thousands of years. Yeah. I'm trying to understand exactly why. I mean, it's difficult to understand because we're not obviously people that will harm. We'll hope most of us on here are not going to be people that would harm a child. I suspect that it's something to do with them trying to bring the creator back, but I don't know how. And when you look at the CERN technology, it looks as though that technology is about trying to bring the creator back potentially as well through an inversion, because they're probably or potentially thinking that they're going to bring about some sort of second coming or something like that through their technology. But again, I come back to, well, you can't go against the creator, or you shouldn't go against the creator to create something you're saying is the will of the creator. It just doesn't fit right with me. Okay, I know there's lots of questions. I do apologize, but I'm going to head off now. Thank you so much to everybody. I know she's not on here, but a massive thank you to Vanessa. Please email me for the document, GaryTheTruthSetsUsFree@gmail.com. That's 1R, GaryTheTruthSetsUsFree@gmail.com. My TikTok is Gary the Truth Sets Us Free. Please join that TikTok. I can actually speak. I can't speak to people on normal numbers. They've got rid of my WhatsApp. That's almost unheard of. I've never heard of anyone being blocked from using WhatsApp. They did this because I was sharing the document through my WhatsApp messages to everybody. So they've stopped me using WhatsApp. Now I can't use normal text messages or numbers because of the risk of triangulation. But you can speak to me via Messenger. But I've forgotten what my Facebook is. I can send it on an email when you email me if necessary. So I can actually speak to people through Messenger on Facebook and do private messages on there as well. So yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Really appreciate it. I don't know when I'm going to come back on live next. I'm going to be building lots of evidence over the next few days. I may even be thinking of doing something a little bit more drastic, but I'm not too sure. But thank you so much for all the comments and for listening to me drone on, and a big thank you to Vanessa. Take care, everyone. All the best. I have no idea how to stop the live. How do we stop the live? This is the first time I've done a oh, close? No. Oh, there. Is that it at the top? Yeah, that's it. Thanks very much, everyone. Take care. Bye-bye.